want to know what it is. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
What truth?
That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Follow me.
Welcome everybody. Once again, we are here at the Red Pill Expo virtual version, November 2024. It is day 2. We're going to start with some Freedom Rising, which is very exciting. I'm here with, guess who? G. Edward Griffin is here with me in studio. Welcome back to day 2.
Well, thank you very much. This is a real pleasure to have made it through day 1, and
Yes.
Here we are in day 2. And so we have a very special guest to start off with here.
We do.
At least to me. I think this fellow is very well known out there in the community of people who are interested in markets and money and gold and silver, and which means a lot of our listeners are in that category. And but I just met this fellow recently in person by phone, actually, and he invited me to be a guest on his show several weeks ago. But I've known about him ever since I was the sprout in this movement way back in the 60s and 70s. I'm not sure when I became aware of him, but he, as I recall, was the first the first people that I ran into that really understood the markets. By why I say the markets, I came into this movement sort of at a research level of finding out what caused inflation, So that led me to a study of the Federal Reserve System. Okay. But I didn't really know anything about the real markets. Somebody would say, what should I do with my money? You told me about all this inflation problem and the erosion of our purchasing power and the fact that the US dollar is doomed someday. So what do I do? And I had to say, I don't know. And so that's when I quit trying to be an expert. And I stopped giving this one-day seminar on money that I was giving. And I enrolled in the College for Financial Planning so I could learn about the real markets. Okay, I went through that. I got my certificate. It's on the wall and everything. And I'm a financial planner. I've never done any financial planning, but at least I went through the school so I could understand the lingo. But even after all of that, I really didn't have that hands-on experience. I didn't know what went on behind the scenes and everything. And I ran into this fellow we're going to talk to today. His name is Andy Schectman. And he was, as I recall, the producer, the owner, the guru behind the Franklin newsletter. There was a Franklin newsletter. And I started to read that. I said, this guy really understands stuff that I never even heard about. Well, fast forward now, here we are all this time, and I actually have a chance to meet this legend in my own time.
Yes.
And he is even smarter now than he was then. And so I'm going to stay out of this. I'm going to turn this over to you, and maybe I can interject a few things.
Sure.
But Andy speaks for himself. He told me on the phone the other day, he said, well, I'd rather be interviewed because I don't know how to make a presentation. I'm not prepared. He didn't say he didn't know how to do it. He said, I'm not prepared. And I said, well, what are you going to talk about? And wham, all of a sudden 30 minutes went by.
Right. Yes, I know. He's got a passion for this, which we share.
Yeah.
So very exciting.
Yeah.
To bring Andy Schekman, of course, associated with Alpine Gold, who we talked about yesterday as well. We're going to talk of money and metals. The perfect storm has begun. Andy Schekman, welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage.
What's up, fellas? No, I'm not Alpine Gold. I'm Miles Franklin. Alpine
Miles
Gold
Franklin,
is
sorry
one of
about
your sponsors.
That's all right. We're kind of keeping up with everything happening so rapidly while we're in studio. This is the first time we've ever done this, so thanks for bearing with us, Andy.
Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. It's good to be here.
Great. So a little bit of the backstory, Ed tried to fill us in a little bit of his story of connecting with you, but I'm sure I'm fascinated by your journey to know what you know so much earlier than most people.
Well, I mean, it's been a labor of love. I've been doing this for 35 years this February, but my focus on the BRICS and the de-dollarization is kind of what's put me on the map. I guess you could say I've done over 4,500 YouTube videos in the past 4.5 years, talking about the BRICS, Saudi Arabia, the loss of the petro standard, the mismanagement of the dollar as the world reserve currency, and of course, trying to document step by step what I would consider being being engulfed by bizarro world over the last 4 years, whether it be at home with things like the judicial system, the electoral system, the immigration system, the lawlessness, where you're an environment where your value is calculated not by your merit and how hard you work and equal opportunity and what you've achieved, but by your lifestyle. These are the things that have, I think, not been lost on any of our foreign creditors and the rest of the world, let alone the horrible mismanagement of the world reserve currency, an environment where we are creating $100,000 of debt per second. 1, 2, 3, and keep on going till your fingers fall off. $1 trillion every 90 days. It took 200 years to do that the first time. A trillion seconds ago is 31,688 years ago. And trying to put all of this into perspective, looking at a senior economic advisor to the United States government, a man named Jared Bernstein, pretty much a knucklehead to say the least. I'm sure many of your viewers have seen him on Twitter trying to explain creating money or selling of treasuries. And as a senior economic advisor to the US government, it was one of the most humiliating things I've ever seen. But this is a man who has a degree in music and a master's degree in social work. He is an inclusionary economist. And his whole theory was to lose the reserve status. That is a privilege we can no longer afford. And all of the things that have been done along the way, such as weaponizing the dollar and signing an executive order to go green, being that our relationship with Saudi Arabia is the linchpin of the dollar hegemony, everything we have done over the past several years has really spoken to our not clinging to the privilege of being the steward of the world reserve currency. In fact, doing everything we can to shed that privilege. And I was asking all along, is this too stupid to be stupid? Could this stuff have been planned? Are we trying to reset the system? Is this the Klaus Schwab moment? The privilege that has been bestowed upon us, the synthetic demand built into the system for every country in the world having to stockpile dollars in order to accumulate energy, just disrespecting that in every way, whether it be through rampant money creation, whether it be through weaponizing the treasury market, whether it be through telling the Saudis, hey, we're going green, and then letting everything fall apart at home. these were things that I have focused on, but this is just one step in what has been a 35-year journey, to try and, wake people up, I guess, try and get that information out to the public. And no question, YouTube has changed my life in very measurable ways. But well, like I said, it's an honor to be here with you fellas, and happy to take this any direction you want. I apologize. I know that things were a little bit disjointed with setting this up, and it wasn't until just a few nights ago that I realized I would actually be speaking here. Impossible for me to prepare some sort of a presentation, and this is why I thought perhaps it would be the best way for us just to, you ask me a few questions, I'll go. I can take it any way you'd like, but certainly, typically, I would have had a presentation made. Had I come to the event in Oklahoma, I would have been ready. But in any case, I'm happy to go whichever way you fellows would like to take this.
No worries, Sandy. I appreciate that. I mean, we stay up all night to prepare, but the fact is, this is the first time we're doing it virtually, and it is unusual for all of us. But I'm glad you're here with us, because as far as the discussion of the economic lifeblood of America, much less how the global interaction with the monetary system works, of course, Ed, with the seminal book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, clued many of us into the workings of the fiat system, the Federal Reserve System, but not many know that it's, like as he said, not federal and there are no reserves, and also that it's tied into the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which are decidedly, in many ways, not pro-America. And, we heard about central bank digital currencies wanting to be instituted. I think in many ways, we already have kind of a digital dollar, because most people don't even deal in cash anymore, and they'd like that to be the case. But if we remove ourselves fully from some form of, an exchange, a privacy exchange that can happen with dollar bill notes, or, we've talked a little bit about using gold and silver or gold backs, other means of exchange. If this petrodollar, as you describe it, is abandoned, that, the other BRICS nations say, we're not selling our oil, we're not buying it in that, what does that mean in reality for most Americans and most of the world that has operated with these greenback things?
Well, I mean, it's something that I think is even difficult to try and comprehend. As I mentioned, the privilege of being the world reserve currency is something that centers around this synthetic demand of every country in the world having to accumulate dollars in order to purchase oil. And that synthetic demand has allowed us to live far beyond our means. And it's not just the fact that what currency these things are being settled in. It's also, what do you do with the reserves? Because part of the petrodollar deal was that oil would be paid for in dollars globally through OPEC, but that the reserves, the excess, would be floated back into or recycled back into U.S. treasuries. And it is the purchase of U.S. treasuries by the rest of the world, our foreign creditors, that has enabled us to live far beyond our means. And now that's not happening. Why would anyone want to hold treasuries that have a 10-year treasury that have a 4.5% interest rate when inflation's much higher than that? Now, they want us to believe inflation's 3.5%, but it's not. I wish it were. It's probably closer to 10 or 11%. At least that's what John Williams of Shadow Stats would tell us. And all he does is measure the inflationary numbers based upon the way they used to be calculated before they changed them to fit this inflationary agenda. But look at it this way. If every single country in the world realized that they no longer need to stockpile dollars in order to buy oil because, for example, let's say that the BRICS and their settlement currency, and by the way, we should discuss what the Bank of International Settlements did to try and derail this at the 12th hour just a couple weeks ago, which will only strengthen the resolve, crystallize, I think, the rallying cry that the BRICS have been employing for quite some time. It's right out of a James Bond movie. It's espionage. We'll talk about that, hopefully. But if every country said, look, we don't need to hold dollars anymore, and started to shed them, dump them. They're already not taking treasuries, by the way, or buying treasuries the way they used to. In fact, they're selling them and letting them fall off their balance sheet and replacing it with gold, which is the only other tier one reserve asset as reclassified by the Bank of International Settlements in 2019, but has no counterparty liability. See, it's okay for Janet Yellen to say to CNN a few months ago, listen, we're okay with Xi Jinping and Putin being friends in the BRICS. And I'm thinking, well, that's really nice of you, Madam Secretary, quite benevolent. But if Xi gives 1 penny to the Russian war machine, we will sanction their banks, their businesses in Beijing itself. Forget about the fact that we've given over $200 billion to the Ukraine with no congressional oversight, Stinger missiles and F-16 jets, and train their pilots how to fly these jets in the desert in Arizona, because we're the world reserve currency. So that doesn't matter. It's that perception of being hypocritical that is angering much of the world and looking at us as being tyrannical and hypocritical, and not only that, mismanaging the reserve currency and having our own affairs all goofed up here at home, as I mentioned earlier, elections, judicial system, FBI, wokeness, all of these things that people say, what the hell's happened to this country? Well, the rest of the world is too. And if everyone simultaneously said, we're out, and dumped dollars because there's now an alternative, that flood of dollars would come crashing into our shores. It would be hyperinflation. There's far more dollars outside the United States than there are in. And if everyone no longer had any incentive to hold dollars, let alone selling treasuries, but just to dump dollars, that hyperinflation would overwhelm the issuer, us. Now, the problem with that is that because of 20 years of suppressed interest rates and asset prices that went parabolic, where price discovery is next to impossible, as those shores hit our shore, or those dollars hit our shore, creating that massive inflationary moment, well, the dollar gets dumped as everyone's dumping it, so it collapses. The stock market, the real estate market, and the bond market are all wickedly inversely correlated to a spike in interest rates. And so as the dollar gets dumped, creating this massive inflationary wave, interest rates must spike to compensate for the loss of purchasing power in the inflationary environment. Now, that's not something that Powell would manage. That's the market saying, no, you can't have 25, 30% inflation and 5% interest rates. Your currency dies. So if interest rates spiked to compensate for that inflationary barrage, then you would have immediately the Great Reset as stocks, bonds, real estate, the banks, which are massively over leveraged, which we should talk about as well, and undercapitalized, and even the insurance companies, they all collapse. But in that moment, you now have a villain to point to, Xi Jinping and OPEC and Putin, and how could they do that to us? It's something that I think people would wake up to a religious experience if indeed we lose the world reserve status. It's something we really don't want to see. And that's why, Trump was even talking about it, saying, look, if we lose the reserve status, it's worse than losing a war. In many respects, it is. And this is something that certainly should not be understated. What's happening with the BRICS is a trend in motion that is gaining a good deal of steam. And perhaps maybe you'd like to talk about what happened just a week or two ago, right after their big BRICS meeting in Russia, in Kazan, where they were supposed to issue a gold-backed settlement currency. And what the BIS did, in my mind, guys, is right out of a James Bond movie, and it will only crystallize this ultimate move away from the dollar. But certainly we should also talk about what happened with the banks recently, and certainly in your home state, and I believe of Oklahoma. It's ironic that it happened there, but there's so much to talk about, all centered around this one question, and that is, do we retain the world reserve status? And within our own system, what happens to the banking system? And what does it all look like? Are we being pushed towards a central bank digital currency? Because in the first discussion, if that happens, and the dollar gets dumped and everything collapses, and the banks collapse, and the insurance policies collapse, and your stock portfolio collapses because of the massive influx of inflation as the world's dumping dollars, and the market's response of jacking interest rates up to the moon. The number 2 economic advisor at the U.S. government is a woman named Lael Brainerd, and Lael is a modern monetary theorist. Excuse me. She worked at the Treasury, and then she worked at the Fed underneath Powell. She was number 2 vice chair. And while there, She, at the Boston Fed, worked with MIT in development of the US central bank digital currency that Biden fast-tracked. She also just ran point for something called Fed Now, which is Zelle or Venmo on steroids, backed by the Fed. It's being piloted right now. This is exactly what they were hoping for, a collapse in the system to come in on a white horse and issue a CBDC. When everything collapses, have no fear. Lael Brainerd is here with her central bank digital currency, because people watching this show say, I'm not taking that thing. I don't want to take that thing. Everyone says, I don't want to take a central bank digital currency. The erosion of privacy and the ability to be tracked, everything you do, and et cetera, et cetera. But what if there was an event that made everyone need to take it? Everything collapsed. What are you going to do if everything collapses and they come in and they say, well, here's the solution? I have always thought it's the only way to get people to take it would be to create an event whereby the Fed comes in and says, listen, we know your banks have been blown up because of the dollar collapse and interest rates spiking. We know the insurance companies have been blown up, but have no fear. Take the CBDC, sign on the dotted line, and you too will be made whole. So a lot of this, I guess you could say, is supposition, but there are facts leading up all the way to that moment where you have to decide, is this too stupid to be stupid? Could they have actually planned this? Are they hoping to find an event in effort to roll out a CBDC? And I will simply say the moves of our current administration, not the new one coming in, but the current, has done more to damage this country than any external foe could over the last 4 years, making me think these things were planned. Now, God willing, maybe we are on the cusp of some changes, at least in terms of our culture and what it means to be an American and the things that we have held so dear for so long. That's why I'm hopeful for President Trump, but I am not hopeful that the resolution of our currency woes, our banking woes, are anywhere near resolved. In fact, I think we are far from out of the woods. And, you know, perhaps he is looking at a way to usher in an orderly reset into a new system. Any way we look at it, things have to change, and they are changing. It's just a question of how it all plays out. Hopefully, it will be much easier to deal with, and we can talk about even another option of a reset, which would be gold revaluation. But yeah, I'll let you guys take it from here, just knowing that the BRICS is for real, and to underestimate it.
All right, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, well, your comment was very poignant, and I'm glad to hear that you and I have been thinking pretty much along the same lines. But the common question I get, and it's the toughest one to answer, I'm going to pass on to you, and that is, what can we do about it? It looks like the power and the levers of the power are in the hands of our enemy, and we can theorize of what should be done, but the people that actually have to do it do not agree with us. And so it seems to me like any plan of reconstruction has to include changing the hands that are on the levers of power. But I'm curious to know how you would answer that question. What is a reasonable, practical, attainable method of reversing this process in time to even survive?
You know, I think you could argue we're so far down the rabbit hole that financially it will be very difficult to reverse. We talk about $1 trillion of debt added every 90 days. We talk about 100,000 in debt per second. We talk about a $36 trillion debt. And again, 1 trillion seconds ago being 31,688 years ago. It doesn't even take into account Medicare Part B, 99 trillion underfunded. Medicare Part D, 22 trillion. Social Security, 77 trillion. Government and military pensions. You're talking about $200 trillion in unfunded liabilities on top of the 37 nearly in on-balance sheet liabilities. We are broke. We are insolvent. Even if you get Vivek and Elon come in and slash slash the waste, which would be great, and I'm all for it. The Congressional Budget Office would tell you that by 2031, and they're nonpartisan, they would say, look, by 2031, 100% of tax revenue will go to pay just the interest on the debt and mandatory entitlements. And they're not going to touch mandatory entitlements such as Social Security and Medicare. They've already said it's off limits. So that's 100% of all the revenue that the government takes in. So how do you retain being the most dominant power in the world when things like military are discretional? And you would have to borrow money to fund your military amongst everything else. And so we have gone so far down the rabbit hole that from a financial standpoint, there has to be some sort of an event to fix things. Because look, if we would have done this maybe in 2008, instead of kick the can down the road, it might have been a bit easier, because in 08, the Fed's balance sheet was 800 billion and now it's 8 trillion. It was 9 trillion. And the distortions that have been created by purchasing trillions of dollars worth of treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities, which have been used to, blow up the bond market, to support the housing market, has created massive distortions in asset prices. And so there has to be some sort of a moment where interest rates and asset prices find equilibrium. Interest rates are going higher. Federal Reserve lowers interest rates first by 50 basis points and then by 25 over the last few months, 75 basis points. And right before they lowered it the first time, 50 basis points, the 10-year Treasury had bottomed, and since then it's up over 90 basis points. So as they're lowering the front end of the curve, the very short-term maturities, the federal funds rate, the back end, the 10-year Treasury, which is really the most important, it's the vehicle that is used to derive loans and leases and mortgages and credit cards, that's going the other way. That's the bond market saying, no, we're not going to take any duration Treasury, for which I believe are uninvestable, unless you jack up the rates, simply because, inflation, weaponization, and default risk, all of these things are far too much for us to take at 4.5%. No, I think you'll see rates much higher. I wouldn't be surprised to see rates at 5% on the 10-year before he even takes office. And from there, his stated goal is to lower rates. Well, if you lower the front end of the market like we're doing again, and the back end keeps going the other way, that's a problem. So I don't know what we can do to get our way out of this. A good start would be to get our house in order, to come in and fix the institutions that mean everything to this country, to have confidence in our electoral process, in our immigration process, to have a justice system that is not two-tiered, that everyone is presumed innocent and everyone has the same status under the eyes of the law, to a system where it's not about equality, it's about equal opportunity. It doesn't matter where you come from or what your lifestyle is. If you work your ass off and you do what you're supposed to do, and you are defined by your success, your hard work, and your merits, well, these are all good places to start. And then as far as trimming the fat within the government, absolutely. It's bloated, it's wasteful. But we have done quite a bit in terms of massive debt creation to create this problem. And a lot of the things that Trump does or wants, like lower interest rates and a weaker dollar, that's not really the way out of this problem. In fact, you could argue that's kind of how we got into this problem, by suppressing interest rates. Instead of letting Mother Nature control interest rates, the bankers control it. And if the bankers control it, it creates distortions, it creates anomalies, it creates misallocations in capital and resources. His policies actually speak to a weaker dollar, loss of purchasing power, higher inflation. And the market is telling you this. So, unfortunately, Ed, I don't know what the answer is to that question, although I do think they are moving in the right direction. And you start little by little chipping away at the debt, at the wastefulness, and getting our country back, because the divisiveness is extraordinary. And when you go back through history and look at what made this country successful and how we were always able to do best with our backs against the wall. We were all Americans. We weren't divided. We weren't defined by who we voted for in the last election, and we kind of are now. So this is a step in the right direction. And I don't mean to be a doom and gloomer, but there is a point where if you sit at the corner of the bar for years over years over years over years, putting it on the tab, at some point the tab has to be paid. And I think that's kind of where we are right now, where the rubber meets the road. How do we pay the tab in an environment where interest rates have to go up, but the debt we've created is so extraordinary that it will put massive strain on the system? And what does that look like? And this is part of the reason you're seeing the rise of the BRICS. But a byproduct of that is what's happening to the banks. And maybe we should talk about what happened to the bank in Lindsay, Oklahoma. I don't think enough people understand it. Do you guys know what happened to the Bank of Lindsay, Oklahoma recently?
Please elaborate.
Yeah, well, I do, but only because you told me. I did not see it in the news at all. So that's a very
and you live in
important story,
Oklahoma,
yes.
right, Ed? No, you're in
Yes.
California, but I know it was going to be in Oklahoma. But here's the point. I've done interviews with really, really well-informed analysts over the past several weeks, all around the country, and I ask them this question, and most of them have no idea what happened to the Bank of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And if anything you all take away from this presentation, as far as I'm concerned, it's this. We should talk a little bit about what happened with the BRICS meeting, which is important, but not as important as this, because I think ultimately the banks are in big trouble. They're massively over-leveraged and undercapitalized in an environment where the reserve ratio, what the banks have had to hold until just recently for the last 4 or 5 years, has been zero. They didn't have to have any reserve requirements. But let's go back for a moment to 2008 and work our way forward. In 2008, we, the taxpayers, bailed out all of the banks, right? And the Dodd-Frank Act the following year said that will never happen again. That's illegal. We're not going to let the indiscretions of bankers be the responsibility of the taxpayer ever again. And instead, we will implement bail-in legislation. Now, most people I talk to have no idea what bail-ins are, and that's a shock. I would assume most of the people watching this show do, but maybe some don't, which wouldn't surprise me at all, because that's kind of been my experience over the last several years. Bail-ins replace bailouts. What are bail-ins? Bail-ins mean you are an unsecured general creditor to the bank. When you put money into the bank, you're not depositing money into your account. You are giving the bank an unsecured loan. And you are an unsecured general creditor, i.e. last to be paid. And if indeed the bank fails, like we just saw at Lindsay, Oklahoma, anything that's not insured, well, that's a problem. But if we go back to now, last April, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank failed. Oprah Winfrey's money is in there. She just paid $1 million to pretend like she's all for Kamala Harris. Makes me sick when I think about it, actually, and to pretend and then to take $1 million. So you talk about fake and phony. I don't know if it gets more fake and phony, but we bailed her out. We bailed out the Silicon Valley tech startups. All of this money in Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank were bailed out illegally. The Dodd-Frank Act says, no, you can't do that anymore. You are an unsecured general creditor. You are bailed in. Anything over the $250,000 FDIC limit is bailed in, which means it goes into the kitty to pay for all of the losses. And anything that is left over gets divided out pro rata, usually, I think, in the form of bank stock of the new bank. In other words, it's gone. But no one's seen that because Silicon and Signature failed. And all the banks that have failed subsequently have been gobbled up by JP Morgan or other regional banks. So no one has seen what a bail-in is. So there was a subcommittee, a Republican inquiry, I guess you could say, at the House right after these banks failed. And ironically, it was the senator from Oklahoma who says to Janet Yellen, Madam Secretary, you just bailed out Signature and Silicon, and that's illegal. You're talking hundreds of millions, if not billions, in uninsured deposits. That's illegal. What am I missing? The Dodd-Frank Act says you can't do that anymore. And she says, you're right, Senator, you are right. The bailouts are illegal, but this was an uber majority vote between myself, the President of the United States, the FDIC, and the FOMC, which is the Federal Reserve. And we deemed that these two banks needed to be bailed out because they were systemic to the marketplace. It would have brought down the system. Again, showing how fragile the system really is if one or two banks can drag the whole thing down. And she said, we deemed that it was an uber majority vote. He said, well, does that mean if a regional bank fails in Oklahoma that my constituents will be made whole too? No, sir, they will not be. They will be bailed in unless it's that same uber majority vote between myself, the president, the FDIC, and the FOMC. Otherwise, they will be bailed in, not bailed out, which is ironic because just a couple of weeks ago, this little itty bitty bank in Podunk, flyover country, Oklahoma fails and no one cares about, right? They only had $7 million in uninsured deposits, just 7, not the hundreds of millions or billions that Silicon and Signature had with Oprah and the rest of the tech startups that were illegally bailed out. So the bank fails. And before I tell you what happened about the bank, what really is my red flag to you all is that there's not a word about this. Now, you'll find it if you Google Bank of Lindsay, Oklahoma failure. It's on the FDIC website. But to me, it's a trial balloon that is being floated in preparation for what comes next. Because you see, before I tell you, when these banks failed, there was something called the BTFP program, the Bank Term Funding Program, where the Fed came in and provided liquidity to the myriad of other banks that would have followed suit. Well, that just ended the day after the election. It's down to zero. And the overnight reverse repo market, which has been a slush fund for all of these banks over the last 4 years, well, guess what? That's almost down to zero, too. There is no liquidity in the system. And it's almost as if it's just the perfect time to pull the rug on this new administration. If the deep state had the power to do that, well, the setting is there for sure. Pull the rug, no liquidity in the system, and let some banks blow up with the rising of interest rates in the 10-year treasury, all of the commercial real estate that has to reset. Well, that's going to reset at higher rates. And these banks are already way undercapitalized, way over leveraged. And these defaults in the commercial real estate industry are going to have massive reverberations because remember, it's the regional banks that own 70% of all those loans and 70% of all the small business loans as well. These are the people that are being eviscerated. So I want to read to you what happened, only because I think it's appropriate to understand exactly what happened. In fact, I find it to be maybe the scariest thing that I've seen in 4 years, if you want to know the truth, more so than the pandemic, because people are going to get run over by this. And so check this out. First National Bank of Lindsay was closed by the Office of the Comptroller of Currency with the FDIC appointed as receiver. The OCC acted after identifying false and deceptive bank records and other information suggesting fraud that revealed depletion of the bank's capital. The OCC also found that the bank was in unsafe or unsound condition to transact business and that the bank's assets were less than its obligations to creditors and others. So let's stop there for a moment. Let's bookmark this part. Its assets were less than its obligations to creditors and others, whoever the hell others means, but whatever they are. But I want people to remember that. Assets, way less than obligations. Okay. The OCC is referring the matter to the United States Department of Justice, which has a wide variety of tools to hold individuals accountable for criminal acts and focuses on victims in all of its matters. All right, that's good. To protect depositors, the FDIC has entered into a purchase and assumption agreement with First Bank and Trust Company based in Duncan, Oklahoma, which will assume the insured deposits of the failed bank. Okay, the insured deposits. That's bullet point number 2. Number 1, assets are less than liabilities. Number 2, the new bank insures the insured deposits, or assumes rather the insured deposits. And by the way, FDIC, just so you all know, has about 140 billion in assets backing 18 trillion in deposits. It's less than 7 cents on the dollar. It's a scam. Let's keep going. So the First National Bank, First Bank Trust and Company will assume the insured deposits. The sole office of the First National Bank of Lindsay will reopen as a branch of First Bank and Trust and Co. during its normal business hours on Monday, October 21st, just a few weeks ago. All depositors of the closed bank will automatically become depositors of First Bank and Trust Company, and their insured deposits will continue to be covered by the FDIC. Customers are not required to change their banking relationship to maintain deposit insurance coverage. Okay, all of that, great. Here's the kicker. For uninsured deposits, the FDIC has announced it will make 50% of those funds available to depositors starting Monday, October 21st, with the possibility of increasing that amount as assets from the failed bank are sold. Well, remember, the assets are far less than the liabilities to creditors and others. So let's just boil this down to what it really means. You have $1 million in this bank, and maybe you're buying a home, and you have a construction loan going on, and you have $1 million in this bank. $250,000 you get right away. You're gonna get that back. That leaves $750,000 in uninsured deposits, of which they're telling you get 50%. That's $375 plus your $250. That's $625. You can kiss that other $375 goodbye. It's gone. And if you get it back, the FDIC has up to 4 years to pay you any of the recovered assets, and it'll be in the form of bank stock of the new bank, this First National Bank of Duncan, Oklahoma. And so the point of it is that you would think, I mean, everybody knew about Silicon and Signature. My company added 14,000 clients in 45 days in March and April when these banks failed, and they were bailed out illegally. No panic, no one freaking out, no one saying, get your butt down to the bank, wife to husband now and pull all our money out because, our neighbors just lost everything. My point to you is this, that 375 is gone. What do you do? What do you do? And the fact that this hasn't been broadcast everywhere, CNN, Bloomberg, Fox, every news station, 60 Minutes, everything, is a big, big, big red flag. This is the first bail-in in the country, and they only had $7 million in uninsured deposits. So benevolently, they gave them $3 million or $3.5 million. That other $3.5 million is gone, and they will take that and use it to bail in the bank to pay the creditors and others because the assets of the bank were less than its liabilities. You are an unsecured general creditor of that bank. And I think people need to understand just how frightening this truly is. And the bigger question is, why is this not front and center news everywhere? Why is it buried in a tiny little story that if you have to dig to find it and on the FDIC website? Why is this not spoken about on every major business channel? To me, it's something you all need to think about. And if you have more money than what I would say is fugazi FDIC coverage in any bank, you're out of your mind, period. And if they want to reset the system, they really wanted to reset the system and move toward central bank digital currency. And keep this in mind. If you take the gross domestic product of the world, all of it, give it a value, the countries that make up 99% of the GDP of the world, every single one of them has a central bank digital currency in development or in operation right now. And it is moving in that direction. The BIS, the IMF, they all have CBDC platforms. And if you wanted to do this and cull the banks, as Jerome Powell said, expect more banks to be culled. Another way of saying consolidation, I guess you could say. One big bank, one regional bank, Truist, let's say, down here in Florida, huge bank, bad balance sheet, borrowed from the BTFP that's now expired. If they bailed in and all of a sudden people across the country say, my God, did you see that? Our money's not safe in the bank. It would create a massive run on the banks. And as that happens, the whole banking system implodes because all of these banks have zero. Well, as of October 1st, the Basel III initiative said they all have to maintain a 4.5% reserve ratio. They have 4.5 cents on the dollar. That's a well-capitalized bank. So if everyone goes to pull their money out of the bank, they don't have the money to give it to you. So they have to sell their treasuries, which are worth less than they are when they bought them. Their balance sheet goes upside down. The unrealized gains that the banks have are approaching $1 trillion. So these banks would have to sell treasuries. And what's happening to the value of the treasuries over the last 2 months? Interest rates are going up on the back end. and the value of the bonds are going down again. This is the exact same thing that we saw last year. It's like we're not learning from our mistakes. So this is something that I think is more frightening and more concerning than just about anything I talk about, and yet zero in the way of coverage whatsoever. It's something I hope people will take the time to do a little digging on their own and figure out the truth.
Andy, with this reality looming in front of us, what do you think would be a wise action? I don't expect financial advice, but what would be the wise thing for someone to do that had some assets in the bank? They want to pull them out. What do they do with them?
Well, I mean, that's the $6 million question. What do you do with them? I've told people that for a while that you could buy really, really short duration treasuries, which I have been doing, and you can buy them directly through treasurydirect.gov, which means you disintermediate. You have no banks that you're dealing with. You go right to the U.S. government and give your money directly to them. And I wouldn't buy it anything greater than 6 months. Even that makes me nervous these days. Of course, you can buy physical precious metals, and that's something we've done for 35 years. I don't think real estate's the place to be right now at all. Rates are going to go higher, values are going to come down, and people can't afford real estate now as it is. There will be values to be found. And the reason the residential real estate is locked up is that you got most of the country at interest rates of 3 or 4% on their mortgages over the last several years. So they can't sell and move laterally because the cost of money's doubled or more. So you can't take your mortgage with you. Where do you put your money where you can feel safe? I mean, if we look at the Trump trade, Trump should be bullish for stocks. He should be bullish for cryptocurrencies, and he should be bullish for precious metals and commodities because of inflation. And, there's something called the Cantillon effect, which is something that will become dirtier and dirtier and dirtier as time goes on, which basically says when all of this money is created, this inflation is created, it benefits disproportionately the upper 1%. The folks that can take money, get it very quickly at next to nothing on these low interest rates and put it into things like stocks and crypto and commodities in assets. And they don't care what happens to the cost of living or for gasoline or food because they're making so much in their investments. And as they sell those investments to buy stuff to cash in that profit, and that money then filters down through the economy. And by the time it hits the lower economic class folks, it's in the way of rising prices and higher prices due to that inflation. And it's a very dangerous phenomenon. So you could argue that while he will make our country better, and I'm thankful for that, his policies will make it difficult in the respect of inflation, price inflation. And to those folks who have assets, they'll probably do better off. But then you get into things like David Rogers' Web, The Great Taking. For your folks, if you haven't seen it or read it, you need to. It's thegreattaking.com, I believe. It's a free book. Instead, I would go to YouTube and look up David Rogers' Web, The Great Taking, spend an hour watching it. And if you don't want to throw up your lunch after watching it, I'll be shocked. It talks about the change in the universal, the UCC Universal Commercial Code, I think it stands for.
Universal, yeah.
And they've changed it so much that you are subordinate in ownership to the custodian. All of the stocks and the bonds are held at a place called the DTCC, I believe, and they are the primary in terms of ownership, in terms of what happens after they receive it and the ability to lend it out to other folks. And if they go bankrupt, they're first in terms of priority in terms of ownership, and you're subordinate. And this has stood already up to case law with JP Morgan during the great financial crisis. Everyone should check it out. And the point I'm getting at is that counterparty risk is something that I think people need to understand is very real and very pervasive. The lack of counterparty risk is huge. And so when you talk about assets that are simultaneously no one else's liability, yeah, I mean, look, you guys, I try to be objective. I do did 36 YouTube videos in the past 2.5 weeks. I'm all over the place. And if I were less than objective, I think that it would resonate very quickly. I try and be objective. I don't know any place better than gold and silver to protect your money, not only because of inflation and because the world is moving that way, like the central banks who are buying it at a level the world has never seen before, but because I think counterparty risk is very important to understand in a world that is as over leveraged and interconnected as we are. If one big bank fails, well, Janet Yellen says they had to bail them out because it would have pulled the whole system down. UBS had to buy Credit Suisse because it would have pulled the whole system down. That's how close it all is. And the interconnectivity through credit default swaps and through leveraged financial instruments and derivatives means this is very scary. And I think if you can pull yourself out of the matrix from, the video that was playing before I came on, it's very true. It is a matrix, and to pull yourself out of it and to have independence free from that counterparty liability is huge. So while I do own a precious metals company and I do believe very much in gold and silver, I try to be, look at this pragmatically and I don't know where else I would put my money where I would really feel safe knowing that I am free from all of that counterparty risk and counterparty liability, which you see one big bank failure, you'll understand exactly what that means. And that's why they had to bail out AIG, this massive reinsurance company, because they had insured all of the derivatives from all of the banks. And there was such chaos in '08 that it would have brought down the biggest insurance company in the world. That's the point. Everything is connected. And I don't think we're out of the woods yet in terms of that realization, certainly not in terms of what happens with the banks. So leaving your money in a bank right now with more than 250,000 per account is absolute lunacy as far as I'm concerned. So removal of counterparty risk to me would be the place to start.
Andy, I got a question about the moves to decentralize. A lot of people have been talking about it, unplugging from that proverbial money matrix that is an artifice because it's not rooted in a limited resource that provides some assessed value that we all agree upon or some come close to an agreement. How do we reduce that risk or exposure? It clearly comes to mind that even though we're not trying to incite a panic, it's to not operate within that system that is operating so far out of any kind of reality where gravity even exists, that we have an inevitability about what we're witnessing. The question is, how much are we going to be hurt by it or not? Or how much can we plan ahead and say, hey, we know this is going to happen. Here's the method to, out of the madness. And of course, it comes back to honest, just weights and measures, interaction at a local level that we're not used to because we've become so interconnected through globalism already. Whether we say we're against it, the reality is the monetary system as it exists, even as a petrodollar hangs on by a thread, we are all related and connected. But the question is, how do we reduce that risk? Some of which you've already covered, but any more insight you can give to that? So we don't want to, again, incite the inevitable panic when everybody figures this out. But for those of us here in the Red Pill Expo community with G. Edward Griffin, we're very aware of this. Now what?
Well, I mean, look at what the central banks have been doing. Not only have they been shedding dollars, minimizing their exposure to the dollar, they have been selling treasuries and minimizing their exposure to the treasury market. And they have been accumulating commodities. Zoltan Pozsar, one of the smartest men I know, says we are now in Bretton Woods 3, a system that will be all about transparency in commodities, no longer trusting opaque debt instruments from an insolvent government. And we are insolvent. We're damn well near 123 or 4% debt to GDP. There's never been a country in history ever that's crossed 130 without default, flat out default or hyperinflation. So we're right on the edge of very large problems. But I think you do what the biggest money in the world is doing, and that is to mitigate your exposure to financial instruments and look to commodities, things that are real, that are tangible. And that's how you stay free from the matrix. You own things that you own that are free and clear in your own possession. If you own cryptocurrencies, you want to have them in your own possession. You don't want to leave them on exchange. If you own precious metals, it certainly should not be in the form of ETFs. It should be in your own physical possession. So you have no counterparty risk. And then you accumulate commodities, and that could be farmland, that could be rental properties, it can be real estate. I'm just concerned about what happens with real estate as rates go higher and the economy gets tougher. But I think you prepare as if a hurricane is coming for real, and both figuratively and literally. There's only so much we can do, obviously, within this system. But there's the cliche answers: build a community around you and find like-minded people and whatnot. And all of that I agree with. But the reality of it is, you can only save the world one person at a time, starting with yourself and your immediate family. And that would be, to me, diminish as greatly as you can your exposure and your reliance on traditional forms of finance, and watch the great taking. You will look at your stock portfolio ridiculously different than you ever have if you haven't watched that show. I don't know what else you really can do, and that's the unfortunate side of things, but to prepare in every way you can, including...
Well, Andy, I have a question on that. You mentioned very correctly so that we have to look at real things, but yet we have this thing called the digital currencies coming up, and we have. Well, we want to invest in Bitcoin, for example. There's some debate of how real is that? How can we place that beside gold and silver and make some kind of a comparison?
I have taken a stance that our two communities, which have been adversarial for too long, shouldn't be. We're both kind of saying the same thing. We're both reacting to the same issues, to the same problems. And I understand why people will question how real it is. I mean, in essence, it's a digital algorithm, right? To me, it's not digital gold. What it is an investment that can make you wealthy. It's a volatile investment, a volatile asset. If you are going to own it, you definitely want to have it in your own possession. But I want to read to you something real quick that I think people might look at it a little bit differently. And again, I'm not a Bitcoin basher. I own a little bit of it. It doesn't resonate with me the way that physical precious metals do. But this, to me, would be the one thing that I would think about in that question. And I find it to be one of the most interesting comments I've heard by a central banker in my career. Over the last 4 or 5 years, you guys, I've called a lot of things right. This is what's given me notoriety. Somehow, by the grace of God, I was saying things 4 or 5 years ago that no one was saying, regarding de-dollarization, regarding what Saudi Arabia would do, the BRICS, the Belt Road Initiative, all these things I was saying when others weren't. And I put myself, I don't know if it's stupidity or luck, but I said it and I was right. And one of the things, or the primary thing that has allowed me to see these things, is that these central bankers will drop crumbs, little crumbs, so that they can say, we told you, kind of like the Bank of Lindsay. There's a crumb or two out there. It's not everywhere. If you find it, you can see it. And then you try and put them together. So check this out. The National Bank of Poland, and this is in your question, how can we compare the two? The National Bank of Poland has accumulated roughly 230 tons of gold, and they've been buying more than anybody, really, in the last year or two, one or two in the world in central bank acquisition. And the head of the Polish National Bank is a man named Adam Glapinski. And they asked him, why do we own gold? Now, is this a crumb? Does he know something? And I would think about this if I owned a bunch of cryptocurrency. Does he know something that we don't know? And I would also think about this in terms of your stock portfolio, in terms of your digital bank account, okay? Here's what he says. We own gold because gold will retain its value. Check this out. Even when someone cuts off the power to the global financial system, destroying traditional assets based on electronic accounting records. Let me read that one more time. Because gold will retain its value even when someone cuts off the power to the global financial system, destroying traditional assets based on electronic accounting records. Of course, we do not assume this will happen, but as the saying goes, forewarned is forearmed, and the central bank is required to prepare for even the most unfavorable conditions. That is why we see a special place for gold in our foreign exchange management process. And then he says one other thing that, again, kind of dovetails with that. He says, after all, gold is free from credit risk, no counterparty liability. and cannot be devalued by any country's economic policy. Besides, it's extremely durable and virtually indestructible. Now, why the hell would a central banker say that? Does he know something that he's not telling us? Is that his way of clearing his conscience or alerting his friends or his family or his cohorts? Have you ever heard a banker say we own gold because when someone cuts off the power to the financial system based on electronic accounting records, that this is why we own it and it's indestructible and it has no counterparty risk? I would simply say to you that I don't have a problem owning cryptocurrencies. And President Trump said he will be the cryptocurrency president and will probably do very well. But to accumulate it and assume that it has properties like gold, it doesn't. It really doesn't. And that's one prime example. People talk about that all the time. What if there was a solar flare or an EMP and the grid goes down and the internet goes down? What happens? And the only other thing that I would say about that, again, I am not a crypto basher. I own some. But what do we hear so much about? Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. What do we not hear so much about? Gold or silver? What are all the central banks buying at a level the world has never seen? Gold. What are they not buying? Bitcoin. Yeah, there's a couple countries that are. And even when Trump got up on the stage in Tennessee, the Bitcoin conference, and said, I believe we should have a strategic reserve. Interestingly enough, it was right after that Cynthia Lummis, the senator from Wyoming, gets up on stage and says, I think we should have one of those too, the Bitcoin strategic account. But in order to finance that, I'm going to float a bill to Congress saying that we revalue the gold held by the Federal Reserve on behalf of the Treasury to a level sufficient enough to take some of the proceeds to buy Bitcoin. And it's interesting when you talk about gold, it's held in every central bank balance sheet in an account called the gold revaluation account. And the head of the Dutch National Bank has been saying we should revalue gold for a long time. And now you have Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming saying we should revalue gold. And that would be an option that I think would allow them to reset the system much more gently. As crazy as it sounds, why couldn't gold be 130,000 an ounce? Now, Bitcoin can be, right? No one has a problem with that. You put gold at 130,000 an ounce and the Treasury says, we'll pay any country that wants to deliver us their gold at 130, we'll pay it. At that moment, the 8,300 metric tons that are supposedly held at Fort Knox, which hasn't been audited since 1953, immediately offsets your liabilities. Now, is that crazy to think it could happen? Over my shoulder is Roosevelt. He confiscated gold at a value of $20 an ounce and then devalued the dollar and made gold $35 an ounce like that. He devalued the dollar by 40%. In essence, he revalued gold. Now, could that happen with gold held at the Treasury? I don't know. You tell me. But what are the better options? You can inflate, you can default, you can try and find a villain, Xi Jinping and OPEC and Putin. You can incentivize them to dump dollars and go the other way and blame them. It was those SOBs that did it. They dumped the dollar. It's their fault. Right. Or maybe you take the much more you take the way that no one is thinking about, and that is to revalue the price of gold to a level that puts our balance sheet on par, our assets on par with our liabilities. I don't know, but anyway.
Well, that sounds like a winner to me, doesn't it? I think
that's a possibility that could work. Maybe.
Yeah.
Andy, your knowledge and wisdom in this is very much appreciated here. And I was thinking about how do we determine who knows what is happening. You observe those with the highest degree of, vulnerability in what they're talking about, what they're doing. Whereas if you ask the people, do they really believe global warming is real? Find out if they have beachfront property when they're investing in beachfront. And they're like, oh, they are? Well, I don't think they think it's real. But this is a very real topic of discussion that will continue from this moment. And Andy, appreciate you so much what you shared with us this morning on the Red Pill Expo virtual stage.
Yeah, I'm very impressed, and you've taught me a lot just now, and thank you so much, Andy, for being on our show.
Pleasure has been mine, guys. I hope you both stay well, and hopefully next year we'll do it in person.
That'll be great.
I'm counting on it. I'm counting on it.
All right. Well, that's Andy Schekman. You guys can check him out. I'm sure linked up as well at the Red Pill Expo website. Remember to support those that are supporting G. Edward Griffin and Red Pill University. We have a number of those that we'll be featuring throughout the day as we did yesterday. And we have more talks to give today as well. And I'm excited about the next speaker, Ed. I mean, we talk about gold a little bit. I talked about silver and copper. Our next guest really talks about copper a lot as well, but in terms of its nutritional value, not just its economic value, but of course, if we don't have nutrition keeping us alive, what good is economics? So I think it's a very important topic that we see thematically run through the Red Pill Expo. People that have great knowledge of how to restore the frame of our functionality, right? This body that we've been given, which is a great gift. So if you don't mind, we will turn it over for the next hour to my good friend Morley Robbins, who has written extensively on this subject, and one of the greatest books on copper ever written, Cure Your Fatigue, CU for copper, in addition to other things. He's going to talk to us about the ugly truth about natural, in quotation, supplements. Morley, good to see you, buddy.
Likewise. How you doing?
Doing great. We're excited to hear from you today.
Well, I'm excited to be here and talk about sliding in right under the wire, but we're here. We're good to go. And very excited to hear Andy Scheckman talk about gold. And yes, you stole my thunder. You know.
Not intentionally, Morley.
No,
You'll take it and rumble it even more, and we'll let you go if you're ready to go for the next hour or so, and learn a lot from you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Robert.
All right, here comes Morley Robbins.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, or whatever time it is for you. I'm delighted to be here. I'm not quite sure how I bring up my slides. There we go. All right, wonderful. Hopefully you all can see that. So G. Edward Griffin asked me to talk about the ugly truth about common supplements, and I'm going to do that. But I'm going to put my spin on it as it relates to the importance of copper and ceruloplasmin. Everyone knows that word, right? That's the copper protein that's not taught in medical school that runs our body. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Now I'm trying to make sure my slides advance. There we go. So my claim to fame, if I have one, is I've developed something called the root cause protocol. And it's really designed to restore the natural energy production in our body. People have heard of the mitochondria. They've heard of them referred to as power plants. Well, they're really more like lighthouses than power plants. But the point is, the way they work is you've got to turn oxygen into water to release the ATP that runs our body. That's the way our bodies work. And we have 40 quadrillion mitochondria. It's, you know, if you go back to your high school textbook, you remember that fateful picture of the cell and there was 1 or 2 mitochondria. Well, that picture was drawn by Walt Disney and had nothing to do with reality. Most cells, average cell has 500 mitochondria. That's what really runs our body, is the mitochondria. So our focus is on optimizing energy production and minimizing what's called oxidative stress, which is exhaust, trying to get rid of or minimize the exhaust in our system. Oh, wait. So my slides are not rolling up the way they're supposed to. All progress is a function of men being unreasonable. And I'm going to be very unreasonable about my stance on this copper iron issue. But for whatever reason, Tuan, I'm not able to flip my slides in a progressive fashion. I need to be in PowerPoint mode and it's not working. Well, I started out my career as a hospital executive and then became a consultant. Spent 32 years doing that work. And I really, I developed frozen shoulder after 32 years of hospital activity. And that got me to my now wife, who's enjoying this presentation to my side. Because I didn't know what natural healing was. And friends had recommended I go see a chiropractor. Well, I was an allopathic brat. I knew that was dangerous. But long story short, Dr. Liz introduced me to natural healing, and she introduced me to a phrase I'd never heard before, the innate healer. I'd never heard that phrase in 32 years of working in hospitals. And so I was really struck by that. I made a personal commitment. I was going to find out who this innate healer was, and started with two questions. Why is everyone so sick? Because I've done a lot of forecasting of disease in my many years of being a hospital planner and strategist. But I was also intrigued by the issue of anemia. How does anemia exist on a planet where it's the number one element on planet Earth is iron? Made no sense to me. What I discovered, what's hiding behind the little warning sign that you can't see, is the protein ceruloplasmin, and it is a very powerful part of our anatomy. It has 6 copper atoms inside it, and it is running the show, as opposed to me running the show. This is just flipping through slides, and I have no control over it.
So where are we?
I'm trying to use PowerPoint, but it's not letting me load my slides the way I'm used to.
The only thing I did was clear the screen up.
No, I know. I understand.
I ain't on the PowerPoint. I never seen you PowerPoint.
Well, now I can't move my slides.
I wish I knew, because I would have ran it myself.
No, I can't. Now I can't run my slides.
All right. So I had to.
I'm experiencing technical difficulties.
My end is telling me to show him what he's doing, so his end can see. You're telling me to close up on him. Stop. So it's like I don't know what to do. I don't know nothing about the PowerPoint.
Okay. I don't think we're going to get anywhere.
Yeah. All right.
Robert, I don't know what to say. I don't think this is working on my end, unfortunately. So I don't know what to do. I'll just do it from here. It's not going to be quite the same. We're going to find out what kind of tea I am as the water gets hotter, right? For those of you who haven't read this book, Dirt to Soil, I would highly recommend it. It's an amazing story about how to restore the whole microbiome of the soil that allows us to grow our food. Gabe Brown's done a masterful job, but he has a reference in the article about a friend of his, Don Campbell, who says, if you want to make small changes, change how you do things, but if you want to make major changes, change how you see things. And what I'm going to introduce you to is, just as you've used a kaleidoscope, a slight twist is really going to change the way you see the picture. And that's really what I'm going to try to do, is change your perspective of where the problem is in our body. I'm sure you are all familiar with the mythology running medicine and nutrition. There is a ton of it. We know about the cholesterol myth and the saturated fat myth and the salt myth and the calcium myth. We know that those are all lies. That has been proven now. You may be learning that sugar is a problem, mercury is a problem, and fluoride is a problem. The myth that you may not be familiar with is that, in fact, the need for more vitamin D, that's just another myth. And as I note here in the corner, we have been misled and misfed. And I have a lot of documentation, which I can't get into right now. But I assure you, if your goal is to have more energy, if your goal is to have less symptoms, if your goal is to eliminate those symptoms, you want to have more retinol in your diet, not vitamin D. Retinol is, in fact, what makes copper bioavailable. And hopefully by the end of the hour, you'll have a better working knowledge of that. Many, many years ago, Alexis de Tocqueville said, it's easier for people to believe a simple lie than the complex truth. But unfortunately, the masses line up for the simple but wrong answer. The complex but true answer is it's more complicated It's more demanding, it's more rigorous. It's where we hang out in the root cause protocol. And you can see that there are fewer people on that path than the one to the left. Looking at the number one cause of death on the planet since, I think, 1910, so it's been over 100 years, we have been taught that cholesterol causes heart disease. We've been well trained in that. And now we find that statins are the number one product on planet Earth at $1 trillion a year. It's the only $1 trillion product on the market. But regrettably, it's completely wrong. The whole basis is wrong. Turns out that the more complicated answer is that cholesterol, in fact, absorbs light. It absorbs the photons. It takes 11 molecules of oxygen to make a molecule of cholesterol. Oxygen has photodynamic energy, which is critical in the process of our physiology, but it's only made possible by the actions and the activation of bioavailable copper. We know that people in the northern climates have less light and more cholesterol and less vitamin D because of the light properties that exist within our body. What many people may not know is that cholesterol is the precursor to vitamin D. So it's a fascinating question is, how did the nation with the highest cholesterol, being America, have the lowest vitamin D? Well, it isn't an issue of sunlight. It's an issue of the fact that we can't enzymatically convert the chemicals properly to what we're trying to do. And ultimately, what's important to understand is that there are 80 anatomical and chemical and physiological defects in a copper deficient heart. That's the genius of Leslie Clavet. For anyone who happened to be watching the Weston A. Price conference just last week, you know that Dr. Clavet spoke. He's in his 90s now. He's 90 years old. He's an absolute genius when it comes to cardiology and copper. And I think he's one of the great misunderstood practitioners on the planet. So recently, a colleague from London reached out to me, and she had trained at King's College of Naturopathic Medicine. It's a very rigorous program in London. She's also trained with the Institute of Functional Medicine, a very highly respected program. She shared with me that she was anemic and her son was copper toxic. And I said, well, then why you want to talk to me? And she laughed and she said, well, actually, I've got many clients who are told that they're anemic, that they have low ferritin, they're getting iron infusions, iron supplements, and they're getting worse. I said, okay, now I understand. And so she shared with me what's hiding behind here on the left side is the 750-page textbook that she was trained by. And I said, well, let's give that book a run for its money. I said, let's take a look at two words. I said, let's see if the book has any reference to ceruloplasmin, which it didn't. And I said, well, then let's see if it has anything about nutritional immunity, which is something that the concept was developed by British nutritionists back during the Second World War. I figured a program based out of London would have it. Well, basically what it says is do not feed iron to humans because it increases the prevalence of pathogens. And they refer to it as nutritional immunity. Neither one of these phrases, ceruloplasmin or nutritional immunity, was there. She was shocked. She sent me the page that starts out the information about the iron. And there's a very specific reference to the importance of absorbing iron. And what I shared with this individual is that you cannot absorb iron in the human body or any mammalian body unless you have copper. And so that's one of the great misunderstandings that exists on the planet. If you recall, we all started out in grade school. That was a lot of fun. And the goal there is to learn how to follow orders. I think we all graduated successfully. We learned how to read very simple books, See Dick and Jane Run, See Dick and Jane Chase the Ball, things like that. and we learned how to use rulers. Then we got into life. We got into the grad school of life. And what we discovered is that it's not an easy path to becoming an adult, and that we've got to upgrade our literature, like War and Peace, but we've also got to upgrade how we evaluate the world around us. And rulers may not be the best thing to use. We got to use our brain. And so what I've highlighted here are three organizations that I think have come into a new light in the last few years. The World Health Organization, the Food and Drug Administration, and the American Medical Association. What I'm trying to highlight here is it took us about 6 months back in 2020 to realize, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? There's more to the story. It took us actually 65 years to figure out the concept of cholesterol causing heart disease was a complete myth. 65 years, 2 generations before we teased that apart. And here we are a century later, after they coined the phrase iron deficiency anemia. We're still struggling to unravel that, which is unfortunate. But it's where we find ourselves. For those of you who've read 1984, you know that the mind game of that book. What is white is black, what is black is white, where citizens become enemies of the state. And what we're supposed to know and what we're supposed to accept is that copper is toxic and that we're all anemic. And in fact, the truth of the matter is just the opposite. We are swimming in iron. The iron fortification programs in food, the iron supplementation in our supplement routines, the level of exposure to iron on this planet is staggering. And yet we've been convinced, we've been trained, we've been brainwashed that we are anemic, and we've been taught to shun copper, when in fact, the truth of the matter is copper is missing in action, and the iron is stuck in our physiology, stuck in our tissue. And hopefully during the course of the next 40 minutes, you'll have a deeper appreciation for that. But on bended knee, what I would ask you to do is please stop believing the narrative that we are anemic and that we are copper toxic. Just let that go. Please stop believing that it's simple, because it's not. And please stop believing that your doctor actually gets it, because they don't. What doctors do is they're very good at following orders. They're very good at honoring the training that they've got. The mistake that doctors make is that they confuse their training with the truth. And they're two very different concepts. And so my goal is to, even if only one person walks away from this presentation and says, maybe I need more copper and I should stop taking this iron, that will be a great victory, a seminal event. And I look forward to that. So, very busy slide. I apologize. It's supposed to have a build, and you're just going to have to put up with my situation. I do apologize for the stress that I'm causing you. You can only imagine what it's like on my end, right? But I'm highlighting here a very important study that was done back in 2003 by the main author is Bruce Ames. That may not be a name that you've ever heard of. Dr. Ames is in his 90s as well, just like Dr. Clave. He spent most of his career at Berkeley, and during the peak of his career, he was the most quoted scientist on planet Earth. The gist of this slide is we're drowning in iron. It doesn't show up in the blood work, though. It's stuck in the tissue. And what is important to understand that is, as we age, we accumulate 1 milligram of iron every day we're on planet Earth. So if you want to know how much iron you have, take your age, multiply it times 365, and you're going to get a big 5-digit number. I just turned 72, day before yesterday. I made it to 72. And I've got 29,000 milligrams of iron. The male body is designed for 5,000 milligrams. A woman's body is designed for 4,000 milligrams. And so we have multiples of this metal that are raging through our body, causing oxidative stress. And when we use the term oxidative stress, a term that you're more familiar with is called rust. You know a rusty nail, a rusty pipe, a rusty car. What you didn't know was that oxidative stress, that this rusting process was in fact taking place inside your body. No one's ever told you that. And there's a choice that the body needs to make. Are we going to activate this oxygen to release energy, or are we going to hassle this oxygen, react to this oxygen, and create exhaust? And unfortunately, in the modern society, what's happening is our farming system, our food system, and our pharmaceutical system is designed to increase the amount of exhaust we make. And the term "I'm exhausted" is that manifestation. We're not able to produce energy. And that's the challenge that we find ourselves in the modern era. So we're going to talk about 3 seesaws. I'm going to give you one now. We're going to come back in a few minutes and do the other 2. But what's important to know is that hiding behind that warning sign is the symbol for copper, Cu. And the research that you're likely not familiar with is from the 1920s. It was 2 major studies done in 1928, one at the University of Wisconsin, the other done at the University of Kentucky. And what they did was they withheld copper from the animal's diet, little rodents, poor little guys. And when they did that, what they discovered, much to their surprise, was that iron was filling up in their liver. And this has been known for almost 100 years now, that if you throttle back on copper, you're going to accelerate iron in the body of the animal, humans included. So this has been going on, and it's not just in 1928. Jamie Collins at the University of Florida in Gainesville has done seminal work from probably 2012 to the current era with a whole series of studies, but a major study done by Lee and Gonzalez in 2021 that absolutely, at a genetic level, they were able to prove that throttling back on copper caused iron to rise. Very, very important to understand that. Oops. So you've been spared a very complicated slide. Do a dance now. The gist of the slide, though, is that please walk away knowing that copper is not toxic, that in fact, copper does too much. And those on the other side of that blue pill that we're shunning right now, one is afraid of copper and embracing iron. And it's no more complicated than that. And the point that I want to introduce here, and I'll talk more about it, is most of the supplements that you're taking right now are blocking copper metabolism, and you just didn't know that. Particularly during the COVID era, and by the way, I renamed COVID. COV stands for copper's vanished. ID stands for iron's dysregulated. Again, back to the research in 1928, when copper's down, iron is in a very dominant, very destructive, very stressful state of creating oxidative stress. That would have been a good thing to teach us in kindergarten. It'd be a great thing to teach doctors the first week they're in school, but they're not. There's no, their degree, you know, the doctors that you go to have degrees. Well, the main degree is MD, and it stands for mineral denialist. They have no concept of what minerals do on the planet, but more importantly, inside our body. And they are the catalytic agents that make things happen. But during the COVID era, many of us, well, I don't know that I did, but maybe people out in the audience were doing what's called the COVID cocktail. They were doing high doses of ascorbic acid, high doses of vitamin D, and high doses of zinc. Well, I've sensed right away that there was a very serious problem with that, because that's the perfect triad to kill copper metabolism in the human body. And there's a lot of long COVID out there. And long COVID is just a very funny way of saying copper deficiency. It's really what it amounts to. So the distribution of copper is very specific. It's very significant. Again, we've been taught to believe, and that 3-letter word lie is in the middle of the word believe. We've been taught to believe that we're copper toxic, when in fact only 1% of the copper in our body shows up in the blood. 99% is in our tissue. Almost half of the copper in our body is in our bone marrow. Why is that important? Because you can't make bone and you can't make blood without copper. Some of you may have heard of the hormone EPO, stands for erythropoietin. It's a very big name in athletics. You probably have heard of doping scandals. All the doping is to get more EPO. Why? Because they want more red blood cells to have more oxygen, to have more energy, to have more bling at the winner's circle. And so almost half of the copper in our bodies in the bone marrow. That's an important thing to know, because you can't activate EPO. You can't make it work without copper. That's a good thing to know. A quarter of our copper is in our muscle. Again, the muscles are producing massive amounts of energy to move us around, to get us to do the actions that we need to get to during the course of our day. Another quarter of the copper is running our organs, liver, our gallbladder, our pancreas, our heart, our brain, our eyes. Very copper dependent on our nerve endings. They're not organs, but they are nerve endings. But the part that no one's ever talked to us about is that 95% of this copper that shows up in the blood, that 1%, 95% of that 1% is supposed to be connected to this protein that you've never heard of, ceruloplasmin. Wow, would be good to know that. And the question that no one's asking is, so doctor, if I am copper toxic, tell me how the copper became unbound from my protein. And be ready for a very blank stare back, because they don't know. I can tell you why. It's because you're using ascorbic acid. You're using hormone replacement therapy. You're using antibiotics. I could go on for about an hour with all the chemicals that you're exposing yourself to in the course of your day that is blowing up the ceruloplasmin. And you're saying, oh no, they wouldn't do that, would they? Yeah, actually they would. This protein was discovered in 1948, so it was about 80 years ago. And Big Pharma has been demonizing it during that whole time. And you've never known that this is the story playing in the background. This is the ultimate red pill, ladies and gentlemen. You've never heard of this protein. You have no idea what I'm talking about. But G. Edward Griffin had the courage to allow me to get onto this show to give you the ultimate red pill, and I'm very grateful for that. I don't know what's going to come of it, but I'm blessed to be here, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to share this. So just know that there's more to the story than what you realize. Robert, I hope you're enjoying this. This is the ultimate. Can Morley be composed in the midst of terror? There's a big pool of magnesium down here. But the point is, this protein is very, very important. And one of our colleagues, Ben Edwards, coined this phrase. He said, well, it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife, isn't it? And it does so many things inside the body. And we're not able to get into the breadth and depth of it. In terms of my research and the time that I've spent, I've been researching this now for 15 years now, every day, 7 days a week, 2 to 3 hours a day. So I've read a lot of articles, about 10,000 articles, and many of them, probably the bulk of them, on articles dealing with magnesium and copper and iron and oxygen. Those are my 4 friends, and I spend a lot of time with them. But the important thing to understand is that this protein is inside every one of our mitochondria. And your doctor doesn't know that, doesn't know why it's there, doesn't know how important it is for ensuring optimal energy production. And one of the phrases that we use in the root cause protocol is ignore the enemies and ignite the energy. we're really trying to get people to be more energy centric and stop worrying about all these guests that are inhabiting our body. Because when your immune system, and we all do have an immune system, there's a blueprint, there's an amazing blueprint inside our body. When it has energy, it knows exactly what to do. And the part that we did not know, the part that was kept from us, the part that was hidden from us, is that the immune system requires energy. And so what the root cause protocol is all about is restoring that energy function to restore our natural immune function. Very different way of looking at the world. And it's not really not my idea. I'm thinking of some of the great scientists. Douglas Wallace is probably the preeminent scientist. He's up at Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania. He wrote a very important article in 2005 on energy deficiency, where he admonished his colleagues and said that the greatest glaring gap in allopathic medicine is that physicians don't understand energy. They don't understand how it's made. They don't understand the impact that it has. And so what we're trying to do is pull the curtain back on that. And in this presentation, this amazing presentation that you're not able to see, I make the point that I believe that ceruloplasmin, this protein that's a part of our physiology, was the original operating system before Apple, before IBM, before Linux, before these other operating systems. The innate intelligence that Dr. Liz was referring to 15 years ago, she didn't really know what it was. She just knew it existed because as a chiropractor, she was tapping into that innate wisdom. And that's really what we're trying to do, is help people realize that by virtue of your diet, by virtue of your supplement routine, and maybe most importantly, by virtue of how you deal with your stress, you're able to restore the natural intelligence of the body. And that's really what this is all about. To me, it's the ultimate red pill, is that you do have this ability within you to restore your health. And it doesn't need to be complicated. So bringing this Cooper perspective is important, because for doctors not knowing about copper, it would be like lawyers not knowing about contracts. It would be like politicians not knowing about the Constitution. And it would be like priests not knowing about the Christ consciousness. It's so staggering in its significance. And yet what you need to understand is that the world of copper metabolism, just the word itself, copper, is akin to Voldemort in Hogwarts Academy. They just do not know these minerals, but especially the copper mineral. And this is their glaring blind spot. They simply do not know. And so they know what they know, but they don't know what they don't know. And this is what this presentation is really designed to do, is pull back the curtain so you do know what's really going on. So one of my inspiring heroes is Einstein. I don't know that he was as talented as people think he was. Maybe Tesla was maybe an edge better. But the point is, he had some very powerful things to say. And I think one of my favorite quotations of his is, any fool can know, the point is to understand. And that's really what I'm trying to do, is get you to understand, how does our physiology really work? Not the foo-foo, childish antics that they teach on the internet, but how does the body, and it's not necessarily complicated. It's complex, but it's not complicated. And once you understand the simple elegance of it, it's absolutely inspiring to embrace it and to build it into your daily routine. And so if I suddenly went rogue, and I promise you I won't do that, I won't. Been working too hard at this. But if I did go rogue, and if I wanted to create metabolic syndrome, which is one of the fastest growing conditions on the planet, it's a very serious problem. There's a whole series of things that I would do to make sure that happened. I would go back. I would refine the grains and make sure that we are adding as much sugar as possible, that we could get to that bliss spot that they know about. Every item I think it's 80% of the products in the center of a supermarket, 80% of the products have a bliss point, and they know exactly how much sugar to add to it so that you still want the product and it's not too sweet. That's a scary thought. I would be fertilizing the fields with NPK. I would be eliminating saturated fat from the diet. And as you can see, all of these things have actually been done. We can go down decade by decade by decade and see what they've done to our environment and to our food and ultimately to our body. And it's staggering in its significance. And I would want to make sure that you have a lot of high fructose corn syrup. Why would I do that? Because that way I know I would prevent copper from getting into your digestive tract. And there's hundreds of articles about that very mechanism that nobody knows about. And I would also make sure that all farmers are using glyphosate. That would be a guarantee. Why? Because glyphosate is sucking copper out of the soil 1 billion times faster than it takes magnesium and calcium out. The problem we've got is we don't know what is 1 billion times faster. It's a concept, it's a word, it's a number that we just can't even relate to. Trust me, humanity's in the crosshairs right now. Seriously in the crosshairs. I was talking with a colleague, naturopath over in Arizona, and his comment was, Morley, I think we're facing extinction level events based upon these concepts that I'm talking about. And I said, I think you're right. We're at a very serious crossroads. And I think the fortune that we've got are programs like this designed to help people wake up, designed to get them to realize that it is much more significant than you realize, but the solution is a lot simpler than you thought. And so that's really why the program does in fact exist. So to round out the seesaws, it's important to know that iron blocks copper. The part that you didn't know is that vitamin D, that you're so wedded to, that you're so convinced you need, is actually blocking vitamin A, retinol, animal-based retinol. And what the part that you may not know is that vitamin A is essential to run the enzymes that load the copper that run the body. No one's ever told you that. And that you cannot make energy, ATP, without copper. The center of the mitochondria has a little pool of copper. It's called the matrix. Isn't that ironic? We want to get beyond the matrix, right? Well, I worship at the matrix. I understand the matrix. I understand how it works. And that matrix, it's very interesting. That matrix is blue. Interesting. And thank God it's not red, because then it would be rusty. It wouldn't be working. But the thing is, you cannot make ATP without copper, and you cannot make uric acid without iron. So when we are drowning in iron, our mitochondria are defaulting to making uric acid. And I met with the world's authority, Rick Johnson, a couple of years ago. We were talking about uric acid. That was his area of expertise. And I introduced him to 14 places where copper stopped the production of uric acid, where he was just stunned to learn that. And I said, Rick, my sense is that if we're not making ATP, we're making uric acid. He said, that's exactly right, Marley. You understand the physiology very well. So it was a very interesting dialogue that took place in that meeting. The five highs of metabolic syndrome are hypertension, hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, high cholesterol, right? We're all worried about that. And hyperuricemia, high uric acid in the urine. And there's a fifth, high insulin. The part that you don't know, the part that your doctor does not know, is that it's a lack of copper that causes all five of those highs. It's in the literature. I mean, I've got hundreds of articles to document this, but this is a secret that people don't know. And so you're wedded to a supplement routine that someone has recommended or you've cobbled together, which is fine. I understand that. But there's not a lot of discussion on the internet about copper and copper metabolism, and therein lies the crisis. And so we're very familiar with our computers and our motherboards. Well, it turns out that in the body, the central processing unit in our brain is called the hypothalamus. That may be a term that you probably have heard. That the motherboard is what we would call the HPA axis, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. Very important component of our physiology. But there's also another piece of the puzzle, which is called the modem. We can't, if we don't have a modem, we can't get the signal from the internet to run our computer. And so we have those components in our body. The part that you may not know is that, as we were alluding to at the very beginning of this presentation, is that if you want to kill the economy, we'll take gold out of the economy. It's very, very effective. If you want to kill your computer, if you want to kill the motherboard, take silver out of the motherboard. It'll shut down like that. And if you want to kill the human, take copper out of their diet. And that's exactly what's happened in the course of our lifetime. Since the First World War, massive changes have taken place in the prevalence of copper in the soil, in the food, in our body, and the design of medications that are designed to chelate that copper out of your body. Medications like Cipro, medications like antidepressants. I mean, there are scores and scores of medications that are designed to remove magnesium and copper from our tissue. They just forgot to tell us that. And they didn't tell the doctor. I'm not here to trash talk the doctors. I have the greatest respect for them. My heart goes out to them because they've been deceived just as we have as well. And so in the world of insulin, or in the world of diabetes, which is a major problem that we all have, many people have around the world, I think it's going to be 500 million people in 20 years. It's a lot of people on the planet to be struggling with sugar. We know about insulin, but there are a half a dozen other signaling peptides in our body that need to be active, need to be operational. And the part that you didn't know is that each of these component parts that are working with insulin are activated by one enzyme. And it's a copper enzyme called the PAM enzyme. And you've never heard of it. And I'll give you $1 if you can get your doctor to tell you he knows what it does. He or she knows what it does. And it's an ancient conserved enzyme that's copper dependent. And it's what turns on the signaling peptides. There's 4,699 signaling peptides in our body. Wow. It's not just insulin. It's literally thousands of chemicals that run our body. And what is silencing the PAM enzyme? Well, glyphosate would be the most effective way. High fructose corn syrup and antibiotics. Those would be the big three. And so if you have any aspect of those in your environment, you are sub-optimizing your ability to turn on the chemistry that runs your body. Very, very essential to your physiology. And so the point that I'll just make here is Robert Lustig wrote a very important book back in 2013 called Fat Chance. Great book. If you haven't had a chance to read it, I would encourage you to do so. But what he noted in that book, and it was published in 2012, he noted that he was comparing the amount of insulin being used in the 2012 period to 30 years before. And what he realized was that there was twice as much insulin that was required in the modern era compared to 30 years previously. And the part that most people don't know is that copper plays a role in getting glucose into the cell. It isn't just insulin. Insulin is a backup plan. And if you don't have the copper, then the body's going to default to insulin. Because it needs to get access to that energy. And so the world of food chemistry has changed dramatically in the course of our lifetime. But the important thing to understand is that we are not optimizing the environment that we live in because we are copper deserts. That's the real bottom line. Our mitochondria and our metabolism and our immune system are running momentum. They really are. It's absolutely, they're missing their currency, and it's very from my standpoint, it's alarming. That's why I was so grateful to get this invite. Very delighted to be here. But most of us are missing our batteries, and the irony of copper is think of your car. You know about the gas tank. Got to put the gas in the right, but copper is the gas. Copper is the battery, and copper is the catalytic converter, converting the exhaust into a form that we can tolerate. And there's 100 other things it does as well. And it almost borders on unbelievable. You know, the response that many people have is, Morley, if it was this simple, surely I would know about it. And Morley, if it was this important, surely my doctor would know this. We are in the throes of the ultimate demonic era that we can ever imagine. And we can sing chapter and verse about how evil the monetary system is. And some of us might know about the legal system. And some of us might know about the political system. What I'm here to tell you is, having worked 32 years in the hospital industry and now 15 years tirelessly to shut down hospitals, the medical system is just as evil. And I think we have to be red-pilled to understand where's the mechanism of breakdown. And it's so insidiously simple. I didn't believe it at first. I just didn't believe it. I didn't think it was at all possible. So the point that I make is that there is no such thing as medical disease. There really isn't. It doesn't exist. I know some of you are just like, who is this guy? What is he talking about? But there is metabolic dysfunction, and it's caused by mineral dysregulation. The mechanism is, if copper is in a deficit state in our diet, iron is going to rise. And when the iron rises, it creates oxidative stress. And what does that oxidative stress do? It causes magnesium to disappear. And so everyone loves to talk about magnesium deficiency, but not tell you what really causes it to leave the body. Well, we know within the root cause protocol what's really going on. And we're very prescriptive about what you need in order to improve your health. And the most important point that I want to make here is that it's bioavailable copper. That's what gives us, that's what grants us our sovereignty as human beings, as energetic human beings, because we are light and sound. That's all we really are, as energetic human beings. And that sovereignty is what allows us to have health freedom, which gives us medical independence. From my standpoint, that's what we all need. We need to get as far away from the lunacy that's taking place on this planet as it relates to medical intervention. We need to get away from that as far as we can, because it's not designed to our benefit. And so we created the root cause protocol, and there's a whole series of stops here. And things that we talk about stopping, I think, are very uncomfortable for people when they first learn it, that you should not be taking vitamin D supplements alone. You should be taking cod liver oil that has both A and D. You should not be taking calcium supplements. The body does not need that. What regulates calcium is magnesium. That's what you need more of, is magnesium. You should not be taking iron supplements. It's poison to our physiology. It's poison to our metabolism. Ascorbic acid, I could spend 2 hours talking about the dangers of ascorbic acid versus the whole food vitamin C molecule, which is 7 parts. And it has copper at its core inside an enzyme called tyrosinase that you probably have never heard of. And so what's one of the most important chemicals that's used in the food industry? Tyrosinase inhibitors, because they're trying to block the spoiling. They're more worried about shelf life than human life. And it's important for you to know that. There's some very simple things that they do to change the chemistry of the food that's going to change the chemistry of our body. And so there's a whole series of concepts that we've laid out in the root cause protocol, rcp123.org, or if you prefer the longer, just therootcauseprotocol.com. But we've laid it out. My book has the protocol in it, Cure Your Fatigue. And just know that there is an answer out there that's very prescriptive. It's been very successful around the world. There are tens of thousands of people that are finding that they can regain their activity, their vitality, and they're very excited about it. And so the RCP, the root cause protocol, solves what is called redox cycling pathology. It's a very technical term that's caused by oxidative stress. We're really good at putting that to bed, eliminating it from your body. And we just encourage you to keep an open mind and look into that. And so when you meet with a fact opposed to a prevailing theory, and most of medicine and nutrition that you're familiar with is a prevailing theory, it's not fact. You think it's fact, but it's not. Just because it's black and white on the internet does not make it fact. You should adhere to the fact and abandon the theory, even when the latter is supported by great authority and general acceptance. Well, this was coined by Claude Bernard, famous physician back in the day, and he was competing with Pasteur along with Béchamp. And the thing that you need to understand is this is the guy who invented the scientific method that's used in medicine. This is the guy who was the original theorist around homeostasis, staying in proper balance inside our body. And he's a very important figure in medicine that has been lost to the ages, but he understood the importance of being able to separate fact from fiction. And I really admire him for his courage to do that. So two more quick slides. And this is sort of an open note to the MAHA movement, the Make America Healthy Again. I want people to understand that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. If all this work that's going to go into making us MAHA does not incorporate minerals, then we're wasting our time. We need to understand the mineral foundation of our physiology, how energy is made, and how energy deals with the enemies, whether it's pathogens, toxins. All of the components that you've been taught to be fearful of are in fact kept in check by an energy-driven immune system. So we've got to change our frame of reference and really think outside the box. But if given a chance, if I had a magic wand and I had 5 things to do, I would make sure that there is an absolute mandate for zero tolerance for the use of glyphosate in farming, the Roundup that's being used, because of its impact on copper. I would mandate.
Hey, Morley.
How you doing?
All right, man. It's good to see you.
Likewise. Let me just finish this slide real quick, Robert.
Sure.
The chat. Mandate zero tolerance for the use of high fructose corn syrup. It's absolute poison in the food, and it's everywhere in our food system. Zero tolerance for any iron fortification. I know that sounds heretical, but if you want to increase your iron in your blood work, increase your copper intake in your diet and in your supplement routine. I would institute a 1-year course in copper iron metabolism, because there's no such thing as iron metabolism, and there's no such thing as copper metabolism, but there is copper iron metabolism. And it turns out that copper is the general and iron is the grunt. And last but not least, I would institute mandatory ferroxidase testing. It's like a term you've never heard, but the important point is this is a $4 test that would tell us the vitality and the capacity of healing within our body. It's a $4 test that's prohibited by the FDA. You want to change health in America like that? Make that test available. Make sure doctors know how to interpret it. It's a very simple test to interpret, and you will know immediately what your miles per gallon is, just like you rely on when you're driving your car. So I think it's important for people to know that there are very simple changes that can be made. They may seem somewhat heretical, but simple changes can lead to massive improvements in the health of the country. And I will leave it at that. And just point out, you're not anemic, you're just not aware. And so,
Morley, well
done.
done, my friend. As always, bringing it. If the people of the planet Earth would listen a little bit to what you've shared, we would have a far healthier planet, and the people on it, particularly those of us here in America where chronic diseases, has become so rampant. So thank you for all your research and efforts and communicating it out to the world.
That's great. I appreciate the opportunity and wish you well in the rest of the presentations today. And thank you again. Mr. Griffin, for letting me have this opportunity to share these ideas.
All right, Morley, thanks so much.
Okay.
Morley
take care.
Robbins here on the Red Pill Expo stage, virtual, bringing it as he always does. Remember his book, Cure Your Fatigue, and a lot of the great presentations that we have here. I want to see them continue, and that's why you see a lot of health-themed discussions. Because if we want to be able to, take that proverbial red pill and not keel over from side effects, we got to do better. Anyway, my name is Robert Scott Bell. If you're just tuning in, I'm MC and host and spoke yesterday. And remember, there's going to be access to all of these for, I think, another month, if what I heard yesterday. But you also have the ability to upgrade to the VIP and as well as the Q&A, because they're going to be submitting questions to all of the speakers that if you want your questions answered, please support the Red Pill Expo and Red Pill University by doing so. So we're going to take a quick sponsor break, if you will. I got a little bit of playtime here for you guys to say thank you to those that make this mission possible. And we'll be back with more powerful discussions, including Bill Jasper coming up on the UN Dragon. And Dr. Alfonso Manzo always brings it as well. So stick around. We got a lot more to do with the Red Pill Expo. Thanks for being here.
Every day, millions of people struggle with physical issues, such as aches and pains, fatigue, brain fog, and other discomforts that prevent them from living an active, healthy life. Did you know proper blood flow plays a critical role in our general health? As we get older, or perhaps due to injury, our circulation can become restricted. Now you could achieve better circulation in as little as 8 minutes. Twice a day with Beamer. Beamer is an FDA Class II cleared medical device that's easy to use, non-invasive, and temporarily improves local circulation. Beamer deploys pulsed electromagnetic field technology to target the smallest network of blood vessels in your body, known as the microcirculatory system. This unique patented signal safely travels through the body, allowing for better distribution of oxygen while eliminating carbon dioxide from your cells. Just think of this signal as gently massaging your micro blood vessels for better distribution of blood. Did you know the average American spends almost $7,000 on their health every year? With Beamer, you can improve local circulation in a natural, non-invasive way for roughly the same price as a cup of coffee per day for 4 years. And it's something that can benefit the entire family. The value of our health is priceless. People around the world have incorporated Beamer into their daily routine to optimize their health. And you can too. Contact your Beamer independent business distributor, Dr. Daria Schooler, by visiting daria-schooler.beamergroup.com to learn how Beamer can improve your life. Beamer, better circulation, better health, better life. Don't delay. Email Dr. Daria at daria.schooler@beamermail.com.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants. but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled. Save up to 20% and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Hey there. Thanks for joining us. Today, we're talking about Laetrile, also known as vitamin B17, and the incredible legacy of those who've championed it. I know, it sounds like a heavy topic, but don't worry, we'll keep it light. After all, we're here to talk about hope, not just science. At rncstore.com, our mission is to give you the resources to take control of your health. We focus on natural adjunctive therapies and provide access to products and information about Laetrile, a powerful compound that's often misunderstood. Think of us as your guide to navigating the wild world of alternative medicine, without the stress of deciphering your doctor's handwriting. This work started with Dr. John Richardson, a pioneering medical doctor who believed in Laetrile as an effective natural adjunctive therapy. No, he wasn't the type to hand you a pill and send you on your way. He was all about finding real solutions. His son, John Richardson Jr., now carries on his father's work, helping people discover the potential of Laetrile in the support of a person's immune system. It's like Batman and Robin, but with apricot seeds instead of capes. Now, Laetrile's been labelled dangerous by the powers that be, but here's the truth: it works. We have massive amounts of studies that prove it. Laetrile is naturally found in things like apricot kernels and apple seeds, and it targets abnormal cells while leaving healthy ones alone. Sure, it has cyanide in it, but don't freak out. The cyanide is released only in the presence of beta-glucosidase, like a secret agent with a very specific mission. Think of it as James Bond in a bottle, minus the tuxedo. G. Edward Griffin, author of World Without Cancer, has been a key figure in bringing Laetrile's potential to light. He worked closely with Dr. Richardson, his close friend, to expose the political and corporate forces trying to suppress it. If anyone's the Sherlock Holmes of alternative medicine, it's G. Edward Griffin, minus the magnifying glass, of course. At rncstore.com, we honour Dr. Richardson's legacy and keep spreading the truth about Laetrile. It's not the miracle cure some claim, but it's a tool that could help in your fight against degenerative disease. Thanks for joining us, and remember, sometimes the best medicine is the one you least expect, whether it's apricot seeds or a good laugh.
the Israelites came out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, they received the law, the 10 Commandments, received in great terror and with the overwhelming majesty of Almighty God. But they were free of overmasters. They got a republic if they could keep it. The record is they didn't keep it. Instead, they were consumed by idolatry. And what was this law? Don't murder, don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie, don't envy. Flip that over. Your life is inviolable. Your property, inviolable. Your name and reputation and your trust, all inviolable. Or, might I say, inalienable. That was the second table. A more succinct and practical definition of human nature I don't think you'll find. And as for the first table, it established reverence for the authority that backed the second table. Reasonable persons assent to the commandments, even if they don't assent to the authority that backs them. But collectivists think it's good to lie, cheat, steal, envy, and even murder in service to their ideology, which is their religion. I'm appreciative of Mr. Griffin in past Red Pills elaborating on the contrast between individualism and collectivism. He stated it's central to understanding what's going on in governance and politics, and I agree. The rights of individuals and expectations on governments that serve them are well defined. But collectivism, collective rights, what is best for the people, for the common good, or the public welfare, not defined. These are abstractions that are defined by whoever's able to write the public's thought menu. And to put such abstractions on the menu in exclusion to the rights of individuals is to play God, because they define them however they want and make that the religion that everyone must follow. You can't take religion out of governance and politics as long as laws are concerned with what is right, good, and just in matters of public interest. The only question is, what religion is being applied and how is that being imposed? The great nation continues to detach itself from the origin of the moral sense it once acknowledged, only to be seduced into new idolatries, particularly Marxism, evolutionism, and postmodernism. So get connected to the true reality, find the reason pathways to your creator, and regain the intellectual high ground.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me. I'm Lynn with PlasmaEnergySolution.com. The first time we went to the Red Pill Conference was in Bozeman, Montana in 2017. We were also vendors there, my husband Paul and I. We had studied plasma energy for several years, and after he was experiencing success with reducing amounts of insulin for his type 1 diabetes, improving his transplanted kidney function, getting off blood pressure meds, and eliminating cataracts, not with surgery like he used to do on animals, but with his eye formula, we decided that we would start putting it out there for other people. So what is plasma energy? Well, it's magnetic gravitational energy that is used to change the quality of the water that you're drinking. And it's done with gas in an atomic nanosolid state. This is what gas in an atomic nanosolid state looks like. This jar is about 11 years old, and the powdery looking GANs in the bottom, it's there to change the energy of the water. We send that out to you in vials, either glass or plastic, depending on warm weather or cold weather. And you can attach the vials or you can put them in a spray bottle. This happens to be Happiness. Whoops. Happiness. And you can tape them on the outside of your source water container. Plasma energy is economical. You purchase a vial of your choice or vials of your choice one time. Now, once you set up your water, you can share that with family and friends. and you can give them a vial of the water that you've just set up. The energy is just the same as what I sent you from one of these containers. So it doesn't diminish in potency. It doesn't have an expiration date. One of the benefits we found of drinking the plasma water is that it reduces hunger. I take no medications. I take no injections. I was a little outspoken about that one. So I hope you'll take the time to look at plasmaenergysolution.com, and thanks again for watching.
Welcome back. My name is Robert Scott Bell, your host and MC for the Red Pill Expo Virtual, this fall 2024 edition. Hope you're having a great time. The quality of the presentations just kind of blows me away every time I talk to G. Edward Griffin about it. I'm like, how do you do it? But he's amazing. And you guys are too, for being here and also sharing this feed with those that are desperately in need of it, don't know about it. Just don't assume everybody knows about it, because you do. So please share the good news. We are in session 6 now. We're going to start out. We got a couple of great lectures scheduled for you, including Jonathan Cooey, PhD, will be coming up in a little while. But first up, I'm sorry, that's a little bit later. That's in session 7. I'm jumping ahead. My apologies. We got Stranger Than Fiction session 6. That's going to be Alfonso Manzo. But first up, Bill Jasper is going to be talking about the UN Dragon selling candy, probably with all kinds of additives, preservatives, and colorings and flavorings you don't want. He says, don't open the door. So let's welcome to the Red Pill Expo virtual stage, Bill Jasper. Take it away, Bill. Do you guys have audio on, Bill? I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, it seems like your mic is muted, Bill.
How's this?
Ah, wonderful. All right, Bill Jasper, take it away.
Details.
Yeah, no worries. Here you go.
Blessed Sunday morning or afternoon to your audience, wherever they may be, to all you Red Pillars out there. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back at Red Pill. And I have to give a shout out of thanks to G. Edward Griffin for putting these on over these years. And I've had the honor of working with Ed for over 40 years on various projects, on articles and on books and on various video documentaries. So Ed has been a key patriot and an educator, author for many decades, as all the Red Pill audience knows. So Ed asked me to speak about the United Nations, and he gave me the title of "The UN Dragon is at Your Door selling candy. Don't open it." And this is a variation on some talks I've been giving on this. I have been a correspondent at the United Nations for over 3 decades, and have been accredited there in New York City at the UN and at UN conferences around the world for the New American Magazine, which I'm a senior editor. One of my co-senior editors is on the program, or maybe he's already been on the program, Alex Newman, who has taken up the task of going to these UN conferences. I'm so glad that he's doing it because now I don't have to. But if we can put the slides up, the UN Dragon is at the door. And let's see, do I have control of it now? Can I change them on my own here? There we go. So what is the candy that the UN Dragon is selling? Well, the UN Dragon on the agenda is Agenda 2030, and he's already inside the door. And its toxic candy is its SDGs. So what are SDGs? Well, SDGs, as many people know, but still quite a few people don't know about this. These are the Sustainable Development Goals. Something's a little messed up here. This is Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. This is the UN's Master Plan for Humanity. And Peter Thompson, the president of the UN General Assembly, said, and I quote, "The 2030 Agenda presents the world with what I have termed a master plan for humanity to achieve a sustainable way of life on the planet." A master plan for humanity. Now, a master plan suggests that somebody is the master. And most of us don't like to think of being under some master control. That means if somebody's a master, somebody else has to be the slaves. And really, that's what we're getting with the Agenda 2030. They say that they have 17 SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals. 1, no poverty. 2, zero hunger. That sounds good. No poverty, no hunger. Good health. Oh, everyone's for that. Quality education, number 4. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water. Affordable clean energy. And then on and on and on, blah, blah, blah. More globalist jargon from the UN. But what are these 17 goals really? And we'll get into some of these. We don't have time to detail each of them, but really it's about having no borders and mass migration. It's having mass surveillance, total censorship, digital health passports, global food control, energy rationing, travel controls, LGBTQ, LMNOP, DEI, ESG programming, CBDCs, that's central bank digital currency. Our previous speaker, Andy Schechtman, gave some pretty frightening, eye-opening information about all of that that's coming down the pipe. Depopulation, CCP-style world government. CCP, of course, is the Chinese Communist Party. That's really what the Agenda 2030 that the UN is pushing right now in its master plan for humanity is all about. But it goes much further than these 17 SDGs. They also list 169 targets 3,957 events, 1,351 publications, 7,856 actions, and it keeps growing. In fact, this list, which was on the UN's own website, was from 2 years ago. They have added thousands of more goals and targets and events and publications and actions, which the UN is claiming it needs to impose upon humanity. Now, I mentioned in the previous slide that it refers to mass migration and open borders or no borders. Well, if we look at the UN's own program from its main organization promoting migration, the UN agency called the IOM, the International Organization for Migration. In other words, it's not just about migration, it's promoting, it's for migration. It says this, quote, migration affects and is affected by all areas of governance and is therefore relevant to all SDGs, all being in caps, in uppercase. In other words, each of and all of the 17 SDGs and all of the targets and goals, etc., have to have a migration component, which is why the UN has been promoting, pushing the invasion on our southern border. I did an article here for the New American Magazine, Invasion USA, Globalist Summit wants to spur more mass migration. And this was about a summit in Geneva, Switzerland, where the IOM is located, where it brought together all of the various NGOs and dozens of UN agencies and departments to promote mass migration. And it brought together a bunch of the Soros groups and the other foundation-funded and government-foundation-funded NGOs and activist organizations. And they are the ones who have been promoting this massive invasion on our southern border. And the one heading this up, who we wrote about, is Amy Pope. And who is she? Well, she is an American citizen who was in the Biden administration. And she went from the Biden administration, from opening up our borders, to go to Geneva to run the IOM, the International Organization on International Migration, for the UN, to help push all of these mass migration columns across our border. Now, the mainstream media hasn't said anything about this. They've basically been covering this up. At the New American Magazine and in our videos, we have exposed this, but there have been some wonderful journalists, and Michael Yon is at Red Pill this time around, and he has been one of the major courageous reporters down in Mexico and Latin America, exposing the various UN agencies that have been involved in helping all these migrants come across our border, funneling them from Latin America. Now, I had videos from Michael Yon and from Todd Bensman and Muckraker. All of them had very good videos showing these UN agencies and what they were doing. But the program, the PowerPoint was too large. I had to take out the video, so we won't have any video there. But all of them have websites with very good video showing that it is the UN and its agencies and various other private groups that are funded by these agencies that are responsible for the migration invasion on our southern border. And of course, all of this is being presented as our common agenda, as if we are acquiescing in this. And who is the man here in the picture? Of course, most of us know that that's Antonio Gutierrez, the Secretary General of the United Nations, former head of the Socialist International. He's a lifelong ultra leftist, and he's the one who is promoting this. This came out. Our Common Agenda is a report put out by the UN in 2015. That is the one that launched the 2030 Agenda, or Agenda 2030, which is a follow-up to Agenda 21, which came out of the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. And that's what's important for Americans who are concerned about all these things that are happening to us, in this case, particularly about the border and the migration, to realize that this did not happen just a couple of years ago. This hasn't come about just recently. These have been long planned programs. This was Agenda 21 came out of the Earth Summit, Rio de Janeiro, 1992. I was the only conservative independent journalist there at the conference. There were thousands of other journalists from around the world. They were all cheering on Fidel Castro, the communist dictator of Cuba, when he appeared at the summit. They all cheered Gorbachev there at the summit, and all the leftists, but they all despised the United States. So we were reporting on this back then in 1992, and that's where many of the things that we're dealing with right now with regard to the global warming hoax, all of the climate nonsense came out of. So I wrote this book, Global Tyranny, Step by Step, in 1992, and went on a national book tour with it, exposing what was happening at that time. And then in 2001, I wrote this other second book, The United Nations Exposed. So I have to give kudos here to the man who set me on my path. Gerard Griffin wrote The Fearful Master, A Second Look at the United Nations, back in 1964, I believe. I was in college in a decade later, 1973, 72, 73. I read the book then, and that changed my life, changed my mind about the United Nations. I had been, like most Americans, a supporter of the UN, thought, well, this is a wonderful thing. We'll all sing Kumbaya, hold hands, we'll live in peace together. Ed Griffin's book changed my mind on that. It was very clear that the United Nations was not the wonderful peacemaking organization, that it really is an evil organization. So most Americans aren't aware that just a few weeks ago in September, the United Nations held a Summit of the Future. And this is very important because out of that have come a number of very threatening, dangerous programs. We had, you'll recognize there, Alex Newman on the right, and that's his assistant there, who's also one of our contributors, Andrew Muller, and they covered the Summit of the Future at the UN headquarters in New York. And this is one of our most recent covers of the magazine, UN Blueprint for Global Control. And they have some very good articles, both of them in there. They also did a number of very good videos at the summit. And there were three major documents that came out of that: the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on the Future. And Alex goes into those in detail in his articles and in his videos that are on thenewamerican.com. This one here, Behind the Digital Public Infrastructure for Global Control, that was on the Global Digital Compact. And it really gives us a picture of where we are headed. We're familiar with these mass surveillance video programs in communist China. Well, that is what the UN folks are planning for us. They want to have total control. Everything will be monitored, everything will be surveilled. And because our own government are assisting the UN in this, we are getting much closer to seeing this come about. Another major thing that most Americans are unaware of, unless they live in the Midwest, in South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, they're not aware that thanks to the UN global warming, climate change hoax, we have this huge pipeline that is being programmed to ram through our Midwestern states, through our farmland, take tens of thousands of acres of private property from farmers, and put this massive, actually there's more than one, but massive pipelines they're planning, and some have already started, to pump carbon dioxide. They'll take out of ethanol plants or out of the atmosphere and pump it thousands of miles to be sequestered in the ground. Incredible. This will cost trillions of dollars if they succeed in putting this into operation around the world. It'll be hugely dangerous because there are very significant threats involved with explosions from these things, as well as the enormous cost. Carbon dioxide is the gas of life. We need it for plants. We need it for growing the food that we are going to consume. Carbon dioxide is not a threat to the environment. It is something that's very much needed. So this is a video which you can see at one among many at thenewamerican.com. Rebecca Terrell is also a senior editor at The New American, very excellent writer and documentary producer, and she has interviewed many of the farmers and public officials who are fighting this in the Midwest. But it's not going to be restricted just to the Midwest. If you're not living in the Midwestern states, don't think that it won't come to state or community in your region. So that was, just a few weeks ago, we had that Summit of the Future. Just this past week, we had the Global Warming Summit, COP29, in Baku, Azerbaijan. And again, Alex and Andrew went all the way over to Azerbaijan, and maybe Alex will be talking about that here at the Red Pill. But while there, they got some very good video interviews with many of the participants, and both of them have been putting together some very good articles and excellent video commentaries on what's happening at the COP29. Well, so a lot of people will say, well, we have a new sheriff in town. President-elect Trump is coming in, and he is going to, this time around, make sure that we pull out of the Paris Accord, that we don't implement any of the UN nonsense on global warming. Well, that's not a done deal. And there is something that a lot of people are unaware of, and that is that aside from the US Congress and the president and their actions, which they may take with regard to not only the Paris Accord, but all of the other federal legislation and federal programs that are promoting the hysteria about global warming, we have a major challenge with regard to local governments, state governments, county governments that have all jumped on board the global warming bandwagon. ICLEI is just one of the major organizations. It stands for Local Governments for Sustainability. It is a UN adjunct which includes hundreds of cities and counties and local governments around the world, including 100, I think around 150 US cities and counties. But we wrote about this, if you'll notice the date on this article in the New American Magazine, you might not be able to see it, was February 10 of 2011. So this was more than 13 years ago, your hometown and the United Nations Agenda 21. Remember, I said at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, 1992, they brought out this mammoth plan for humanity called Agenda 21. And then in 2015, they changed its name and upgraded it to Agenda 2030. But in this article, we explained clear back then in 2011 that the plan was for the all of these cities and counties and local governments to promote all of the same agenda that we were seeing at the federal level. So in addition to ICLEI, there is the United States Climate Alliance. This is from their webpage. And their webpage says the alliance is a bipartisan climate action coalition of 24 governors representing approximately 55% of the US population and 60% of the US economy. So who are these bipartisan governors? Well, here you can see a picture. We got Katie Hobbs of Arizona. We got Gavin Newsom of California. You go across the thing there, we got Governor Jared Polis of Colorado, Ned Lamont of Connecticut, and down below you see J.B. Pritzker, Governor of Illinois, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. I mean, the whole deck, they're far left Democrats. These are the people who have turned their blue states and their blue cities into the hellholes that they are now. The drug centers, the cesspools, the bankrupt entities that they have become, that everybody is trying to flee from. But that doesn't mean they're going to back off at all. No, they're pushing forward. In fact, a number of these mayors and governors came out just since the election and said, we're not backing off. We're going to double down. So the battle still continues, and it's going to continue at the federal level as well. Here's another one of the organization, Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. And then there's another one that you see there called United Cities and Local Governments. There are actually a couple dozen other organizations like this as well. So many of these county commissioners, city councilmen, mayors, governors, they love spending your local tax money going over to all of these exotic places to fly around the world and tell the rest of us how we have to tighten our belts and stop traveling so much, stop eating meat, got to start eating more bugs, got to go vegan. But as we saw, Alex will show you from the recent COP29 in Azerbaijan, they were all feasting on steak and caviar and lots of meat while they're lecturing the rest of us about cutting all of that out of our diet. So we see here a good indication of who is really promoting all of this. Many of you watching are familiar with the World Economic Forum. At the New American, we've been writing about them for a couple of decades. But this is the World Economic Forum. That's the billionaires club in Davos, the ones who fly in there on their private jets. They're saying why the global digital compact's focus on digital trust and security is key to the future of the internet. And here we see the Council on Foreign Relations, Shaping the Future, Lessons from 20 Years of Digital Cooperation. Council on Foreign Relations is really the big daddy of all of the globalist organizations that have been promoting this move toward global government, globalism, for the past century, over a century now, since 1921. And they have become, over the decades, the power behind the throne. They are the deep state. They are at least the brain center of the deep state. They work closely with the World Economic Forum and the United Nations. Here we see Bill Gates. He's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation committed $200 million to expand the global digital public infrastructure. In other words, here we have the private billionaire funders working hand in hand with the United Nations to control the internet, push for digitization of all aspects of our lives. Now, this is a chart that was taken from the New American Magazine. We got a little bit out of order here, going with that previous slide that I had there. CFR is still the power behind the throne. This shows, we did an extensive one showing the uniparty in operation, how in both Republican and Democrat administrations for the past 50, 60 years, if not more, the Council on Foreign Relations has essentially been the backbone of the uniparty, making the Republican and Democrat parties both globalist in orientation and pushing for the same agenda. And that is why the uniparty unified to fight against Donald Trump. He was the first one to come along that wasn't really towing the uniparty line. Again, here's Bill Gates at the World Economic Forum. Here he is with Xi Jinping. He and Xi Jinping at the Bao Forum. They're great buddies. He loves communist China. He's been inducted into the Hall of Fame there for their science and engineering. Stephen Schwarzman, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Blackstone, another billionaire who's a buddy of Xi Jinping. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock at Davos. Now, what we see here is that they and many of the other top Wall Street big guys who are World Economic Forum regulars are all on board with transforming our world. That's, I have some other slides that we couldn't put in this one that show they want to transform our world. What do they want to transform it into? Well, they are very much on record with idolizing communist China's model. So we have some of the biggest Wall Street billionaire capitalists who say that we need to move more in the communist CCP direction. So here you have Klaus Schwab with Xi Jinping. They are pushing together the CBDC, central bank digital currency, which Andy Schuckman referred to earlier today. The CBDCs are, of course, a way in which a central bank, a central government, can have total control, financial, economic control over every one of its citizens. The man who has been most instrumental at the World Economic Forum in promoting the CBDCs is this man, Zhu Min. He is quite an interesting individual. So this is his vita at the World Economic Forum. He is one of the trustees of the World Economic Forum. He's also a member of the steering committee of the WEF's Digital Currency Governance Consortium. He is a deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund, a trustee at Princeton University, a group Executive Vice President for the Bank of China, Deputy Governor of the People's Bank of China. So here you see the top communist officials converging with our top Wall Street corporate, big pharma, big banking, big corporation. We see this, the elites coming together here from the communist world and the globalist corporate world to bring about what they call their new world order, this new transformative world that they intend to rule. Klaus Schwab says that the World Economic Forum is, quote, committed to improving the state of the world. Yes, you just give us all the power and we'll take care of everything. You don't have to worry about anything. So the UN and the World Economic Forum have actually signed a strategic partnership. So the UN, of course, is funded by all the governments, by taxpayers of the world, mostly the United States taxpayers. But they got together with the World Economic Forum, a private organization with no accountability to anyone, ruled by corporate billionaire elites. And here we see Klaus Schwab with Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And they signed the Memo of Understanding on Strategic Partnership for the 2030 Agenda. So yes, they are joined at the hip. They are intertwined. So the Great Reset, the WEF plot to reset all humanity. They plan to reset humanity economically, politically, socially, biologically, morally, and religiously. And to do this, they have claimed that we are facing a polycrisis. A polycrisis is multiple existential crises. We have war crises in Ukraine, China, the Middle East. We have a migration border crisis. We have a climate crisis. We have a pandemic crisis, inflation crisis, drug crisis, human trafficking crisis. They've listed quite a number of crises. So, and one of the crises, of course, is COVID-19. And this was the book written by Klaus Schwab and Thierry Malloret, COVID-19, The Great Reset. This is one of the crises, and he says, will we ever return to normal? Never. Many of us, and I'm quoting here, many of us are pondering when things will return to normal. The short response is never. Nothing will ever return to the broken sense of normalcy that prevailed prior to the crisis, because the coronavirus pandemic marks a fundamental inflection point in our global trajectory. You see, according to the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, the world system is broken and all needs to be reset. They say that we have to reset the whole political, economic, social, and moral, religious system. We say there is a better way, and that is to get us out of the United Nations and extract us from the whole globalist system. Now, there is actually a genuine effort to do that underway in the US Congress. That is the Defund Act, which would actually truly get us out of the United Nations. The Defund Act stands for disengaging entirely from the United Nations debacle Act of 2023. It is still active now in 2024. It was put in the Senate, S 3428, introduced by Senator Mike Lee of Utah on December 6, 2023. And in the House version, introduced by Representative Chip Roy, is HR 6645. That was also introduced in December of 2023. These two identical bills would not only cut all funding to the United Nations, but would require the United States to leave all of these organizations, extract ourselves from all the different UN agencies, all the things that we are funding that are aimed at taking away our freedoms, and would boot the United Nations out of the United States. Now, that is something that many of us have looked at as something that we thought would never happen in our lifetimes. This is the first time that this legislation has actually been introduced in the Senate as well as the House. We've had bills proposing this in the House before, but never have we had it in both the House and the Senate. And so it is possible to actually move our Senate and House now with the new Trump administration to go beyond merely rhetorically attacking the UN, which Republicans have always been willing to do, but few of them have been willing to actually take real action that would remove us from the organization or even significantly cut our funding to it. The new Trump administration gives us an opportunity, and that is something that we should take advantage of. So what you see here is if you go to jbs.org, that stands for the John Birch Society, jbs.org, we have federal action alerts, which will give you an update on that. We have state action alerts. John Birch Society has been for over 50 years in the forefront of this to get us out of the United Nations and get the United Nations out of the United States. So we've, of course, for going clear back to the 60s and 70s, many millions of Americans have seen the Get Us Out of the United Nations billboards and signs around the country. Those are now in the we're in the realm of possibility of actually having that happen. It's going to take a lot of work, but it's worth all the efforts to make sure that the United States retains its sovereignty, that we extract ourselves from all of these dangerous entangling alliances, that we make sure our military is here to protect us and not to serve the United Nations or any of its various peacekeeping forces around, so-called peacekeeping operations around the world. So this is a very exciting development, and as one who has been covering the United Nations for decades, this is a great development. So I'm glad to take any questions anybody might have. And again, I urge you to go to thenewamerican.com and particularly to see Alex Newman's new reports on the COP29 UN conference in Azerbaijan and the UN Summit of the Future. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Bill Jasper, thank you for your presentation. Can you hear me, Bill?
Okay, I think
There
we're
you
on.
are. All right, Bill. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it very much.
Glad to be here, and hope all the folks at Red Pill can come on board and call their congressmen, their senators about the United Nations and tell them, get us out.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. I did see a reference to an interview. Well, it was unofficial that who was it? Was there was Alex Newman was meeting at an event, and I think he was talking to Vivek Ramaswamy about it. And Vivek said, "Yeah, there are a lot of good reasons why we should pull out of the United Nations." I don't know if that will manifest in this administration, but it would be lovely to think that it could.
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing up, of course, is the last time around, President Trump said he wanted to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. And we didn't get that completely finished, which was unfortunate because they had to deal with it during the whole Biden administration. And that's where the whole Green New Deal, the global Green New Deal got underway. And so it's encouraging that we have people even willing to talk about it now. For all the past years, Republicans were glad to criticize the United Nations, but whenever you talked about actually getting out of it, extracting ourselves from it, they wouldn't go there. Now there's been a sea change in that.
Yes, that could be a good omen for the future of the sovereignty of this country that we'd like to think is a sovereign nation, but subjects itself somewhat willingly at some level to supranatural governance.
Well, we saw that particularly with regard to the border and migration. As I mentioned, all these UN agencies helping to push the migrating hordes across the border. But when President Trump tried to do something about it, both in building the wall and in putting men on the border, stopping them, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Michelle Bachelet, former president of Chile, and a hardcore socialist Marxist who is the head of the refugee agency at the UN, said that this was appalling, this was shocking, that this shouldn't be done. And so we were getting attacked by an AOC, read a statement from the UN saying that in Congress, she read it there saying this was a violation of international law. So we're seeing increasing efforts in that area to claim international law trumping our Constitution, our national sovereignty. And when we have elected officials here, elected and appointed officials here, citing international law as trumping the Constitution, we're in deep trouble.
But you cite international law. What other nation has been encouraged to drop their borders and you know is openly welcoming the world in, whether they're here to contribute or take just from whatever people are producing in that nation? Is there another country that does what we've done?
Well, you know, in 2015 and 2016, we saw Europe. So the UN has and the big globalists supporting this have been particularly targeting Christendom. They're trying to de-Christianize the West. And so they particularly targeted Europe, which has pretty much de-Christianized itself, but they've attempted to and have succeeded. So beginning 2015, they began all the big invasions. You probably remember seeing, particularly Muslim and Africans, swarming into Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, all over France. they had a harder time getting in here because we have a big moat around us. So the UN and the Biden administration solved that by actually flying people across the ponds into Mexico, into Latin America, and then funneling them up here. So it's a very concerted, concentrated, deliberate attack on our borders, on our national sovereignty. It is truly an invasion. And hopefully now we will see a resolute protection of our borders, and that President-elect Trump, if he's, and I pray he still is able to keep dodging bullets, that he will succeed in deporting, because we have to, as you pointed out, aside from the other European nations, all of the other countries defend their borders. Mexico, if you're an American and you're going to Mexico, if you want to live there, you're going to have to go through all kinds of red tape and stacks of bureaucratic regulations before you're allowed. And it'll take a couple of years before you're allowed to move in there. And it's the same with most other countries. But we're told that we have to, even though we, through legal immigration, take more than any other country in the world, and in fact, some years more than all the rest of the world combined. And yet we're told that we're being too restrictive because we won't just allow migration. That is, people who are not coming through immigration, through the legal means, but are coming through criminally as migrants. So yeah, this is a big deal.
Bill, I found it interesting that, you know, they say international law, you're violating something, but under the law of nations, a nation has to have a border or it's not a nation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the whole myth of international law, yes, we have such a thing. The founders even recognized there's international law, which is treaty law. However, it does not trump our own constitution, which is the law of the land. And so they have used that phony argument to convince many politicians and many American citizens that, well, we have to go along because this is what the United Nations and the community of nations have decided. No, we have a bunch of globalist elitists who are pouring tons of money into thousands of lawyers who are daily at the United Nations and at these other international organizations coming up with new supposed laws, treaties, and agreements which they claim are superior to our Constitution. It just isn't so.
No, it's not. Astonishing. Well, Bill, appreciate you being on board for the Red Pill Expo and your presentation. Very important as well, as we look to find a different, or chart a different course forward that really honors not only the sovereignty of all nations, and ours in particular here in the United States, but the sovereignty of each individual as well, which is his or her own nation as well, under what we call the common law. But we've lost sight of so much of these basic concepts that we're treading in dangerous international waters without knowing the rules.
Well, we have an opportunity now, as Andy Schuckman pointed out. We're in a very deep hole, and yes, it's going to be very difficult to get out of it. We're not going to get out of it unscathed. And that certainly applies with regard to all the many things that we're plugged into with the United Nations, because that involves also the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank.
Right.
So we have to just be resolute about it, recognize that President Trump cannot, no single person can do it on their own. It's going to take a concerted effort by every American.
Yeah. Bill, well, thanks for being on board today. We've got the next lecturer scheduled here, and appreciate you so much for participating and supporting the Red Pill Expo.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Well, that's Bill Jasper, and we've got some more healing discussions and some very innovative discussions coming up from Dr. Alfonso Manzo in just a moment. Just want to say a quick thank you once again to those who support this message, support G. Edward Griffin and the Red Pill Expo, Red Pill University, of course, Reality Zone and all of that. Remember, they're doing some giveaways. Those of you who have upgraded to like the lottery and the VIP, including my friend Bobry Oren, who came originally from the former Soviet Union, Georgia, but this was developed, the Folium products he brought over and improved upon, the Folium PX, after the nuclear disaster of Chernobyl in 1986. And it's a multiple award-winning company. They've got validations, scientific validations on the Folium, and it's also helped Ed. It's helped my mother at 89 and 90 years of age to get back on her dancing feet. So appreciative of that as well. Shout out to our friends at Cardio Miracle. I know they're doing amazing work and very, very patriotic company that loves freedom and supports and is supportive of the Red Pill Expo and G. Edward Griffin. If you purchase any Cardio Miracle, use the code RSB10 soon, and a lot of credit will come back in support for the ongoing needs here at the Red Pill Expo and Red Pill University. So let's continue on. I believe we have our next speaker ready. We are in session 6 still. And Dr. Alfonso Manzo, I've had him on my show a couple of times now, just last week in preview of this event. And I was just blown away with the information that he was presenting. And not a lot impresses me. I've been in the health sector, if you will, natural health sector for 30 years. But he's bringing out some beautiful insights and principles that you can apply in your own life. And so Dr. Alfonso Manzo will be sharing the scientific foundation for healing with hands. And you can do it too. So let's welcome to the Red Pill Expo stage, Dr. Alfonso Manzo. Alfonso, you there?
Yes, I am.
There you are. Good to see you, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, grateful
Show
for
my
you
eyes.
and looking forward for your presentation here.
Yes.
So take it away.
All right. I can do that. Okay. Hello, everyone. I got my slides up here, so this is great. One of the things I just want to mention right at the beginning, we're going to be talking about the Aleph Top body system. So I've been working with a system like this for almost 20 years. And the Aleph Top body system is the last 14 years of my work taking other systems that were very similar and then testing them to find out what was true, what was not, trying to measure it all, map it all out. And so this is what we have. So one thing that's going to make this a little bit unique is I'm not going to talk for an hour on the science and history of energetic healing and what we might call biophysics or energy medicine, stuff like that. We're going to get in a little bit of the history and the science, but what we're really going to spend the majority of the time is actually giving you real life hands-on examples. This is kind of something I've been doing a lot more lately with recent activities in my own life, which I don't know if I have time to get into, but let's just say I've been at battle with the powers that be, and they don't like what I'm doing. And just thinking about where were we going to be right now? We really didn't know. We know how the election turned out now, but we have a lot of work to do. But what happens if internet went out, or the power grid went down, or the financial system crashes? What happens if we don't have all of our technologies and our supplements and our herbs and our homeopathics? What happens if you just have your hands? And that was it. Well, you could still save your life or a life of a loved one or bring great healing with just your hands if you know how to use them. So a lot of the presentation is going to be me just showing you exactly how you can use your hands to do things like maybe stopping palpitations or AFib or heart attack, stopping bleeding, not with pressure, not with any tools, just by physics, the way the energy flows in the body and how you place your hands on the body. So I just want you to know that. Second thing that's really important to note is there's no way you're going to memorize all this stuff at one time. Okay. So what we did is you're obviously watching the live stream on the Red Pill website. So if you scroll down underneath the live stream and you see the description of all these speakers, underneath my name is this exact PDF PowerPoint that you can download. So that way you have all this information at your fingertips and you don't have to memorize it all, because I know what's going to happen. I don't want you freaking out going, oh, how am I have to write all this down. You don't have to write it all down. You can simply just go down there, download it, and then you have it at your fingertips. Okay, so let's jump right in now. What is the Al-Aftab body system? Here we go. And I don't know if, yep, there we go. I was just going to say, I think they have to do it. Only one other thing to mention is the PowerPoint slides you have are basically identical to what I have on the screen. I shifted mine just slightly so they could keep my nice face down here on the bottom. Is that the left? Is that what everyone's seeing? And it doesn't cover up any words, but you have the exact same thing that you can download. So the Al-Aftab body system is a Hebrew electromagnetic telecommunication system of the human body. This system is made up of the basic building blocks of all creation, the Hebrew letters, which control all the information for proper function, shape, form, animation of the human body. Now that's a big definition there. It's like, what does all that mean? Well, what I found out was there are very specific points on the body that act like telecommunication centers, and they send information throughout the body. And these control centers happen to be happen to line up perfectly with the Hebrew letters and have the same meaning of the Hebrew letters. So now I came to realize, oh, the language of God is actually written on the body. And what does this system control? Well, it controls your body's software. And it controls your DNA. It controls how your body looks, the shape and the form. Everything based on how this system is working is going to control everything else. So the letters control the system, and then the system control everything else. And I'm a believer, and I believe that this is probably the ancient form of laying on of hands that we would find in ancient script and ancient texts like the Bible. But the interesting thing about a lot of the ancient texts, they really don't tell you how to do the laying of hands. They just say lay hands on and they recover. And it's like, well, maybe they didn't need to tell themselves because they knew back then how to do it. But we've lost it. And we have no idea that you can do such powerful things with just the hands. So I have that passage on there from Mark 16:8. Let's get into a little bit of the science behind this, because there's a lot of other systems out there that people have probably heard of. You've probably heard of acupuncture and Chinese medicine. Those systems are real. They exist, but it's not this. This is a completely different system of energy in the body, completely different energy points, completely different energy pathways. And these points and pathways actually make up eventually the acupuncture points and the chakras and all these other energy systems. But this is kind of like the seed and the root of the energy systems of the body. Now, back in the 1900s, from about 1900 to about the 1970s, there was a man by the name of Dr. Reinhold Voll. And he was a German doctor. He was one of the first who wanted to see, could we really prove this stuff that we call acupuncture, right? It's similar, a little bit different, but still, it's an energy system of the body. Can we prove that it exists? Well, that's what he actually did. And he started using a very fancy ohm meter, kind of like what you would find on a multimeter. It measures resistance, and he started measuring acupuncture points. Eventually, there was a machine developed out of that, and a lot of technology today is based off of this, but much more advanced now. And you can kind of see the little machine there right next to my head. That's the old biomeridian machine, which came after Dr. Voll did this research. And what did he find? Well, very interesting. He found 100 times more resistance every time he measured an acupuncture point versus a non-acupuncture point on the body. And he went, well, that means something. Well, I mean, they have all these points mapped out, and when you measure these points, they have 100 times more resistance than a non-point. Well, then he went further, and he noticed that when people would pick up a supplement that he had on his desk, the reading for the acupuncture point would change. And then he spent years studying this, and he realized that the basic truths that we now understand in the holistic health field and in energy medicine or biophysics, which is you do have an energy field. And anytime you come into contact with anything, like if I pick up my glass of water, if I pick up a supplement, your body is instantly communicating with that substance based on its energetic signature. Now, most people would say this would be a frequency. So most of you have probably heard everything has a frequency. Well, that's only half truth. There's a lot of layman stuff out there. That's actually not true. Everything doesn't have a frequency. Everything has an energetic signature. Okay. Hydrogen, frequency. Oxygen, there's a frequency. You take 2 hydrogen and you mix it with 1 oxygen. Now you have water. Water is made up of more than 1 frequency because it's a 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. So the energetic signature of water is like its energetic fingerprint. It's what makes that substance unique from every other substance, and it's made up of all the frequencies that make up that substance. So it's better to actually call that an energetic signature. It's the signature of that substance. Okay, so everything has an energetic signature, and our body works based on frequency communication through light. So we're going to talk about plasma, and I've seen a lot of commercials and some of the other presenters. We're talking about plasma and plasma physics. Great to see. That's one of my specialties. So you actually have a plasma system of energy in the body. Now, there's a lot of things that we could call plasma. Plasma is not just structured water. The pure form of plasma in the entire world would be a form of light. And then it's light that travels through different substances. It could travel through a gas, a liquid, even solids. But plasma state is uniquely different from a gas, liquid, and solid. So that's what he noticed. Things would change. Your body is automatically picking up on supplements. And today you might have heard of people who are practitioners or just laymen who do muscle testing. And you can pick something up and they can test how strong and weak your muscle is by holding something. Well, how's that working? Well, that's because your body is automatically communicating with the energetic signature of the substance you're holding, because your body has innate wisdom. That's what separates holistic healthcare from allopathic medicine. All holistic medicines around the world, it doesn't matter what form of medicine you're talking about, if it's holistic, the fundamental belief is we do have an innate wisdom that our creator created, and the body's innate wisdom is what can heal the body. The body heals itself. The body knows what it needs and knows how to heal itself if you give it what it needs from nature that the creator put here for us. So those responses is your body responding to, yes, I need it. No, I don't want it. That's poison. Get it away from me. Your body is telling you this information all the time. We've been so dumbed down, we don't know it. Well, now he went on and worked with Dr. Jean Claude, and what they did, the next step was injecting radioactive isotopes into acupuncture points. Kind of crazy. I don't know who signed up for that job, but they did it. And of course, radioactive isotopes are used in the medical community. A lot of times people are probably familiar with this when you go in because digestion's not working and they make you drink this chalk-like stuff, and that's radioactive isotopes. And then they're able to see through the body and see how the stuff is, the liquid is traveling through your digestive system to see if there's a blockage or what's going on. And so they did this, and then they were looking in the body, and you can see his book there. And to the right, there are 2 pictures. The top one is what happened when they injected into non-acupuncture points. The radioactive isotopes didn't go anywhere. They just dissipated. Okay. Nothing. Then they injected them into acupuncture points. And lo and behold, what happened? The radioactive isotopes started flowing along these invisible channels that we cannot see with the naked eye, that the Chinese call the meridians. And they mapped these out, and they found out the Chinese were about 95% accurate with their thousands of years old drawings of what they say these pathways look like in the body. So, and I think I had this in the previous slide or the slide before. This was done almost 90 years ago, folks. 90 years ago. And I guarantee that most of your medical doctors are still going to tell you that Chinese medicine is a bunch of hooey and there's no such thing as energy fields in the body. And you have really overzealous religious folks who tell me, oh, this is witchcraft and nonsense. And it's like, nope, this isn't witchcraft. I'm sorry. Satan didn't sneak in and put these systems into your body. This is intelligent design. The creator put these on your body, and we can now measure them. And we've been measuring them for over 90 years, although the medical community has no understanding of any of this stuff. And the technology is so much greater now, 90 years later. None of it is used in the allopathic medical field. They still think this is nonsense, even though we can trace it in the body. How about anatomical proof that energy points actually do exist on the body? Well, it's not the greatest picture, but it will work. What you're seeing is all these lines, the red lines here. Overall, what you're seeing is the dermis and the epidermis. Now, dermis is the name of the skin. Epidermis is the outer layer of skin. So this is the surface of the skin of a person's arm. It's 100 times magnification. And what you see is you have these dermal papillae, and in there are these capillary loops and a lot of sympathetic nerve wrappings. But what's unique is if you kind of look at the edge of the slide, you can kind of see a better idea. You see how at the edge of the slide, these little dermal papillae, they're not very thick. They don't stick out to the surface as far. And normally they're very far apart. But what happens is right here where all those arrows are, that's about the center of an energy point on the body. And what the picture is illustrating is that when you get closer to an energy point on the body, all of a sudden these dermal papillae are much thicker and they stick out much further to the surface of the skin, and they're grouped together a lot greater instead of being spread out. Again, showing us anatomically with this, or being able to see with our eyes, there's something unique at these locations in the body that is anatomically different than non-energy points. Non-energy points, they wouldn't be this thick, they wouldn't be sticking out, they'd be much more further away. And of course, there's nerve wrappings in here. So that makes you go, okay, so we can really measure this stuff, huh? Yeah, we've been measuring it for over 90 years. So how does physics work in the body? Biophysics, right? That biology and physics, two words combined. Well, the overall understanding is this. There is a communication system in the body. And when we're talking about communication systems, whether it's in the body or just your cell phones, what you want is in-phase coherence. That means proper communication, message received, the message has been understood. You don't want out-of-phase incoherence. And, you don't have to look too far until you see that. Just look at some of the previous leaders of our free nation and some of the candidates who were completely incoherent, and you just sat there and you went, do they even know what they're saying? Probably not. No one else does. So that is not what you want. And the perfect illustration of this is you are driving down the road and you have your radio on, and the radio station's coming in beautifully. You go underneath a bridge and all of a sudden you got that is incoherence, improper communication. You don't want that in your body. When you have a system of the body that's controlling hundreds of thousands of bits of data that then control all the biological functions of the body and all the chemical reactions in the body, you don't want that getting messed up. And by the way, this is something, that I've been trying to teach for probably over 20 years. I was teaching about this in the 90s about EMFs and cell phones and how they actually work and how they affect the body. And this is the most basic understanding that you can give anyone. And now we're finally getting to the point where the science is catching up and people were understanding it. Although we had the science years ago to tell us this stuff wasn't going to be good for us and they didn't care. They dismissed it. But Anyways, it's this simple. All the man-made electrical devices, what they do is they interfere with your body's communication systems. So what could possibly go wrong? Well, anything. What's going to go wrong is your weak link. That's what's going to go wrong. So what could EMFs and RFs and all these things cause to the body? Well, just about anything, because they're interrupting your body's communication system. Now, one way to think of the energy in the body, especially what we're going to talk about with the Aleph Tau body, since it's more of like a biophysics, is the idea of thinking of it like water flowing through the body. It's kind of hard to get the idea with electricity, but you can get there if you think of a normal circuit. But the water is a little bit better, because what happens is you have the energy traveling through this pipe, and you see there is proper circulation and resonance. So if you think of tuning forks, you hold up one tuning fork and you hit it, and if you hold up another tuning fork that's at the same frequency, it will start vibrating at the same time. We would call that resonance. And this is what we want for proper health and wellness. Now, if someone was to step on that hose, you now have two issues. On one state, you have a stress state where there's too much and there's an overwork, the water or the energy is building up. And on the opposite side, you have a weakened state where there's just a trickle of water coming through. And this is why I think it's better to think of it sometime as water. And because you don't want to think of it as energy is blocked. Okay, if energy was blocked in the body, you'd be dead. As soon as the energy is blocked, you're dead. So the energy doesn't really ever get completely blocked until you die. What happens is the energy gets congested. Okay, how much of a congestion is there? Is there 5%? Is there 10%? 100%? 100% would be pretty bad, but you have energy on both sides of the body. So if it was 100% on one side, you might go into something like a coma. You might not be dead yet, but you're halfway there. Whereas if we think of the idea of blocked, it's not really the right way to think of it. We should be thinking of it as congestion. How much flow are you lacking? How much information is not now getting through to the parts of the body that need the information to work correctly? So when you have the proper in-phase coherence, you have a nice flow and no one stepping on the hose. So this is what we want to think of. And this is why it's a major issue with the modern medical system and allopathic medicine, because this means that most of the time, the cause to your health problems are not where the symptoms are. The symptoms are only an indication that there's dysfunction. The whole idea of disease is really ridiculous. I don't deal with disease. I'm not licensed to diagnose diseases, and I think the whole idea of diseases are ridiculous. You're paying all this money for someone to give you a name to your symptoms. Meanwhile, if you ask them, well, what's the cause? They never know. They never know the cause. But they do have drugs for you, and they do have surgery. And this is where the missing link is. What happens if you very badly damaged your big toe, and the next thing you know, you had migraines, headaches, seizures, convulsions? Yes, that can happen. Why? Because there's pathways that begin in the big toe and come all the way up into the brain. And when you understand this idea that how the energy travels through the body, and that pathway has to get through there, a damaged toe could lead to problems in the brain. But if you don't know the pathways exist there, you don't understand that, right? It's like your light switch on the wall. So if your light's not working, the traditional route is what? Well, cut out the light bulb and put a new one in. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, cut out the light switch and put a new light switch in. Well, that didn't work. Well, we don't know. Well, could it be that somewhere along that cord that goes from the light switch to the light, there's a problem? Oh, we don't look at that. Doesn't exist. Really? Okay. That's the problem, folks, right there. They can't get to the true cause because they don't even believe it exists. So other basic symptoms before we get into the hands-on here, I'm watching my time. I want you to get some of this hands-on stuff. Everything is energy. We know this. Everything in the body has a frequency, more like an energetic signature, as I explained. Bioelectric systems, that means your body's communication systems work via communication. All of the systems work based on communication. We need proper circulation and resonation. And when we think of the frequency or the energy traveling through the body, we should be thinking of active energy and information. The unseen creates the seen. A big thing people get their head around. Yes, there's a such thing called the shadow DNA, which is the energetic DNA. And the energetic DNA runs your physical DNA. So even if your physical DNA gets corrupted, if we have the energy circulating correctly, we're connected to our creator all the time, and we can download through the shadow DNA proper information to replace your physical DNA. Yes, that is possible. And this is why everything the deep state and all these other jokers are doing is to disconnect you with your creator, and why they are pushing transhumanism so heavily, because they know your body works on an operating system. They know it's software based, and they basically came out and told you they developed a software delivery system. Why would they do that? Because they know what I know, and this is why they don't like me. Subtle energy systems of the body do not like to be forced. That means we want very nice, subtle ways of stimulating energy in the body without forcing it in the body. Because if you force it the wrong way, oops. So we don't do forced in naturopathic medicine or homeopathic or any of the holistic health modalities out there. We come along the body with natural remedies and natural forces to stimulate the body and give it what it needs so it can do what it wants to do itself. And we're not going to try to force it like they do with drugs. So I think this is the last two slides before we actually get to the hands-on. So this is the way it works. Okay, do you see number 2 through 7 on the slides? 2 through 7 on the slides are what you commonly see in most anatomy physiology books, biology books and things like that in medical school, in biology class. Everything starts with level 2. And what this is it's the levels of structural organization of the body. So what they're trying to show you is chemicals come together to form cells, and cells come together to form your tissues, and tissues come together to form your organs, and eventually you have the organism level, which is you. What makes that all up? They don't talk about the first one. The first one's never in the textbooks. It's the informational level. That's what they're leaving out. They don't want you to know about this. There's electromagnetic communication of information in the body, and that communication is being transmitted throughout the body via light communication, and it's a form of plasma. And as it starts to manifest more and more solid, it becomes things like the acupuncture system and other systems like meridians and chakras, and then eventually that creates the chemical level. Have you ever thought about how does the chemicals know what to do in your body? Well, that's because there's a software system. There's energy and information telling your chemicals how to work. And the reason why they don't want to talk about this is because this is a creationist worldview. If they put this in the textbooks, they would have to get rid of their ridiculous theories of evolution, which have absolutely been proven wrong. If you don't know that yet, folks, you need to get with it. Evolution completely proven wrong. Every single argument they have is nonsense. There is no evolution. There's intelligent design, and we see that everywhere. And so if you have this in the textbook, someone has to ask the question, where does all the energy come from? And who's controlling all that information? So matter doesn't matter to energy. Isn't that a nice phrase? Matter doesn't matter to energy. The energy makes up the matter. And this is what we need to know. So if we can communicate, get the body's communication systems communicating correctly, it can correct all those other levels, and it can correct the physical matter. Now, this is how it works. You have a breath of life, breath of light primary pathway in the body, and you can see what it looks like there on the slide. It starts at the belly button, and it flows down the left hand and up the back of the left arm. It does the opposite to the right. This creates a left polarity hand and a positive polarity hand. So guess what's going to happen when you place your two hands on your body or someone else's body. It's going to direct energy in their body. Well, it's actually going to influence it. It's not going to force it, but it's going to stimulate energy in their body to travel from negative to positive, just like an electrical current. That's how electrical currents flow, negative to positive. Now, don't get confused with magnetic. Magnetic's a little bit different. Not here to confuse anyone, but this is how it's going to work. So, simple principles that you want to remember when we look at all these slides. Number one, you need to be touching with two different locations on the body at the same time. And number two, both hands must be touching the body. Okay. So the first two principles are almost kind of the same. The big thing is you want to make sure both hands are somehow touching the body, because you need both the negative and the positive polarity for this to work. If both hands aren't touching, you're not doing anything. Okay. For multiple step applications, only move the hand you're told. It's kind of like Simon Says, okay? You only move the hand we tell you to move. A lot of the applications are only going to have one step. Many of the applications are going to have more than one step. So when there's more than one step, you're only moving the hand we're telling you to move. The other hand stays where you had it. So each step of an application averages about 5 minutes. Now, there's much more in-depth teaching I could teach you if you were to come to one of our classes or something, our classes teaching you about different energetic pulses that you can feel. You can feel energetic pulses when you're touching a person, and there's 7 different types, and that gives you more information. But on average, you hold steps for 5 minutes. If there's only one step, very basic principle, you hold the application until all symptoms are gone. Okay. And of course, we have our disclaimer there. In case of emergency, always call 911 and follow up with appropriate medical care. And I think everyone knows this. The following applications are for educational purposes only, are not intended to replace medical advice. No claims are being made about treating, diagnosing, or curing disease. You have to give out those disclaimers because they always want to get you. First one, heart attack. All right, here we go. Someone's having a heart attack. You know you can stop that with your hands. Yes, very simple. And with all these applications, it's just light touch. You're not pressing hard, barely the weight of your hand. So you're going to take your left hand and you're going to go and you're going to grab their whole left pinky. You're just going to grab that whole thing. Left pinky with the left hand, and the right hand is going to go to fifth thoracic vertebrae. Now, they're having a heart attack, so you don't want to sit there all day trying to count the vertebrae to find where the fifth thoracic vertebrae is. So here's a simple thing. Get your hand and make an L. Put this L at the top of their shoulder. Then go straight in, and you will be on the fifth thoracic vertebrae. And a lot of times when a person's having a heart attack, that vertebrae will pop out like a fuse. And what this is doing is it's allowing energy to descend down the front of the body and take the pressure off the heart. Because most of the time when you have a heart attack, it doesn't matter what the reason is, physically, energetically, the cause is always the same. And that is the energy cannot descend down the front of the body, and it's putting pressure up on the heart and causing the heart to go into spasm. Okay. So this is like a relief valve for heart attacks. Very powerful. Anyone can apply this. You don't have to believe in it. This doesn't have to be faith healing. Now, if you want to bring your faith into it and you want to pray for the person while you're doing it, that's great. But it doesn't have to be about faith. You don't have to knock the person over. You don't have to kick them. You don't have to yell at them. You don't have to scream at them. You don't have to pound on them. You're simply just lightly touching 2 places on the body, and then you're going to hold it until all symptoms are alleviated. Next, we have AFib. This is a newer one I developed because, this is a thing now, thanks to newer technologies they've been releasing on us. So now all of a sudden, people who took it and people who didn't take the jab are having AFib issues. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But here's a simple application you can do. The longer application on working on someone else is down here on the bottom right. And of course, you have your slides, so don't freak out. You have this. You can download it and review it all you want. But if you're working on yourself, your left hand is going to go to the left 15. And I have a little arrow here. You can see where the left 15 is. You find your pubic bone and you come over to the crease of where your leg is. And right there on the edge of the pubic bone where the crease of your leg is the 15. Your left hand's going to stay there for all 3 steps. So that's your left hand. What are you going to do with your right hand? Your right hand's going to go to the 6 on the right side first. And you can see where the 6 is. It's right at the side of the arch of the foot. Now remember, another thing I didn't mention here, you have a 5-inch diameter of effective range to touch these points. So you really can't miss. So don't get into fear mode like, oh no, I don't know exactly where the point is. You have a big range there. So as long as you're close, it's going to work. Okay, so you're going to hold that for 5 minutes. And then only the right hand is going to move and go to the right 5, which is basically on the inside of the ankle. You find your ankle bone and you kind of come down at an angle to the heel and you will find a little indent in there. That is the 5. And you're going to hold that for 5 minutes. And then you're going to go to the 1 on the right side, which is on the inside of the knee, right on the inside of your knee. And you're going to hold that for 5 minutes. And if that's not enough, you just keep repeating it. Or you have someone do the long application to you, which is down the bottom right. So that's what you can do for AFib. And it works awesome. Isn't this great? You actually have applications that you can apply with your own hands to stop emergencies. Now, how about palpitations? Another big thing that people are having all of a sudden. Here is a self-help version for palpitations. Your left hand is going to go to the bottom, or you can touch the bottom of your big toe, left toe, or you can just grab the whole toe. It's really whatever is most comfortable. Now, most of the time when you're touching these points, one more thing to mention is I'm just using the finger pads. We're using the finger pads, not so much the fingertips, but the pads, because the pads have the most conductivity. So the pads of your finger would be touching the left 7, left to left. And then your right hand is going to go to that left 15. Okay. And hold it for 5 minutes. And then after 5 minutes, you're going to move to step number 2, which is the left 17. And that is on the side of your arm, right here where the hand and the arm connect. You can feel that little indent in there on the side. That is the 17. And then you're going to hold that for 5 minutes. And once you're done with that, if it's not, all symptoms aren't gone, you just keep repeating it. You can hold these for a very long time on yourself, and you just hold them and keep repeating until your symptoms are gone. How about stroke or brain attack? Well, actually, let's go. Oh, we're just going to do it in order. I didn't realize that I haven't told you how to do to stop bleeding yet, but here you go. The first thing you could do for a brain stroke or brain attack, if you know the person is bleeding in the brain, which you may or may not know that, but if we did know that there is a brain bleed, one thing you can do is the stop bleeding procedure over top of the forehead, which I am going to describe and more thoroughly here in just a minute, but it's just like you see in the picture. Right hand touches the body, the left hand goes over the right at 90-degree angles. You are not applying pressure. This has nothing to do with pressure. This has to do with how physics works. Now, if the stroke is because of a blood clot, there's a different application. Now, this is the top one is a clot is in the head. Now, how are you going to know this? This is probably going to be based on the person has already gone to the hospital or had some kind of medical evaluation, and they have told you what the problem is, and you know the stroke was caused by a clot in the head. So this is what you can do. You can apply your left hand to the 15, and usually if they know there's a clot in the brain, maybe they know what side it's on. You want to apply it to whatever side the clot was on. You might not know. If you don't know, always just use the left. So left hand would be going to, in that picture, the left 15, or actually I think that's the right 15 in that picture. And then the right hand is going to over top of the head. Again, if you know where the clot was in the head, you would be covering the area of where they're saying the clot is. If you don't, I would just put it over top of the head. It's still going to work. Now, if the clot's not in the head and it's blocking the flow into the brain, well, then we have a slightly different one. Not much different, but just a slight thing. And that is you're going to cradle the 15s and the 20s. And what I mean by cradle is the palm of your hand is going to touch one of the points, and your fingertips are going to touch the point on the opposite side of the body. So my palm is on one side of my forehead, the fingertips are on, or finger pads are on the other side of the forehead. And that's the 20s. So I'm cradling my 20s right now. So you can see in the picture, all the points are bilateral, meaning they're on both sides of the body. So your palm's on one side, your finger pads are on the other side. That's what a cradle is. And you're cradling the 15s and the 20s. You notice we're using a lot of 15s here. Left hand to the 15s, right hand to the cradle of the 20s. And that's to help to get the circulation back into the brain and clear out the clot. All right. Hopefully everyone got that. If not, review the slides. Anaphylactic shock. All right, so the person is having anaphylactic shock. They're having some type of allergy reaction. It works for all allergy reactions, even if they're severe. Very simple. Your right hand is going to go to the center of the 22s. And right here, if you find your collarbones and you come into the middle, there's a little notch here. Sometimes they call it the mid-clavicular notch or interclavicular notch. I get tongue-tied on that one. But I said it right the first time. That point right there, right in that notch, is the center of the 22s. So the right hand would just go right there. And then the left hand is going to the first thoracic vertebrae. And that's the largest point on the back of your neck. So you just kind of go down there, find that largest one. And you can do this to yourself very easily. And you can do it to another person very easily too. And then you just hold that until all their symptoms are gone. And hey, you know, if you don't have an EpiPen ready and someone is going into anaphylactic shock, here you go. You don't need any technology. You don't need any special herbs. You don't need any special oils. All you need is your hands and understanding how energy works in the body. Hold it until all symptoms are gone. And by the way, this would help with any type of allergy reaction. It doesn't have to be anaphylactic. So you start reacting to something, you can do this application. Choking. Here's an important one. Here's another one that, you know, if you don't have equipment or you want to try to do other procedures that might result in broken ribs and puncturing a lung or doing something else, you don't have to do that. You have something that's much more effective here. And this is, you're going to the high ones. Now you're going straight into the person. So technically your left is on the right and your right is on the left. And the high one is right inside the thigh. So if you get up here high enough in the thigh, you will find a little indent in there. It's kind of a little squishy there. That right there is the high one. And you can apply a little bit of pressure on this one. Now, what this will do is it will open up the throat. Now, if there's food stuck in there, what's the first thing you think? When you're opening up the throat, oh no, they're going to swallow the food. Actually, they don't. What happens is it actually acts like ejection, and it will actually pop the food right out. It will actually come popping out. So, you know, if someone's choking, you just run over to them, you put your hands there, the thing comes popping out, and then you walk away, and they probably won't even think about where you were touching them. They're probably just excited that they can breathe again. So you can do this to yourself, of course, too. You know, your hands just go straight down on your inner thighs, and it works. And by the way, a lot of these procedures work just as well on animals. Not so long ago, we had someone who their horse was choking on hay, and they did this application. I'm glad it was them and not me, because I don't know about you, but that would not be a very comfortable position to get onto a horse. But they got there and they applied it to the horse, and you know what? It all came out, and the horse was fine. So even works in animals, and even a little kid can apply this to you. They don't have to have any special training. They just have to know where to place their hands correctly. And of course, you want to hold it until the symptoms are all gone, because it's going to help with the throat and it's going to help with the breathing there. Next, okay, now we got to the bleeding one. If I would have thought about that ahead of time, I would have put it in the right order. But stop bleeding, hemorrhages, phenomenal. Now, there's two applications that you're doing almost the same thing. One is stop bleeding, one is extraction for pulling things out. So the way I remember this is it's just like putting a screw in. So I want to I remember this as right to remain. You want the blood and stuff to remain in the body. So it's the right hand that touches the body first, and then the left hand goes over top of it at 90-degree angles. So the focus is the palms of your hands. So the palms are covering each other, the right on the body, left over top of right, 90 degrees. So what happens with this is energy is going to travel from negative to positive, which means down into the body. And then because of the 90 degree, it's going to start spinning. And this is going to cause a centripetal spin into the body. And it's going to cause the blood to spin centripetally. And it's going to pull the blood in. And the person's not going to bleed. And, I mean, there might be a little bit of blood, but eventually, if you can hold it long enough, it would seal up without any scar tissue. Isn't that awesome? Now, the more people you have to apply these applications to someone, the faster it's going to work. Now, this application does not have to be over the area of bleeding. If someone's in a car accident and you can tell they're bleeding and the only thing you can get to is their foot, you can still apply this on their foot and it's still going to work. Now, the closer to the site of blood loss, the faster it's going to work, obviously. But it will work no matter where you place it on the body. It works over clothing. And the more people you have putting hands on a person, the faster it's going to work, especially when it's a big open cut and you need to do something to get it sealed. That takes a while. The bleeding stops almost right away. And we have surgeries and all kinds of things we've filmed on camera with people applying this application. And it's amazing. We had one guy not long ago. He was using some type of, it's not a table saw. It was another big saw. He cut his leg all the way to the bone. Huge cut. I forget. It was something like 40 stitches on 3 different layers. You could see the bone. The hole was so big. They applied this immediately. And you know how much blood he lost? Less than a bloody nose. When he got to the hospital, they were just looking at him like, there's a big hole in your leg and we can see your bone and there's no blood loss. How is this happening? Right? Physics. The body knows what to do. The body wants to fix itself. It just needs a little bit support. So that's how you can stop bleeding. It's great for bruises, hemorrhages, inflammation. It really helps all those type of things. Even if you eat and you get bloated and you put this on your gut and it's going to help cool it and calm it and the bloat will slowly start going away. But this is to stop bleeding. Now, how about the other one? It's opposite friend, extraction. Well, this time you want to remember left to leave. You want to pull something out of the body that's not supposed to be there. So this time the left hand goes on the body. The right hand goes over top of the left, 90-degree angles. And this is great for getting things out of the body. I don't know, like toxins, poisons, boils, cysts, venoms from bites and stings, splinters, scrap metal, etc. Now, depending on how long it's been in the body, it could take a long time to get it out if it's been there for a long time. I've even had a splinter before in one of my fingers, and I held this probably for almost 40 minutes. I could have got the tweezers and pulled it out a lot faster, but I was determined to see if it would come out. And sure enough, it pops right out. So sometimes it's not the fastest application, but it does work. And we've had people who were bitten by poisonous animals, or I think it was a snake, the one person I'm thinking of, and they held this immediately and they held it for a while and then they took their hands off. And what happened was all the poison was just sitting on top of the skin and they just brushed it off and they were fine. So very powerful applications. You don't need anything special other than your hands. Hey, I think we're doing good on time. So here we go. Good, because we have so much to say. Epilepsy, seizures. I'm just checking my time to make sure I'm right. Sorry. Yeah, so for a seizure or epilepsy, what you want to do is grab both thumbs. And you notice I have them highlighted there. I kind of call them the chicken legs. That's the whole thumb. It's not just this top part. You really want to get this whole thing. And what you want to do is get a nice firm grip on these thumbs so that the person doesn't pull away. But then once you have a nice firm grip, you're going to keep your arms loose so they're able to move around. So you're not restricting their movement. You're just making sure that they're not pulling away. Okay, now if there's a secondary person available, they could hold the big toes. And of course, you want to hold this until all symptoms are alleviated. Now, one more thing I should say that I think I probably didn't say, I'm used to doing this in a class form where we oftentimes we have a 5-day, all-day training on the Alata body system, because the big textbook I wrote is about 420 pages. And so you can't get that in an hour. I can barely get it in 5 days. So one of the other things you want to think about with most of these applications I'm showing you is most of these are emergency-based applications, meaning they're working mainly on the symptom reason why you're getting these issues. Now, there are other applications you can apply to actually work on the cause of why you're getting these applications. But these are the applications you apply during the emergency that you get the emergency to stop. And then there are other things you can do to actually fix the reason why the person's getting them. That's a good distinction. There's a few of the applications that kind of cover both. You know, obviously, if you're bleeding and you don't want to bleed to death, well, stop bleeding is kind of like the cause and the symptom. And there's a few other applications like that where you're working on cause and symptom, but the majority of them, you're working on the symptom reason on why they're having whatever it is, and that's why it works the way it does and so fast. So this is kind of relief valve again, taking the pressure off of the head. And then there's a lot of different pathways that could be responsible to the reason why the person has seizures. So I think everyone got that one. And of course, don't forget to hold this until all symptoms are gone. You really want to make sure they're there, that they can answer questions, that they're cognitive, because sometimes you let go too soon and they might go into another one, which then you just have to grab the thumbs again. But you really want to make sure they're there and they can answer your questions and their symptoms are gone. Next, hysteria, emotional, or what a lot of people would call panic attacks or anxiety today. So what can you do about hysteria and anxiety and panic attacks? Very simple. You touch the center of the 13s and you go to that 5th thoracic vertebrae, just like we were doing for the heart attack. So you can make that L shape with your hand, put your thumb to the top of their shoulder, come right in. You're not sitting there for an hour trying to count their vertebrae. You can just go right into that 5th thoracic vertebrae. The 13s are on the chest, typically about an inch to maybe an inch and a half above where the nipples normally are or should be, because they change after time. But as you can see, and if you count by ribs, it's almost like in between like the 3rd rib down, right there on the chest. And you come to the center, so you're actually on the sternum. So the center of the 13s, and the 13 is the number 1 point for mental emotional. Actually, it's the number 1 point for reproductive system too, but it's the top of the system for emotional problems and emotional release. So when you touch these 2 points, you can do it to yourself. If I can get myself high enough in the camera, or you can apply it to another person. And it's great for hysteria and anxiety and all those types of things. So when the person's freaking out, this is what you can do to calm them down. Asthma attack. Okay, the person's having asthma attack. What do you do? Well, you can grab one or both of their middle fingers. You don't have to have both, but you could grab both. And you can see in the picture how we do that. Left hand is grabbing their ring finger, one or both. The right hand is going to their 3rd thoracic vertebrae. very easy to find. You find the largest one, you go down to third thoracic vertebrae, and you hold that until all symptoms are gone. And you try to get them to calm down and have some faith and get out of the fear, because the best thing you can do during an asthma attack is blow out all the rest of the air in your lungs. Because there's a, is it Hering's law? I might have that wrong. I don't think it's Hering's law. Boyd's law? Maybe it's Boyd's law about equal pressure. So what happens with a lot of people is when you equalize your pressure during an asthma attack, and you hold on to whatever air is left in your lungs. Well, when you equalize the pressure, new air can't get in. So the best thing you can do is get all the air out of your lungs, and then physics will take over, and then the next breath of air automatically will fill the lungs. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Boyd's law. It's something like that, talking about equal pressure on the inside and outside. So asthma oftentimes is really related to fear or not letting go issues. So a lot of times when people are frightened, they get into the asthma state, and this procedure is really going to help that. I shouldn't call it a procedure. It's a simple application. We're not really doing anything other than simply touching the body in faith. All right. And you can pray with them if you want. All right. Everyone got that one? Next, food poisoning. Yeah, this is a great one I came up with out of necessity. You know, there's people out there that like to poison me a lot. So I often have to use this one. It's actually not funny, but it is. So on the left is the simple application you can do to yourself. So your left hand is going to your left 21, which is right next to your nose. Right next to your nose on your face is the 21. And then the right hand is going to the left 26, which is kind of like up underneath this arm. So you kind of just go up underneath. That's an easy way to do it. And you are touching those 2 points. It's basically at the corner of that shoulder blade. When you put your hand up there, you can kind of feel that corner. There's a little indent there. So you're going to the 21 and the 26. Now, if you were going to apply this to another person, I give you 2 long applications here that you can apply to another person. And one is for stomach poisoning versus intestinal poisoning. Now, how are you going to know? Well, if it's recent, if you know, you're just at the restaurant and all of a sudden, oh no, that's probably the stomach. It's probably still in the stomach. And usually when it's in the stomach, you're going to have that I want to throw up feeling. That's your body's innate wisdom kicking in, saying the best way to take care of this problem is to get it out. Allopathic medicine comes along and says, no, we're going to force the body to do the opposite because we don't want to throw up. Well, that's not smart. Actually, you do want to throw up. You do want to get that stuff out. You don't want to suppress the symptoms. Again, they do it wrong, and then you're going to have a much longer, more difficult problem if you suppress it. Now, if the food poisoning is not that severe and it gets to the point to it's in your intestines, that's when you're going to want to run to the bathroom for the other reason. You're going to be going to the bathroom with diarrhea and things like that. You will be surprised how many people have food poisoning on a very mild case. And a lot of people who have digestive issues, I have found, if you go back to never well since, you know, when did these problems happen? It's like, oh, I remember I ate something and I didn't do well after it. A lot of times the food poisoning is so mild, it goes unrecognized and it causes problems for a long time. So the best thing you can do is get that stuff out. So these applications help your body get the stuff out. Now, only one warning on this, especially the top one, is it could be projectile vomiting. I can speak from experience. It's kind of like The Exorcist. It's just going to come out, and it's going to be coming out for a while. And once it's over, you're going to feel so much better. And so it's not going to be so great when it's coming out, but trust me, it's better than spending 2 or 3 hours or maybe having to go to the hospital and do all kinds of other stuff to get this stuff out, because that's what your body wants to do. That's what it's designed to do. Here's a simple way to help the body do what it needs to do. All right. Burns. Okay, so you get burned. What are you going to do? You're palming the calves. So what that means is the palm of your hand is going to the largest part of the calf. and all your fingers are going to be pointing up towards the crease on the back of the leg. So if you can see the picture, I'm at the person's feet and my hands are going straight in underneath their calves. And so my finger pads or tips of my finger are almost to the crease of the legs. Left to right and right to left, which is going to be natural when you go straight in. Now this one has a minimum. You want to hold this one for a minimum of 20 minutes, and there really is no maximum. Now, as soon as you apply this, instantly the pain's going to decrease. The burning's going to stop instantly. So it's not going to keep progressing, because most people know when you get burnt, the burn continues to progress. This is going to stop the progression of the burn. It's going to take away the pain. Maybe not completely all the pain, but you never know. Sometimes we've had complete pain eliminated, and it's going to have a great cooling effect on the body. And as you continue to hold this, it's actually going to start regenerating skin. So even if you burn skin completely off, if you hold this long enough, you can have complete regeneration of skin, as to the point where it looks like you were never even burnt. And I have seen it happen. So there you go with burns. Don't be afraid to hold it if you have to hold it for 2 or 3 hours, because it was that severe of the burn, do it. The skin can completely regenerate without any scar tissue. And now if you burnt the skin off and the skin happens to be on the calves, then maybe you need to put something down so you're not sticking to the skin. Appendicitis. This is a longer one. It has a couple steps. I think we only have 2 more applications, so we're doing good on our time here. So obviously this is a 4-step application where your left hand, you can see the left hand with the arrow is going to the 4, and the right hand is going to the 25. So the 4 is right at the back of the head on the occipital, and then the 25 is right underneath the bone you sit on, called the sith bone. So right underneath that buttocks. Don't be afraid to touch it. The person needs your help. So I'll go to those 2 locations. And that's step 1, 5 minutes. Step 2, the left hand is staying. The right hand, or wait, no. The right hand stays at the 25. The left hand is the one that's moving, and it's moving from the 4 on the back of the head down to the 12, which is right on the side of your neck. So if you draw a straight line down from your earlobe about to where your jawbone line is, right there is the 12. And you're holding that for 5 minutes. And then that left hand again is moving to the 11, which is right up against T1. So the largest bone on the back of your neck, you're going right up against it. And then that's 5 minutes. And then the 4th step, you're moving the right hand from the 25 to the 2. The 2 is right above the hip bone. It's right on top of the hip bone. And basically that left hand staying, you're right where the 11-3 area is. So you're still right back here next to thoracic 1. That's appendicitis. And you want to keep repeating this application until all symptoms are gone. Now, if the appendix ruptures, and we've had that happen, where the appendix ruptures and the person was applying this throughout the night for the child until the doctor was able to get there. When they went in, guess what happened? It was all cleaned up. There was no infection. The appendix was gone, but there was nothing to clean up. The body cleaned up all the infection and took care of everything. Now, if you catch it in time, your appendix won't even rupture. You will save the appendix. And you can do that for other digestive issues too, because it creates a great descending of energy through the gut area. I think this is the last one, which is pulmonary embolism. And on this one, your right hand cradles both 4s. So you're going to do both 4s again, palm and fingers. And your left hand's going to go to the ring finger, 1 or both. It could be 1 or both. That's normal pulmonary embolism, when fluid is building up in the lungs. Now, the only difference on the second one is if the person's drowning and they swallowed water. Now, this time, the right hand is still doing the same thing on the 4s, but the left hand is going right to the anus. Don't worry, they're drowning. They won't notice. Just go there, and you don't have to dig underneath their clothes. You can go right over top of the clothing here. You're not like digging into anything here. So right over top of clothing, That's to help with the drowning. All symptoms are gone. Make sure the water can get out. I lied. One more. And this is cold flu immune system. So anytime your immune system doesn't feel well, it's very simple. Left hand goes down to that 15, and then the right hand, I just cross right over top. And if you cross right over top like this, your finger pads are going to be touching the corner of that scapula, which is the 3. And you hold those 2 points, and it's really great for the immune system. Hold them as long as you need to. And that's it. So we have a big book. We have a small book. The big book goes through the science, history, pulses, self-applications, applications for other people, emergencies. The ebook is a simplified understanding. It really only has the self-applications and the emergencies, but it's up to you. So if you want more information, we have those books available at my website. There's a special discount code for the Red Pill 2024. We also do in-person training if you wanted to get trained on this modality, because obviously it is an entire modality, and there's applications for just about everything you can think of based on how the different Hebrew points on the body control different functions of the body. So there you go, folks. Go out there and save some lives. Maybe you're going to save yourself with these applications. Don't forget to download the slides so you have them. You don't even have to purchase the book. You have these slides available.
Alfonso, very generous of you to support the Red Pill Expo and G. Edward Griffin with all of this great information, plus the PDFs. And I'm just saying, you know, probably as you are, please support G. Edward Griffin and his great work in getting this out and allowing a format for you to communicate freely on something so extraordinary, so powerful. This guy, the value in what you just presented just blew me away.
Well, you're welcome. And everyone else, I hope you're doing well. And hopefully you do a lot better with having this in your tool belt.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Alfonso Mondo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, we've got another couple of sessions to go. And, you know, I was just watching the guys in the studio, just watching Alfonso's presentation. Everybody's, you know, just, like I said, blown away, the quality of what comes through. And in this case, the first time we're doing it virtually. But we've got people simulcasting it all over the world, including Mike Adams for Brighteon. That's helping out tremendously, and others. Thank you so much for your support of this effort, this mission. And you guys remember to say thank you to those companies or services and products that are really stepping up and supporting this mission. And we've got about a 15-minute segment to let you know about who they are if you're just tuning in. My name is Robert Scott Bell, host of the Robert Scott Bell Show, 6 days a week, even when I'm here. But I didn't want you to turn away from this to watch my show today. That's okay. You have an excuse. But we got lots more to go coming up after. We're going to escape the Matrix with Michael Yan, then Jonathan Cooey, and then Dr. Lee Merritt. So you don't want to miss that. So grab some more friends and family. Let them know what's going on with the Red Pill Expo feed all around planet Earth. And we'll be back with more from the Red Pill Expo after this.
An empowered life has no expiration date. We're all created to do incredible things, like conquer summits, catch big waves, and live our passions. As time goes on, our bodies begin to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy levels decline, sleep patterns shift, and recovery slows. But our bodies are masterpieces of design, holding the potential to bounce back better than ever. With X39, we achieved something remarkable in the field of wellness and regenerative science that others could not. By utilizing LifeWave's unique patented technology, X39 uses light to elevate G8-KCU, a copper peptide known to support overall health and wellness. Unlike traditional light therapy, which requires external light sources, X39 uses the body's own infrared light to naturally increase vitality, enhancing the body's flow of natural energy for improvements in strength, stamina, performance, and overall health and well-being with the simplicity of an affordable, non-invasive, non-transdermal patch. As we age, levels of these life-enhancing elements, which are associated with wellness and longevity, begin to decline. LifeWave invested 10 years into stem cell research, which resulted in over 70 patents. X39 was born to bring to the public a product that could support wellness in an entirely new way, supporting the production of younger, healthier cells with wearable light technology. Becoming a powerhouse is easier than you think. Harness your body's natural potential to maintain youthful energy and vitality, because life comes at you fast, but it doesn't have to pass you by. Live long, live well, live young. Be the light with LifeWave X39. Make your health great again. Take back your health freedom and optimize your body's natural healing ability. People wearing the X39 patch in various settings: athletes, everyday people, animals. Producing X39, a patented, clinically studied wearable light technology. Why light? Why X39? It's a non-transdermal patch. Nothing goes into your body. No drugs, no chemicals, no toxins. In the first few days, 3,000 to 4,000 genes reset to a younger, healthier state. Within 4 weeks, your stem cells are reactivated, targeting your body's most critical issues. By 6 weeks, your brain is more balanced. Within 6 months, your cardiovascular system feels younger. And after 12 months, active regeneration that makes you look and feel younger inside and out. Ready to optimize your health? Scan the QR code now or call 813-335-0157 to learn more. Get access to the best pricing and receive free samples.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Every day, millions of people struggle with physical issues, such as aches and pains, fatigue, brain fog, and other discomforts that prevent them from living an active, healthy life. Did you know proper blood flow plays a critical role in our general health? As we get older, or perhaps due to injury, our circulation can become restricted. Now you could achieve better circulation in as little as 8 minutes, twice a day with Beamer. Beamer is an FDA Class II cleared medical device that's easy to use, non-invasive, and temporarily improves local circulation. Beamer deploys pulsed electromagnetic field technology to target the smallest network of blood vessels in your body, known as the microcirculatory system. This unique patented signal safely travels through the body, allowing for better distribution of oxygen while eliminating carbon dioxide from your cells. Just think of this signal as gently massaging your micro blood vessels for better distribution of blood. Did you know the average American spends almost $7,000 on their health every year? With Beamer, you can improve local circulation in a natural, non-invasive way for roughly the same price as a cup of coffee per day for 4 years. And it's something that can benefit the entire family. The value of our health is priceless. People around the world have incorporated Beamer into their daily routine to optimize their health. And you can too. Contact your Beamer independent business distributor, Dr. Daria Schooler, by visiting daria-schooler.beamergroup.com to learn how Beamer can improve your life. Beamer, better circulation, better health, better life. Don't delay. Email Dr. Daria at daria.schooler@beamermail.com. Do you feel that something is wrong with our world today? Can you sense that tranquility is coming to an end? Everywhere, we see the rise of crime, political corruption, civil unrest, health hazards, disruption of the food supply, rampant inflation, the collapse of our money system, and increasing threats of global war. Something big is going to pop, and it's not going to be pretty. But the big question is why these things are happening. Is it just the natural cycle for the rise and fall of empires? Or are these things being engineered for the purpose of destroying the old world order to make way for the new world order? Red Pill Expo, guided by the visionary G. Edward Griffin, seeks to enlighten truth seekers to the realities that right now are shaping our destiny. Our mission is to reveal the truth behind fake narratives, fake history, and fake news, in belief that it is impossible to solve a problem if we do not know what is causing it. We are a coalition of people from all walks of life, all nations, cultures, races, religions, and lifestyles, who, in spite of our differences, are united by the common desire to be free. The Expo is a 2-day event, live streamed to the world absolutely free, including replays. Check out the amazing speakers who will hold you spellbound and open your mind to reality. The journey starts at redpillexpo.org.
Hey, good morning. Welcome, Red Pill. Mark Gonzalez here, First National Bullion. Unfortunately, we're not able to be together. That's going to happen in 6 months, but here's still going to give you some good information. One thing I want to discuss and kind of bring you up to speed on is connecting some dots of where we are at this point in time. I don't think people quite realize the severity of the situation and why precious metals needs to be paramount in your decision-making process of how to protect you in your future. One, you got the acquisition of farmland that has no intention to be used for any agricultural purpose whatsoever, all for the reasons of nonsense. You got the reduction of food supply for the greater good, call it bird flu or some other kind of bullshit. It does not matter, folks. I'm here to tell you. Also, you have these bank closures that are starting to come back into play. You have one that was in Oklahoma just 2.5 weeks ago where unsecured depositors were not made whole as they had been in the past. They only were made whole 50%. One, FDIC is not required to cover anything above the $250,000 limit of unsecured depositors, even though FDIC in itself is literally broke. What this is telling me, and I think people need to pay attention to this, is they're going to start hurting you. You're going to be herded into these big banks. All the money that's in these Midwest, these regional farm banks that are maybe not as big as the big conglomerates, they're going to see this and they're going to start to think, okay, well, I'm not made whole on my unsecured deposit. I need to start pulling these things out. That is going to create a margin issue, which is already existing with a 1% cover rate on the margin of most major banks out there. And I believe that they're going to herd us into this this cattle, so to speak, for a slaughter. And what makes me believe that something coming is very, very quick, I get the eerie feeling after this election. It's supposed to be the biggest damn event in the history of histories of all the elections, if you look at the last previous elections that we've gone through.
You want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
And guess what? Crickets. Right? This is the calm before the storm, people. Something happened in the 22nd of last month, and I don't know if anybody caught it, but this is a big part of it. There was something that the UN passed with the Pact for the Future, and they did that through their secret measure, meaning that they don't need to put it to vote, just no one has to oppose it. And they put it through, and what you're going to find out if you're actually able to look into this, and I suggest everybody do, if you have questions regarding the verbiage, because they do try to hide their true intent with things like inclusion, you name it. You can think of many other words, just fill in the blanks. Reach out to me and I'll help you do that. But what this is essentially the WHO and the UN measure that they tried to put, the treaty they wanted to put together back in May. If anybody remembered, they shelved that due to societal pushback. However, they just got it done through on crack. Now, what this Pact for the Future, it gives live the digital ID for all 193 member countries that are part of the UN. Okay, so what it means is that if you speak out against the government, if you are a dissident, all your information is going to be checked through AI. Everything's going to be retroactive. Your bank account is going to be closed. You will not be able to access your funds within a digital parameter, if you can even access them at all. So if there is ever a point to get out of the banks and get into precious metals, now is it. Because by the time people realize and they wake up to what exactly is happening and all this has come together, it's going to be too late. You're going to have a hard time getting the product. We've already been seeing shortages of supply in what we have available, and you're going to start to see premiums rise. So do yourself a favor, reach out to me. My name is Mark Gonzalez. At the bottom of the link, you're going to have a link that you can fill out information. Send me yours. It's just name, first name, last name. Don't even need your last name. Give me your email, give me your phone number, and tell me maybe some of your concerns, and that mention that you heard of me from Red Pill. We'll schedule a consultation. We'll get you squared away. Mark Gonzalez, First National Bullion. Thanks.
Hey, Robert Yabel back with you here on Red Pill Expo, helping you escape the matrix. It's session 7 on this Sunday, fall Sunday in November. Michael Yan is scheduled to join us momentarily, talking about, I think it really builds on a bit of Bill's discussion of the UN, but we're talking about invasion, not immigration, recognizing that there is a distinct difference between lawful constitutional immigration and an invasion, and we might need to dig a little deeper, and Michael Jan will help us to do that. So let's bring Michael to the Red Pill Expo stage, make sure everything's ready and rocking here for the next phase of our Escape the Matrix Session 7. Michael Jan.
I'm here.
All right, Michael. Good to see you. Thank you for everything you're doing, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's a huge honor. I was actually stunned when Mr. Griffin reached out to me because I keep recommending his book over time. You know, I study war. War is what I do, but there's so many aspects of war. And some of those aspects are like you just had the gentleman talking about getting out of banks and going into metals and things like that. You know, there's the financial side. There's so many aspects. I mean, there's the weaponized migration, which is invasions, the food aspects. Of course, information war is the highest form of warfare. And so many other, I mean, the kinetics part of warfare is actually one of the almost sometimes the least of the forms of warfare out there, believe it or not. But you know what? Right here, I've got this book. You probably don't know what that says, but maybe you do. This is The Creature from Jekyll Island in Japanese. My wife's been reading it. You can see she's been studying it actually. But we call it the Godzilla from Jekyll Island because she's Japanese. So anyway, you know, one of the biggest aspects of the war, obviously, is control over our monetary systems and whatnot. You know, Bill Jasper, whom you had on earlier, I wish I could have jumped in with you guys and had 3 people on the screen, because the things that Bill Jasper was saying were so accurate and amazing. And actually, I could have added some of he was saying some new things that I don't know about, which is pretty difficult to do when it comes to the weaponized migration, you know. But he was talking about a lot of interesting things. And you asked Mr. Jasper one question about whether or not other countries are being invaded, right? And they are, actually. I travel around the world with maybe I'll look at the screen here. I travel around the world with Masako, my wife, and we go to so many different countries, whether it's Panama and the Darien Gap, where we've taken 50 or 60 people, including Brett Weinstein, Dr. Chris Martinson, a couple congressmen, Epoch Times, so many. Ann Vandersteel, of course, my teammate, in Operation Burning Edge. We took Laura Loomer down there. A lot of people hate Laura, but she really is she gets out there. When it came to the jungle, Laura she was totally tracking down and going into the jungle. At one point, I had 3 drones out looking for her because, she had taken off with some Indians, and we finally found her upriver. She was tracking down aliens that were, anyway, Laura's pretty amazing. But, when it comes down to, I'm looking at my notes here. That was just amazing what Bill Jasper was talking about, for instance, with IOM, the International Organization for Migration. That is the principal engine of the invasions, as Mr. Jasper accurately mentioned. Not just mentioned, but he laid out a lot of detail that many people are not aware of. So IOM is in many countries around the world. I was just over in Thailand tracking them down. And by the way, this goes hand to hand with drug warfare, and I can get into that. You'll have to interrupt me at some point because I'll go until midnight. But the IOM, I see them, whether it's Netherlands or Germany or just so many countries, many dozens of countries, United States, of course. They've got their biggest offices in our theater of operations is in Panama City, Florida, not Panama City, Florida, but Panama City, Panama, right next to the Panama Canal, actually, right next to Miraflores Locks, for those who know what I'm talking about. It's the old U.S. Army South headquarters. All these NGOs have taken over those headquarters. And I'm going to go into a lot more detail here in a minute. Can you see my PDF on a different screen? Is it side by side or? Uh-oh, I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, there you go. Okay. So this is, I was told I needed to mention this and then they would put it up. So this actually, I made this photograph down inside the Darien Gap. So I'll go through some of these slides here, but actually going back to what Mr. Jasper said, Bill Jasper, earlier on your program, he talked about IOM. And so IOM actually has an office not far from me. I'm in Buenos Aires right now. So I'm in Argentina, right? I'm down here because Masako and I, some people actually paid for our flight from Japan to come in here and talk with some libertarians, actually, super interesting people. And we learned a lot from them. I hope they learned from us as well. But there's an IOM office right here in Buenos Aires. So Masako and I, we went in there on Monday. So, 6-7 days ago now, and we asked for a job. So, I'd like to be director of IOM. Their headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland. But so they have an office here in Buenos Aires. And what was very interesting is when we walked in on Monday, they had security at the door and all the cameras, and they actually let us in, and we asked for a job. And the sort of office manager, very polite. I mean, Argentinians tend to be very polite. And he said, no, we're not hiring now because President Trump, the elections in the United States, the United Nations is very worried about our funding. Of course, the IOM is an organization that's a subset of the United Nations, right? So the IOM is, and he went on and talked about, we talked for, 15 or 20 minutes, but he was talking about how the IOM is very concerned that they'll have to actually cut staff and that sort of thing. Of course, we're cheering for that. But the IOM, I asked about, why are you in Argentina, here at the southern part of South America? And he said, well, many migrants come to Argentina, and the number one group of migrants that come here, they call them migrante. I call them invaders because this is a weaponized migration. I've got a book. I'll show you about that soon. Not that I wrote. It's a book written by somebody who is all in on the socialist author, but these are the people that are all about doing weaponized weapons of mass migration. But yeah, so the gentleman in the IOM office here in Buenos Aires told us on Monday, the number one group coming in are from Venezuela, right? So South America to South America. And the number 2 and 3 groups are from Paraguay and Bolivia. But I said, I see a lot of people from Senegal on the streets here, from Africa. And I've been talking with some of them. And he said, yeah, many Senegalese also come in. And I said, what about Chinese? Because many Chinese clearly are coming as well. And the gentleman at IOM on Monday inside of their office here in Buenos Aires told me that the Chinese government pays for the Chinese to come. So IOM does not need to help. But then he went on to say, you can get free medical care here, even if you're on vacation. If you can just get to Argentina, everything's free. You can go to school. You don't have to have citizenship or anything. If you get sick, just go to the hospital. Everything's free. Obviously, that will draw a lot of people. And so you can see that there are increasing numbers of people from other countries flooding into here, actually. And so I was just reiterating what was said earlier by Mr. Jasper when he was talking about IOM. When you see IOM come to your door, you're going to be invaded. So we went to Belize earlier this year. Belize does not have many invaders coming through at this point, but they have a giant IOM office, the biggest one I've ever seen, actually, which tells me they're going to get invaded, right? That's what it means, straight up. We went and talked with the ambassador of Taiwan there in Belize for quite a while about these sorts of things. It's interesting. But anyway, we went next door to Guatemala, and the IOM in Guatemala is working directly with the Canadian embassy, right? And by the way, Belize and Guatemala are 2 of the final countries on earth. I think Haiti still has diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but Guatemala and Belize, which are countries that border, those are the 2 countries that border Mexico on the south. Those 2 countries still have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, which is very important, because when no other countries on earth have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, then basically they're cut off. And I mean, they won't have diplomatic immunity to travel the world and that sort of thing. It's very, or they won't be able to basically pass through countries. Anyway, the bottom line is information war. By the way, information war, I'm going to repeat this over and over, is the highest form of warfare. And for those who believe that Taiwan is a breakaway province of China, actually, believe it or not, I've written 3 books on Chinese information war. Unfortunately, they're only in Japanese. They're not in English, but because I've been working to wake up Japanese for many years now. But the Taiwan was never part of China. Zero. Never. Not one day. But you'll see American congressmen and everybody else, talking heads. One CIA station chief I saw earlier talking about it, he's like, the breakaway province of Taiwan. It was never, ever, not for 1 minute, part of China, period, full stop. That's information war. And, when it comes to information war, words are atomic structures of truth and lies, right? And so if you have to get the words right, if you get the words wrong, all else that follows is wrong. You cannot make water out of, lithium and sulfur. It just won't work. You have to have hydrogen and oxygen, and it has to be in the proper arrangement and the proper ratio, right? According to theory, right? So you need 2 hydrogens and an oxygen. And, 2 hydrogens and 2 oxygens is hydrogen peroxide, right? So the bottom line is we have to start with accurate words, like the vaccine for COVID is not a vaccine. It's a weapon, right? We have to call these things what they are. If you start by calling it a vaccine, all else that follows will be false because we're starting with the wrong premise, right? I took a very well-known person down to the Darien Gap, Brett Weinstein. He did great, unbelievable. That man, he did his PhD work down in the Darien, or not in the Darien, but in the jungles of Panama. But we went down to he was studying tent making bats, actually. It was really amazing. He took us out looking for him. But in any case, I took him down to look at the invasion and to go through the Panama Canal. We got in a boat, took him through the canal and that sort of thing. Very smart. And he totally understood what was happening after he saw it. Now, Brett went on later with Jordan Peterson. I've been on with Jordan a couple times myself. But in the beginning of their conversation, Brett and Jordan started to talk about, whether this is migration or invasion, and they started using, or migration, right? So they started using the word migration instead of invasion, right? So they actually, unfortunately, selected the wrong word. And so from then on, they started talking about the history of migration and that sort of thing. Whereas if they called it what it actually is, use that accurate word, invasion, invaders invade, then they would have been talking about the history of war. They would have been talking about the weapons of mass migration. They would have been talking about invasion, right? So that's why it's so important to start with the right words, not vaccine, not migration. There are migrants. We see migrants that are mixed in with the bunch, but the overall thing that's going on is invasion. Now, countries. I've been to, this is my 99th country, actually. I spend most of my life outside of the United States. I was born and raised in Florida, served in the U.S. Army, and did all those sorts of things. But I spend most of my life downrange. Many years in Asia, maybe 19-ish, maybe more than 6 in Europe, a bunch in the Middle East, and blah, 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 right? So I've been all over the place. Spent a lot of time in wars, Iraq, Afghanistan, 4 years, 2 in each of those wars, and a lot of other conflict and war, right? So this is war is sort of what I do. When I was in the Army, I was actually in Special Forces. And as you can imagine, people in those sorts of units tend to study war a lot more than a lot of people, even in the military. So I've spent many years studying war and being in wars, right? And so it's very difficult to fool me on things that have to do with what's happening, for instance, in places like the Darien Gap. Let me go down on the slide, and if I can control I can. So this is actually a photo I took in Iraq. Many people have probably seen that photo, and I show that I've shot thousands of photos like this in actual combat. I was a war correspondent for years. I'm saying that so that you understand where I'm coming from. I shot thousands of photos like this, including a lot of combat. There's a lot of war correspondents out there, and then there's combat correspondents. You don't meet many war correspondents, but relatively speaking, they're very common compared to combat correspondents. Like, I know a lot of war correspondents, but I don't really know any other combat correspondents who are actually alive and that I could call. There are some out there, but there are a lot of people that go to war and they get into a few shootouts and get the videos and make a documentary or whatever. But there's very few that spend years in combat. I did, right? So I'm quite familiar with many of the concepts that are going on. And it was very difficult to fool me, for instance, about the Iraq wars and the Afghan wars, because I spent so much time in them all over the place. And so my predictions about those wars turned out to be very accurate. So I'm going somewhere with this. This isn't tooting my own horn. It's very important to know where I'm coming from. It's a wonder I'm even still alive, but I am, and I'm still fighting. And this is Nord Stream. I got this image off of, it looks like AI generated, off of a video. I was trying to find the video so I could credit it, but this is Nord Stream. Now, when I'm looking at what's happening with the attacks on the food, the attacks on the weaponized migration, the invasions, energy, the money supply, or just the economies in general, and on and on and on. I know that our enemies, and this is the sort of stuff that Mr. Griffin would talk about, he pays attention to what they say. He's been saying that since he was saying it in films in black and white. I mean, I've watched his films over the years. And, you know, I was talking with Mr. Griffin on the phone a couple of weeks ago. I said, you know, pretty much everything that you said in black and white back in those old films has turned out to be true. You just have to add some drones and AI, and it's all very accurate. And how did he get so accurate? He always tells people he pays attention to what the enemy's saying. He pays attention to what they're doing. I do the same thing. So when I realize that our enemies are trying to reduce the world population and they're trying to destroy our countries, the nation states, then, you know, once I realized that, I did what's called a Carver matrix for Europe. I know that they want to deindustrialize Europe because that's what they say, right? They're taking down dams. They're taking down water infrastructure. You know, these floods that are happening, these aren't coincidental, right? Weather modification actually is a thing. But when I look at, you know, what would I do if I were the enemy that has that enormous capacity and that evil side? What would I actually hit in Europe? I would, in special forces, you learn how to do something called a Carver matrix, C-A-R-V-E-R. And this Carver matrix, that's it means criticality, accessibility, recuperability, vulnerability, effect, and bottom line is you make a matrix, right? So you put all your potential targets in one column, and you put the C-A-R-V-E-R Carver on the top, and you start scoring your matrix there to figure out which targets you would hit. So when I did a Carver matrix on Europe, I decided to put BASF on that matrix, and Groningen gas field, and quite a few other things. So when I, you know, looked at the number 1 and number 2 targets in Europe that I would hit if I were them, it would be Nord Stream and Groningen gas field, which is the biggest gas field in Europe. It's in Netherlands. So I went to Nord Stream. I went to BASF twice. BASF is the biggest chemical company in the world. And their big plant in Germany, or one of their big plants, but their biggest plant in the world is on the Rhine River in Ludwigshafen, Germany. Masako and I went there twice. The second time we went there to BASF, because Nord Stream feeds BASF. BASF is where these huge amounts of nitrogenous fertilizers are made, right? You need that natural gas to make nitrogenous fertilizers using a chemical process called the Haber-Bosch process. The Haber-Bosch process started being used in about 1914, arguably, some will say 1913, but whatever. Let's just say 1914 at Ludwigshafen, Germany, at BASF. The Haber-Bosch process is named after 2 German chemists, Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch. Fritz Haber, in a 1903 book on thermodynamics, he theorized that you could take the hydrogen off of the natural gas. And this is something that Mike Adams has talked about many times. I've talked about it with Mike Adams on the show many times. You can take the hydrogen off of the natural gas and combine it with the nitrogen we're breathing and make ammonia and make nitrogenous fertilizers like ammonium sulfate, ammonium nitrate, urea, those sorts of things. So and that started in 1914, which is the year the Panama Canal happened to open, by the way. You look at the global population started to explode after 1914. Now, it's not just from nitrogenous fertilizers, but it's also, deals with electrification, bigger ships, bigger trains, more roads, many refrigeration, different medicines, that sort of thing. There's all kinds of reasons why the population began to explode, but one of those reasons is definitely nitrogenous fertilizers from the Haber-Bosch process. So when I'm looking at on the Carver matrix, when I'm figuring out what would the logical targets be in Europe, Nord Stream and Groningen gas field, I started publishing. I think something's going to happen to Nord Stream. So I published it many times and talked about it on interviews. And the last time Masako and I went to Ludwigshafen, BASF, was 14 days before Nord Stream got blown up. Now, I thought they would probably take it out with some kind of software attack or something like that. But I had actually bought an extra iPad that I kept sitting beside me that was open to a website that would show me how many cubic meters per second natural gas was flying through the Nord Stream pipelines, right? And it went to zero, and all the readings went to zero. And I said, let me restart everything. And I restarted it. They're still zero. I started calling people up. I'm like, hey, maybe something just happened to Nord Stream. Yeah, and it was 14 days after our most recent trip to Ludwigshafen, somebody blew it up. Now, many people have asked me many times, who blew up Nord Stream? My guesses, because I don't know the truth behind this, was that it was either who blew up Nord Stream? That would be the United States or space aliens. It would be one of those. Now, it doesn't mean that Americans did it, but it would be almost certainly the American apparatus getting somebody to do it for us. I mean, almost certainly. Now, there's numerous reasons why Nord Stream would be target number one, right? And now it's gone. You see, this is part of the deindustrialization. Huge numbers of jobs have been lost permanently. Now, number two target was Groningen gas field in Netherlands. And I went to Groningen. Naturally, I go to Netherlands often because it's key. Well, that's Nord Stream pipeline. And I'm going the wrong direction. And there's Groningen, Netherlands gas production. So I went there, and I started. I think I said on the Jordan Peterson show, I was like, I know this sounds crazy, but I think that they might close Groningen gas field, which you're not going to do that with explosives. I mean, it's too vast and whatnot, unless you're doing it with like B-52s, which obviously we're not going to do that. But they were going after Groningen with information war. So I went up. Remember, information war is the atomic, the real big weapons are information weapons. That's your super nuclear weapons. You can do so much with information war. It's you can have men thinking they're women and that sort of thing. So I said, I think I said it on Jordan Peterson's show. If not, I said it on many others. I think they're going to close Groningen gas field. A lot of people said that's insane. I'm like, well, I've been right about a lot of other things, and it's because I go and look and I study 7 days a week. And now Groningen is closed. Not only is it closed, they filled a lot of the infrastructure with concrete. It's really closed. And so now we see this is putting, food prices continue to increase. People are losing jobs. Now, where am I going to with all this? Because I haven't really talked about the invasions yet. There's our super team. Somebody sent me that video today. Okay, whatever. And so when you have famine, by the way, that creates something called HOP, human osmotic pressure. Human osmotic pressure is the push and pull of migration, right? So wars cause a great deal of HOP, human osmotic pressure. famine causes a great deal of human osmotic pressure, as does pandemic. These things go together. Pandemic, famine, and war go together. You know, maybe 4 years ago, I was saying this on an interview, and one of my longtime readers said, she called in, as I recall, and she said, you know, you talk about, you know, pandemic, famine, and war, that triangle of death, which I call PAN-for-war, pandemic, famine, war, so that people can remember. She said, you talk about that as if you made it up or discovered it. And I said, I did. She said, no, it's in the Bible. She was right. So looks like I plagiarized the Bible. I guess if you're going to plagiarize, go big. And but anyway, but it is in the Bible. So they knew it way back then enough to write it down, and it's actually in there numerous times. So if you look up famine and war and pandemic, it's all there, and it's nothing new. And so, by the way, why is our army over there when our border is wide open? Now, many of the people that are invading the United States are actually coming through South America, right? A lot are coming through Canada. Some are coming through Bahamas. We were recently in Bahamas and Canada looking at it. But I've been across the entire U.S. southern border, all the way from SpaceX, which is on the Mexico-Texas border, there at the Gulf of Mexico. SpaceX is right there. So you literally have aliens crossing from Mexico into SpaceX property. You can see the launch pad where they launch, you know, Starship from, right there from the Mexican side. My friend Anthony Rubin got kidnapped there less than a year ago. He's okay. He was released. He got kidnapped on the Mexican side with his brothers. Muckraker.com, an incredible man. Actually, Anthony is a big fan of Mr. Griffin. He tells everybody to read The Creature from Jekyll Island. Interesting aside there. But what I'm getting to is I've been across the entire U.S. southern border, much of that on the Mexican side, but on the entire U.S. side, I'm quite familiar with it, right? And I've been in every country from basically the Arctic Circle down to Colombia. And right now I'm down in Argentina. So, I mean, I've been to all the Central American countries through Mexico. I'm quite familiar with the routes, right? So that's why it's very difficult for politicians to tell me how they're going to solve the Darien Gap or whatever without, you know, like, for instance, saying we're just going to put tariffs on Mexico and that'll solve everything. Somebody whose name you definitely know told me that a couple of weeks ago. He's like, we're just going to put tariffs on Mexico. This is somebody whose name you absolutely know. And I'm like, bullshit. Putting tariffs on Mexico will not close the border, period, full stop. It can help, definitely help, because we have a lot coming through Canada. They're coming through, the people keep blaming the cartels down there. Cartels are definitely involved. But the bottom line is the same people will say we need to put tariffs on Panama. But Panama, the Panamanian government, wants to close the Darien Gap. In fact, it was my team, Operation Burning Edge, with Ann Vandersteel and Masako Ganaha, that set the conditions for that Panamanian president to be elected on the podium of closing down the Darien Gap, because we spend so much time in the Darien Gap. Now, for those who don't know where the Darien Gap is, if you look at that map right there, that's right where Panama connects with South America. It connects, the Panama connects with Colombia. They call it the Gap because there's no road for about 60 miles. Now, this fellow is Tren de Agua. He is one of the gangsters. You see, Tren de Agua is now a popular name across the United States. I may have been the first one talking about these guys down in the Darien Gap. I met this guy in the Darien Gap. I think it was this year. If not, it was late. I think it was this year. Anyway, listen to him. And this is me talking. I made this video. Venezuela. So I said, ¿De dónde son? Where are you from? He said, Venezuela. So huge numbers of people like this are coming through. That's the gangster type. And then there are others who are clear military or intelligent types. I can go in, I can talk about this for months. I mean, because we spend years doing this. This is really amazing. Let me go to the next slide if I can manage to do that. Okay, this is a hyperlapse that I made in the Darien Gap. Watch this. Sometimes up to 4,000 people can come through the Darien Gap in one day, and this route is being increased. I've been talking about this for a lot. I'm the one that discovered the road that's being built to Columbia. You see it's in the news now. It's because I was down there in the Darien Gap and found mud on Highway 1. And I thought, well, this might be that road I've been looking for several years. And I followed the tracks back and I found 2 bridges being built. But this is not there. This is about 30 minutes away. So this is called Las Blancas Camp. Look at this. This is the Darien Gap. They're just coming out of the Darien Gap. Many people will have died, but these survived. I see this every day when I'm down there. You can see 100 boats coming down like this in one day, even more. You see they're wearing orange life jackets now. So many of the aliens drown out there during their invasion that they started making them wear life jackets. But huge amount. You see the little floating there, the gray thing. That's one of their sleeping pads. And those sleeping pads, thousands of those, I see those floating down the rivers. Huge numbers of these people die in the Darien Gap. It's quite dangerous. And actually, when you're going through the Darien Gap, many people actually, they fall on the what they call Montaña de la Muerta, the mountain of death, and or they're murdered, raped, killed, let's see, how do I get this thing to go forward? Having a problem again. There we go. Here we go. All right, so here's some of the routes. This is just some of the routes. You can see where it starts down there in Columbia. There's actually many routes to the Darien Gap, and we've mapped quite a few of them out. And well, again, I've spent like 6 months down in the Gap, or in Panama and in the Gap since Biden was installed. When I'm looking here, I'm looking actually at the map. You see all the routes as they go up through Guatemala. By the way, IOM is in all of these countries, the international and HIAS.org and the Norwegian Refugee Council. And we'll get to HIAS later because that one has particular significance because Alejandro Mayorkas was a board member on HIAS, which is the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. And okay, I'm going to show you this video. The Chinese come through in huge numbers. And many of the Chinese look like honest migrants, but we know that they go up. This is an amazing video that the Chinese made for themselves because they look at going through the Darien Gap as if it's a vacation because they take an easier route. They usually pay $20,000 to $30,000 each, between China and getting to the United States. And the Darien Gap, they take an easier route through the Darien Gap than most people. They pay the Kuna Indian. There's 3 different tribes down there. The Imbara, who I'm out with the most, and then the Kuna that I'm out with a little less, but pretty often, and then the Wunan that I really actually don't go out with much because they're kind of off the beaten path. But the Imbara and the Chinese pay the Indians not to make sure that they get through alive, and they pay the cartels, the Colombian cartels, right? So the Chinese don't get raped and murdered, but everybody else, it's a high body count. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, sometimes I go down there and I remember one day about 50 people were killed just in drowning in one day. Now that was extraordinary. It's not usually that many. It's usually 2s and 3s and that sort of thing. Women coming in raped, every 10 minutes, you'll see, coming in. But anyway, let me show the video. It's unbelievable. Again, you can have up to 4, even 5,000 a day coming through, but usually it's not over, more like 2,000. It depends on the time of year, if it's rainy season or whatever. Chinese. So they make it look like a vacation. It says, yeah, there we go. There's the map from Colombia, boat rides. So that's the easy route. I've been to all these places. I mean, I'm out there all the time. See that gray, you see the gray sleeping pad, you see thousands of those in the rivers. Believe it or not, some people die of hypothermia out in the Darien. It's hard to believe, but actually some actually do, because they go over the continental divide on the mountain of death, and it's a little bit up there, and they get wet and they sleep on the ground in the jungle, and some actually die of hypothermia. Not many, but a few. Mostly they die. Most of the people coming through die of murder, and they die of drowning. They die. If I can get that to come up, and they die from diseases. A lot of them, they get injured. They fall off the mountain of death and that sort of thing, and a lot of them just sit down, literally sit down and die because they can't go any further, and they'll just be begging out in the jungle. It's pretty sick. I mean, so this again, this is just you see that gray sleeping pad on the right, the guy's holding, or you see him on the ground. It looks like the lady might have one in her left hand there. I'm not sure, but you'll see thousands of those. Those are handed out by IOM and the other invaders. So this is just another hyperlapse I made one day at the camp called Lajas Blancas. Now, American money has built up these camps directly. Alejandro Mayorkas went there into a camp called San Vicente, which I've been in many dozens of times. I was physically present when he did come, and he promised more money to increase the sizes of the camps, and he did just that. The camps are now much bigger, and the flows have increased. So this is what we're dealing with. Our own government is doing this. I wish I knew how to make this fill up the whole screen here, make it full screen. But in any case, I don't. And so this is a Chinese person. The Chinese are much more adept at getting through. The Haitians come through like, pell-mell. They're just like helter-skelter, right? The Haitians, without any organization or whatever. The Chinese are highly organized. Like, they have their own maps. They share GPS tracks and that sort of thing. Anthony Rubin from muckraker.com, we went down to the Darien together and went across the U.S. border together. And Anthony found a 200-page document in Mandarin, which he had translated to English. And he flew down to Ecuador, and he took the whole route with the Chinese and went through again. That time he went through the Darien route with Chinese and with others, and picked up a lot of stuff. Now, this video is one that I made in the Darien Gap. It's a Chinese guy. I think he was from Fujian. I don't remember. But he, this is just, they share these with each other. Land at Ecuador. Okay, so I mean, I've got so many videos and photos like this. It's unbelievable. Interestingly, the Chinese mostly will go through, they will go through Ecuador, right? And this is something that happened earlier this year, which you could, web search and see. The Chinese they will fly like to Thailand. We were just over in Thailand looking at these things. They'll fly, many will go to Chiang Mai in places like that, Thailand. And then they'll go to either through Turkey or through some other routes, such as Schiphol Airport in Netherlands. If you go to Schiphol Airport and you go to Terminal 3 and you walk through those round, those, whatever those doors are called, the spinning doors, and you go to the left, you'll see an IOM office right there. And you can sit down in chairs right in front and watch the IOM help Chinese and everybody else get tickets to Ecuador. So many of the people will fly to Ecuador, others will fly to Brazil and some other countries, and then they'll work their way up to Colombia. But one thing interesting that happened this year, and you can find this online, the Ecuadorians were getting a little bit tired of some of the Chinese doing their China stuff down there. These aren't Taiwanese, right? Taiwanese are, great. Everybody loves Taiwanese people. Like, I've been to Taiwan quite a lot. They're like Japanese almost, the Taiwanese. And they get along well together too, by the way. Japanese and Taiwanese and Thais It's like three groups of people that get along very well. Thai people, Taiwanese people, which are Chinese of descent, and Japanese, they get along extremely, extremely well. But the mainland Chinese can be a different story. That's hit and miss, especially a lot of the ones that are, for instance, from Fujian and whatnot. They're down in Ecuador. They've been causing problems, and they've been making the Ecuadorians upset. So the Ecuadorian government suddenly said, you need a visa to come to Ecuador. Well, as it turns out, the Chinese are a big investor. Let's use what's the right word here, actually. They're an investor in Chinese electrical infrastructure, right? And suddenly, is that an investment in a weapon system, or is that an investment in their electricity, right? And so in any case, when the Ecuadorian government said, well, you need to have visas, well, their electricity went out for the country, right? And suddenly, Ecuador dropped the visa requirement. So this is the kind of games that are, now I'm not saying that the Chinese turned off their power. I have no idea. Could be a coincidence. This is me going up the river. I spend so much time out with the Indians. At one point, I was out eating. Sometimes it's just me out with the Indians alone. I'll go out with them for, like a week or two, And at one point, I was out there just alone with me and the Indians, and because I'll eat everything they eat. And I used to catch alligators with my hands when I was a kid. I teach them, like, look, I can call these caiman and crocodiles just like you. That'll make the females come. It really will, by the way. Anyway, my grandfather taught me that, catching gators. But anyway, so I get along with them very well because, when I went to Army Special Forces survival school, I'm like, I used to do this in the backyard with my grandfather. So when I'm out with the Indians, I feel pretty much at home. So it's funny. At one point, I was eating with the Indians out there alone, and one of them said, "You're like Imbara," Imbara Indians. I said, "You're like my grandparents, but you're a lot more brown." They all laughed. Which is true, actually. And but anyway, so this is what's called a piragua. A piragua is one of those wooden boats. That's the only kind of boats out there. There are no other sorts of boats. They chop down trees and make the piragua out of a boat. I found an old painting, I think from the 1840s maybe, and the piraguas look the same actually, except now they have engines. But the morphology, or let's say the structure, is the same except for the engines. Look at all that trash coming down. This is pristine jungle. Trash from the migrante. When I'm down there, I call them migrants because the Panamanians, if I say invaders, they don't have any idea what I'm talking about. So I say migrante. They don't even, they're not tracking on it. But with Americans and Europeans and Canadians, I'm calling it what? Okay, this is Mayorkas. This is in San Vicente camp. This is Mayorkas. He flew down with 4 Black Hawk helicopters. I waited for him for 4 days. So he's down there. Now, this guy, he was a board member at HIAS. He's our Department of Homeland Security chief, right? So he flew down there. I got a tip that he was flying in, and I waited. I was like, well, if he's coming to Panama, I bet he'll go to San Vicente camp. So I went down there and I waited for 4 days. Sure enough, he landed. There he is, right? And he came down and promised to build up the structure, the infrastructure for the Darien Gap to increase the invasion, which he did. So there he is getting a brief. You see like the sand table down there under the glass. That's the camp that he's standing in at the time. And then they increased the size of the camp. I have drone footage I can show you. But yeah, there's our guy. So when people keep saying we're going to do tariffs against Panama or tariffs against Mexico, I'm like, it's our government that's doing it, right? Straight up. You have to stop our government. You have to defund the UN. Kick them out, right? And it's not our job that we have to repatriate everybody. Let's call it compassionate repatriation. It's not up to us to repatriate these tens of millions, apparently, people that have come in. Our job is to just get rid of them out of our country. They found their way through sometimes more than 15 countries. Many of these people took incredible routes to get to the United States. They can easily find themselves back out, right? We just need to get them over the border, and the rest is up to you. We don't owe them a trip home. We don't owe them anything except to get them out of our country. And that's why when I hear these politicians talking about we're going to do tariffs against Panama. What, and alienate Panama more? No, Panama wants to shut the Darien Gap. Now, when you go down there, some Panamanians will say it's impossible. You can't close the Darien Gap. I'm like, okay, bullshit. You closed the Darien Gap during COVID. You closed it like a water spigot. Not a drop came through for more than a year. Cold stop, right? Nobody made it through. It's easy. When they come up by boat or anything like that, you seize the boats, right? You just take them, right? Like basically the Chinese fishing boats that go near Indonesia, and the Indonesians capture the boats and blow them up on TV. Indonesians seem to love that. The Chinese hate it. But the bottom line is, I'm not saying to blow up their boats, but I am saying seize their boats, right? And don't let the people go through, right? And keep in mind, I go to dozens of countries looking at this, everywhere from Morocco to Japan is being invaded. There's a whole town there called Kawaguchi. The Japanese are calling it Kawaguchistan now because it's filled with Kurdish people. I mean, I love Kurds. I spent a lot of time with them in Iraq and other places, but some fish don't mix well in the same aquarium. Let's put it that way. As somebody who's spent most of my life in 99 other countries besides the United States, I've learned that some fish don't mix well in the same aquarium. So this is HIAS, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Alejandro Mayorkas was a board member on HIAS. If you go to HIAS.org, you will see on HIAS.org that they're congratulating him, Alejandro Mayorkas, or Alex, they used to call him. Then he changed his name to Alejandro. Sounds cooler, I guess. But they used to call him Alex. He was a board member because his parents were Cuban refugees, both of them Jewish. And so somehow he ended up at the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society as a board member. And then he got moved over to Department of Homeland Security. So it's our government actually doing it, right? And so this, by the way, I almost rented that orange building in the background. I almost rented that as my office, but HIAS got it just before me because it's like 40 meters from the front gate of China Camp. Just to the left of this, like 40 yards away, is the front gate of San Vicente Camp. I call it China Camp because the Chinese use that camp. I've spent a lot of time in and around China Camp, but HIAS leased this office right next to China Camp and just before I got it. And so this is China Camp the day Alejandro came in. In fact, is this a video? No, it's not. But this was the day. It's a much bigger camp now. These cars you see on the road to the right, those are his security, his Secret Service or whatever. The helicopters landed off to the left about, 500 yards or 600 yards or something. And so he's actually in that picture somewhere. So yeah, so that's when there he is. If you look, the IOM is written on the top of those big two blue roofs. And the HIAS office is just off to the right out of the, you can't see it in this frame, but it's like, just right out of the frame. But there's IOM you can see their name on the top of those two roofs. That's that group of people at about almost the middle of the photo, the upper quadrant there of those buildings. That's Alejandro Mayorkas with getting his briefing. Southcom flew him down. In other words, the Southern Command, U.S. Army flew him down in 4 UH-60 Blackhawks. Okay, that's the camp. This is a drone footage that I made at night. That's the camp after he left. Okay, that's when he was there. That's the camp now, right? When he was there, and then after he increased it. That's not the only camp he increased. There's a lot more. And I go to all of them. I either rent airplanes and fly over them, or I go out in every different way. I get airplanes and go over them. We drone them and we go into the camps because Centerfront lets us in. I go out with the Indians. I mean, we've got it from every angle, right? And many times. So I've watched the progression of these camps grow, and I can assure you they continue to grow. Not only do they grow, but the routes are growing. In other words, the pathways to get there. So as we go into these famines, you see where I'm putting all this together. The human osmotic pressure, when you have these routes built up and that road is being built through the Darien Gap, this is a big deal. You can get all of South America through this, right? You can get all of Africa through this. All they have to do is get their feet into South America, any place, Chile. Many of the Haitians come through Chile, actually, because many of them have Chilean ID cards. They went there after the earthquake and that sort of thing. I mean, I talk with Haitians all the time. Actually, most of the Haitians now, still a lot of Haitians come through, but many of them will go through Nicaragua now, because there used to be a huge amount of Cubans come through, but the Cubans now almost all of them go through Nicaragua now, because Nicaragua is allowing them to bypass the Darien Gap. So let me show you. This is the camp now. That's it. It's a very active camp. It's less of a camp. It's more of a bus stop. That road on the upper part, let me play it again. That road that you see in the background, you'll see it in just a minute. That road is Highway 1. Okay, see that road in the background? That's Highway 1. And at the end of that little road is the hotel that I've stayed in for months. It's a 1-star hotel. I call it a 5-star, 1-star. So I'm basically staying out in 1-star hotels, no hot water or anything like that, which is fine. It's Panama. It's not like I need hot water anyway. I mean, half the time I'm jumping in those rivers. But you know, to do this, it's not a 5-star operation, I'll tell you that. Well, not when you're out with me, it's not. Actually, there's a lot of people. I've taken 50 or 60 people into the Darien Gap. And one of the things I've done with the people that want to do it most hardcore, I've had them go with me and just fast for 3 or 4 days with no food, because I want to see if they're okay with, you know, just a few days with no food. Because often when I'm out there operating, I don't want to stop for food. I don't want to have to put that in the schedule. It's a waste of time, right? You don't need food for 5 days. You know, you need some salt and you need some water, and that's it. So I don't want to hear any whining. You know what I'm saying? Like when we're out in the jungle, I don't want to have to stop in every village to make sure the hummingbirds get fed. So some of the people, if I'm taking them out on a little bit harder thing, I'll say, okay, well, let's take a diet and see how well you do. Because when we get out there, I'm not stopping for lunch. We got work to do. And let's see. Okay, this is actually inside San Vicente camp. These little beds were bought with American money, because after Mayorkas left, they put in these new trailers that you saw in that drone footage. And this is the inside of one of the trailers. And you can see it's not quite open yet. This is San Vicente camp in Darien Gap. There's Masako actually sitting down with those green overalls. And she did 4 days with no food and did fine. We've been through all kinds of stuff together. Interestingly, they build these camps all over the place in Texas and other places. I've been to many of them. And yet look what happens after the hurricane in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia. What about the Maui fires? I mean, our people, Ann Vandersteel is up there right now. She's my teammate her and Masako are my 2 main teammates on Operation Burning Edge is Ann Vandersteel from Steel Truth and Masako Ganaha right there sitting down with the green overalls. Actually, she's a very famous journalist in Japan. She's the one that's been bringing these death jabs into the huge news in Japan, her and some of the scientists. We spend a lot of time with scientists in Japan, and we go to the farms and that sort of thing. It's all part of the bigger war. This isn't just about the weaponized migration or the invasions. It's about this is a multi-spectrum war, right? So this is another video that the Chinese made. I'm not going to show you any more except for these 2. It might be time to leave because I see you're coming on there, sir. You know, I'll go for 5 hours.
Oh yeah, no problem, Michael. I have a quick question as you're putting this out there.
It's
quite extraordinary, the things you've seen firsthand.
Hold on, let me stop this.
The proof, if you will. Is there any evidence that the upcoming Trump administration or anybody within it
I had a hard time stopping that.
This is going on to the depth that you're presenting here?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I had to turn that off. It was playing music. I don't know if you could hear the Chinese music, but I turned it off. I can hear you now.
All right, let me ask you again. Is there any evidence that you have that anybody within the incoming Trump administration may know of the details of which you're presenting here about how this is happening, how it's transpired? You've clearly laid out that it's a U.S.-led operation, even though it might not be the America we think, but it is not, necessarily the fault of those countries where this is coming through.
Oh yeah, they know. As much as I attack Trump pretty much, probably 5 days a week and have for years. Not that I want Kamala as president or any of that trash. They're all communist. But yet his team reaches out to me regularly, including today and yesterday, regularly. I'm talking close team and more periphery as well. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, because they know that I'm here to close the border. I'm not a Trumpian. I'm American, right? Bottom line, I want that border closed, right? And if that border's not closed, I'll take Holman down there. I'm gonna, he knows I'll take him down, and I'll take him down instantly. I will literally pack my bags and fly to Panama tomorrow if he wants to meet me there. I'll take him down, introduce him to the Panamanian government, introduce him to all the Indians, take him out to the camps. I'll show you exactly what we know. The so-called target set. We know exactly how to close that down. In fact, if Trump hasn't closed it down by the end of January, he's just not serious, because this is child's play to close the Darien Gap. So yeah, they pay attention. They know me very well. And I've been, they've made so many offers to me to come on side and that sort of thing. I'm like, nope, I'm not joining your little club. When you're going to come and go, and I'm going to still be American, right? I want to secure my country, right? And that includes getting rid of supporting Amendment 3 with all those drugs and crap in Florida. That's another part of this war, right? I'm looking at this as an American, and Trump's going to come and go, but I will definitely take them into the gap. I'll stop everything I'm doing. I don't have to stop everything I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. And so the fact is, if he's going to close it, I'll repeat, he can have it closed by the end of January. In fact, he can have it closed before he's even in office. If Holman goes down there and meets with we can set up the meetings. It's very easy to do. The Panamanian government will cooperate, and that gap will be closed. And it can be closed before Trump. That's low-hanging fruit, and Trump is very good at taking low-hanging fruit. If he takes that low-hanging fruit and he closes the gap, I'm going to give him the best gap. It's going to look even better. I'm going to give him the best media. It's going to look even better than his wall, right? I mean, I will give him the most. I'm going to talk like Trump now. Mr. Trump, soon to be president. Actually, I think he won the last election and they stole it. But the bottom line is, if you close that border, I will give you the best media that you can imagine. I will bring down 50 journalists to the Darien Gap. You won't believe how many people want to go with me all the time. Most of them I will not take. But I have taken like 50 or 60. I've taken Epoch Times, taken Brett Weinstein, Chris Martinson, Laura Loomer. Masako has been down, I don't know, a dozen, 15 times. We spend months at a time. We've taken so many people down there. We put that on the map. And the reason that you see Elon Musk going to the border was we took our team, Operation Burning Edge. We went to SpaceX and we just kept reporting. Hey, they're coming across. We didn't even ask to talk with Elon Musk. We didn't ask to talk with anybody at SpaceX. We just went to SpaceX and we were right there on the border. And as people that have been to SpaceX know, you can drive right beside the launch pad, like weirdly close. Like you can literally put your hand on the truck that's downloading locks to the ground tanks. Literally, they're loading down liquid oxygen and nitrogen and all that. You can put your hand on those trucks. It's weird. But anyway, we focused on SpaceX, and we were intentionally prodding Elon Musk to start paying attention to the border. So when we were there and then he started paying attention, they overlap. You see the big lawsuits now for Colony Ridge. We did that. I got some congressmen and a bunch of media, and I got got helicopter, and I took them up over with Todd Bensman and took them over Colony Ridge, did it multiple trips. And the next thing you know, you end up with these big lawsuits. For those who know what Colony Ridge is, it's a big city, let's say a medium-sized city for 200,000 illegal invaders north of Houston, right? North of Houston, right? So it was our team that put that on the map and got all those lawsuits going. This Michael, is what we do. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
It is extraordinary what you're doing. My hats off to you, as I say, but you're going to give Trump the biggest media ever, if I can hear it, in history, right? Based on what you're saying. If he closes
I'm exaggerating like Trump does, but I'll give him great media. My pen will flow with beautiful ink for Trump if he closes Darien Gap.
All right, that's good. And we have also simulcasting on X. So,
Go ahead.
Elon, if you're listening, we're simulcasting on X through the Red Pill Expo. My personal account, Ask RSB. We've got it going on everywhere right now. So this presentation should be shared. You guys, you know who you are out there watching right now. Share what you've seen here. We're going to make this available for everywhere and everyone to maybe we can shut this thing down. So, Michael Yon, thank you so much for presenting what you've done and in a very profound way. No mystery about it. So thank you for clearing that up.
No mystery. I just wish we had 5 hours.
I know.
And if you want to come down to Darien, come on down. As you know, this is a comprehensive war. There's many weapons being used. The biggest weapon is information war, and which is something you guys are fighting very hard. And the economic, you're hitting it on full spectrum. I mean, you see all these different ways that they're hitting us, and you're actually addressing them. Most people can't see all these different weapons that are being used.
Yeah. Well, Michael, we're spreading the news, and thank you for sharing it here with us on the Red Pill Expo stage virtually, because we are reaching more people than we've ever reached before. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Michael Yon, and we'll look forward to talking with you some more and get you on my show.
For Japanese out there, make sure to read it in Japanese.
I love it. Thanks, Michael Yon. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right, we got more to do. That was pretty extraordinary. I was watching the videos that he's brought about from being on site there. A lot of times you hear these stories and you see it visually and viscerally. So thank you, Michael. We're going to go deep here with our next speaker. And he's spoken at the Red Pill Expo before. I met him at the last one for the first time. Very impressed. Very impressed. You know, I've been in holistic medicine, natural medicine, homeopathic medicine for 30 years. I've talked about the law of the terrain versus germs, the germ theory, all of that. He knows all of that, kind of where the bodies are buried too. So if germs and viruses don't cause disease, then what does? We need to go deeper on this as well. And I'm grateful that Jonathan Cooey, PhD, is with us again here on the Red Pill Expo virtual stage. Jonathan Cooey, are you on? Want to make sure?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to see you. You're looking great, my friend. And I'm glad you're here and back to deliver even more.
Well, we'll see what we get done, but I hope something good comes out of it. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really grateful for the chance to have the podium again.
Well, everybody pay close attention to what Jonathan Cooey is delivering. It could be challenging, but that's what we're here for. The challenge to say, hey, what do we perceive about life itself? That's why we take that red pill, and Jonathan Cooey is going to deliver. Thank you, Jonathan. Take it away.
Wow, thanks very much. I'm just going to switch over here. I think everybody should be able to follow this pretty good. It's an interesting place that we're in. The title of my talk almost felt like a little bit of a joke. And so when G. Edward Griffin asked me to do the talk, I took it very much with a grain of salt that I wasn't going to be able to tell you what causes disease. I don't have the professional qualifications to answer that question in a home run sort of presentation in an hour or so. I do know for sure that leaving off with my last red pill presentation and trying to dovetail from it, I do know it's very important for all the adults in the audience to acknowledge that the repeated message that we are hearing from every presenter at Red Pill is that there is something like a charlatan that has control over us, or a group of charlatans. And it is important to realize that a lot of these Red Pill presenters have indirectly or directly said that these charlatans have had power for more than one generation. And that's important because it's important to see that taking the power back from these charlatans is almost taking the power back from them, from our parents as well, because our parents were under the same spell that we are under. In our parents' time, a lot of the enchantment was promises of what was to come. The Walt Disney, what was it called? The Epcot Center is all about the world of tomorrow. And so all of these ideas are actually predictions made before any biological principles that supported them were even there to edify them. So it's a really interesting place that we're in, because actually I am just a guy who was chasing tenure for almost 20 years, taking very low salary, dragging my family around the world as it grew, all for no job security at all, and just the possibility of maybe getting on the runway that was tenure, but you never know if you're going to get it. And so this whole enterprise that I was involved in had to do with me accepting a sort of biology 101, which is a world where germs and viruses cause disease and where genes can cause disease. And in fact, I had to absorb that and all the details that it was based on, all the ideas and presumptions that it was based on. And you can find that work on PubMed to this day with my last name. And in fact, the news program that I do now that's called GigaOhm Biologicals derived from that work that I did. And so, I was a microscope jockey. I wrote grant applications, not very well, but I already came to understand that everybody was doing a little bit of exaggeration, making big promises about the big problems that their research would solve, even if they knew that it was a really little tiny piece of the big problem that they thought they were solving. I do have my own website. I'm just going to plug it here one time because it's not YouTube. It's not anything other than a website that I use the PeerTube clone of. PeerTube is like a kind of a clone of YouTube in the sense of everybody can have one, and then I could link to yours and you could link to mine, and it would be a decentralized version of YouTube that nobody could control. And although I'm all alone, there are other people doing this, and so we could all do this. It's trying to lead by example. I don't know how well it's working, but my views are slowly growing, and it's a place where you can find things without having to log in. You can download them and watch them without using the internet. You can download the audio, all that stuff. It's all there. That's like the only thing that I provide my viewers with. So this whole thing started for me as a university professor at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine, where same as you, at the start of the pandemic, we were told that we needed to have lockdown. I was actually riding my bike to and from the University of Pittsburgh when the streets were completely empty in the morning and at night because of the lockdown, and doing a little podcast on my bike on YouTube that I had started originally for my classes. And so like you, when people rescued us, when picked us up on the side of the road, I met people on the internet that told me that they had answers and that I was asking the right questions. We all came to the conclusion that there was a novel virus that potentially millions of people have died from. But we did save a lot of people because we locked down, or because we didn't, or because we wore masks, or we didn't. And so this was the story that I told the last time I was at Red Pill. And it's a story that matters because if you want to understand why we get sick, then we're going to have to really reorient ourselves, essentially have a new model of biology, because the old model of biology is worth explaining so that you can see why it's an insufficient model. It's a model that we could actually be trapped by if we allow this mythology to be inherited by our children. And so intramuscular injection, that's when you squirt something into your muscle with a needle of any combination of substances. So you can just imagine, salt and sugar and whatever, with the intent of augmenting your immune system, so protecting you from disease, is dumb. And I think it's really important to start finding succinct ways of expressing big ideas so that we can start to have useful conversations about those big ideas and people can correct me. And so one of the reasons why I feel it's imperative to repeat this message, even though the general idea of the Red Pill is not to repeat your previous messages, I think we're at a stage now where the Red Pill and the ideas of it are starting to need repeating because they have become so sharp that there's no reason to dance around them anymore. We need to get them farther and farther out. So I want this to be challenged. Very similarly, transfection was a kind of product before the pandemic. And that's one of the reasons why I lost my career in neurobiology, because I was speaking out about the fact that, hey, we're all using transfection and transformation in our mice and monkeys. Why are we allowing them to call this an investigational vaccine? It turns out that was always criminal. It turns out they probably did it just because they're recycling old technology as new technology so they can reset the patent clock, the IP clock. And finally, RNA cannot pandemic. This is another one of those statements that at first you might think, wow, that's weird. But a coronavirus is just a little fat bubble with a really long RNA molecule in it. And they say that if you make the right combination of that, with like a 19 base insert with some magic furin cleavage sites and maybe some HIV homologies, that this RNA could go around the world from a mud puddle wherever it was spilled and be in all the white-tailed deer of North America and all of the hominids, the upright Homo sapiens on Earth. And it's still going now, perpetually. It's like it's just there. And it's weird because that's RNA, not DNA, but RNA. And I'm telling you, RNA can't do that. But I think the way to think about it is that viruses are not pattern integrities. And that pattern integrity idea I dropped in the last one, but I think is going to be central to this, because if you understand yourself as a pattern integrity, then you can start to think about how and why we might become sick. And so that's going to be a recurring theme as we go through this. So again, just to remind you, they told you that a mystery virus was responsible for excess deaths. And in my last talk, I tried to list all the ways that they actually probably murdered people and then lied about it in order to get us to believe that was true. I also pointed out that there was no epidemiological evidence of spread. But what I didn't really point out very well in that talk, and I should have, is that actually they knew this problem was coming for quite some time. And if you search your memory and think about your gut feeling here, you know that when you were a kid, when I was a kid, I'm 53 years old. When I was a kid, there were bigger families. And my dad is from a bigger family than I have had, that's for sure. And that was a consistent pattern across the Western world, especially in America. And that family size has gradually reduced as we've gone from being the kids to being the parents. Now soon, some of us are lucky enough to be grandparents, not me. And that to me is extraordinary, because what that means is that for a few decades now, Ted Turner and these other people have been complaining about what's going to happen when all of these people end up to be so old that we have to start spending government money to take care of them. And now you might be aware, maybe you're not aware, but America's budget is very significantly, almost half is taken up by Medicaid and Medicare, spent on these, primarily these retired old people in the last year and a half of their life. And so that was a problem that actually needed managing across many Western nations. And that is the best explanation for why there was this multinational media campaign that was so on point, because they all agreed that we got to do something about this. And so we might as well have a long list of agreed ways that we can take care of it, and we'll just call it spreading pathogen. Now, it's important to understand that not only did they do this, not only is this certain, but nobody's talking about it. Lots of people will say that there's no epidemiological evidence of spread, but they can't explain why. They can still say there's excess deaths. And the reason why becomes a bit more obvious if you take a look at this joke, kind of not really a joke, but this is a population pyramid from the Villages metropolitan area in Florida. And what you can see is the influx of retirees. And so if you told the young people in this area of Florida that, man, something's going around because more people are dying now than were dying in the year 2000, this is a terrible place to live, it would be pretty easy to debunk that. There's no epidemiological evidence of spread. The only thing that's happening is old people are moving there and then they're dying. But the average a number of people dying every year would definitely go up if this was the phenomenon. And it's very easy for you to intuitively debunk that, but it's a little more difficult to do when presented with this thought experiment. But the way to do it, and the way to get this concept able to express to your family and friends, is to just have people recall that you went to high school with people that had 12 kids in their family. Your dad might have had 6 kids in his family. Your mom might have had 12. Maybe, this is the kind of thing that can wake people up to realize that this depopulation, this scary thing that they're talking about, they're killing us. No, they're managing us. And so it's not the same scary, malevolent thing. It's something that in certain rooms and on certain tables, you can talk about very scientifically, even when there's no epidemiological evidence of spread. So we need a new consensus here. I'm just going to end this little introduction with the fact that the vaccine schedule in America, if you compare it to any other country in the world, is criminal. And you can see it just by comparing it. It's available on the internet. Go ahead and do it. It's homework number 1. Transfection, find out the fact that it's a product. It was a product, and RNA cannot pandemic is what we're going to talk about today. So this was the title, right? Germs and viruses don't cause disease. But I'm going to argue that we can think our way out of this. We can understand the trap we're in by just critically thinking. And it requires a little bit. It requires a lot of love from family and friends. It requires clean water, clean food, a clean environment, and exercise, preferably outdoors. Although I like basketball, so I can't really say that's totally my recommendation and what I follow. I'm calling myself a biological coach, a coach of biology, a biology coach, because I don't know really what I am anymore. I'm more than a teacher. I'm different than a teacher. I'm not a professor anymore. I'm not affiliated with anything. I'm working, and I'm actually presenting to you right now from my garage. My family has put everything on the line because they believe, as I believe, that this fundamental idea needs to get out there. So if I start with this answer, I hope you don't find this a cop-out. Healthy people do not get sick. People that have the love of family and friends, that have clean water, clean food, a clean environment, and exercise regularly their whole lives, they don't get sick. And unfortunately, most of us, all of us in the audience, can't say that we've had clean water, clean food, a clean environment, exercising regularly. And many of us, unfortunately, don't have the love of family and friends that we need to thrive. And so there's lots of reasons why people get sick, but healthy people don't get sick. Now, what I can tell you, although I don't have the expertise to sum it all up, I can tell you that the old biology 101, which can be best summarized as evolution because DNA, is how they've fooled us into not understanding this simple thing that people knew back in the 1900s and the 1800s, that, maybe you might add sleep here. These are fundamental truths that no one in the Red Pill Expo would ever disagree with. And yet somehow or another, we've orbited farther and farther away from this because of the old biology 101, that evolution because of DNA. And there's a million ways to tackle this problem. But I really feel as though, as a biology coach, this is the kind of thing I'm trying to coach people through. Another coaching example might be gunshot wounds versus deaths. You can use that as an example of how to think about these things differently. If Chicago has 2,000 gunshot deaths every year, and then next year they have 0 gunshot deaths, that doesn't mean they don't have 3,000 gunshot wounds. It could just mean that the doctors have become very good at triage of gunshot wounds. And so there are lots of weird examples of like this in biology, where false truths and false sets of knowledge have been created by very simple inflection of reality that can be seen in examples like this, can be seen in examples like that Florida example, but can't be seen if they are presented with an illusion of consensus on social media, where everybody agrees that the phenomenon is a novel virus and it has nothing to do with us managing a population problem or managing an aging problem or managing a welfare problem. Another example of how to coach people in biology is, why isn't the water part of every protein model? We've just gotten all these Nobel Prizes given away for the modeling of protein. Some guys apparently programmed some Google model, and now we can make relatively good predictions about how proteins will fold, but only really what we're making predictions of is how proteins will crystallize and the structure that they take when they crystallize. But that might be very different than when they are in the presence of water, water being a polar solvent, water having a very specific geometry and a very specific polarity that is never involved in many of these protein models. And so thinking about the limitations of those models would require a little discussion about how water fits in there. So what I'm trying to get in and blow you away with a little bit, with a little freight train here, is to try and get you to understand that the title of this talk, Germs and Viruses Don't Cause Disease, So Then What Does, was an impossible task. There's no way for me to tackle that. But what there is a way for me to do is try to give you little tiny glimpses of the cave that we're in, little tiny glimpses of how high fidelity understanding has been implied when actually they barely understand anything at all. And they've done this so often and so repeatedly because the Epcot Center, because in the future we will know. So we might as well tell everybody that now. We might as well tell everybody where we're going and what we plan to discover. And that, if you see it, is a lot more apt way of trying to probe these ideas. Optogenetics is not a bioweapon. I think I've seen optogenetics on the internet now in the last 2 years, more than I ever did when I was using it in my lab on my bench as a neuroscientist. And it is now being used as one of these fancy words that people can make up elaborate stories about how it can be a bioweapon, but this is just nonsense. But we can coach through this because we can actually talk about the science and figure that out. And so that's my thing. right now. I think the most important thing now for me is to try and find a way to teach high school kids or freshmen going into biology to think not of evolution because DNA, but to think that life is a pattern integrity with a trajectory across time. A pattern integrity is an idea applied to life originally by Buckminster Fuller. He is the best guy to have articulated that. Almost all the ideas that I'm going to present today are not mine. None of them are mine. This is an ongoing evolution, and I hate that word for this context, but it's an ongoing ever-changing understanding of ourselves that, like it or not, by malevolence or accident or happenstance, we have become greatly misguided and we are greatly off course. And somewhere in the 20s or the 30s, we lost all direction in terms of trying to understand ourselves as individuals and understand ourselves as a society. And that was probably not done by accident. And so as we move forward, I think this new Biology 101 is the way. We need a whole new model for the world. So as a biology coach, how would I do that in an hour? What opportunities would I take here? I'm just going to test this one time to see if this works. It does. The Human Genome Project, HGP. The Human Genome Project is ongoing. It's not over. There was a Nature paper in 2005 where they claimed that they had finally finished it. But if you read the fine details, what you will see is that the Human Genome Project at best what was achieved is that some perspective had been established to how great the task would be. And every time they add a new species to the list of species that have been sequenced, what you're essentially looking at is a landmark map being made of that organism, a landmark map that has some pattern across organisms that they can generalize with and use as a way to probe an otherwise unprobable complexity. But they don't know anything beyond that. The Human Genome Project doesn't know anything beyond that. In fact, the greatest and most lauded achievement of the Human Genome Project is the ever decreasing cost of making synthetic DNA and synthetic RNA, which can be used to make biologics, to make proteins that they can then study, can be used for transfection and transformation of laboratory animals. And so in trying to understand the biology of DNA and RNA, the one thing that the Human Genome Project did achieve is it achieved many different technologies which enable us to make DNA, sequence DNA. And that's essential because studying a single molecule or a molecule that's singly present in a cell is incredibly difficult. And in fact, probably not being done with the fidelity that has been implied by the Human Genome Project. We understand very little. And so that's the first idea. These ideas actually started out as predictions. I think what's really funny is there is a book from the 1963, I think it's from, where a guy by the name of Herman Muller, it's 1963, Man in His Future. A guy by the name of Herman Muller writes an article in here about the, let's say, choosing to breed humanity in certain directions. In the same book where Hillary Kaprowski talks about viruses coming out of bat caves before we really knew about viruses in bat caves. And Julian Huxley talks about the evolution of the human species and how we have to put our big boy pants on and take control of it. And so these ideas all started as predictions, and the finding of DNA allowed these kinds of people and the ideas that they were perpetuating to be doubled down on, in a sense, to be able to say that, well, therefore evolution is true. Therefore we can understand ourselves as chemistry and physics, which is, again, these are not my ideas. These are ideas that have been talked about for decades. This is Erwin Schrödinger's book, What is Life? And in this book, he says something very, very interesting, which will also help reveal why the Human Genome Project is far from done. If I just slide over here and show you this little book here. he's talking about the hereditary mechanism, and we would be talking about that too if we're talking about DNA and the Human Genome Project. But the term code script, of course, is too narrow. The chromosome structures are at the same time instrumental in bringing about the development they foreshadow. They are law, code, and executive power, or to use another simile, they are the architect's plan and the builder's craft in one. Now, I wonder if that makes any impression on anyone in the audience, because the central dogma of Biology 101 is DNA to RNA to protein. We've talked about this. They talk about this. Every student learns that this is the central dogma. This is how we understand ourselves. And this is why people like Erwin Schrödinger said there's no reason to doubt that we will eventually be able to explain all of life as the consequence of physical and chemical laws. And I don't think that is true at all. I'm sure as a biologist that there are emergent properties of life, of pattern integrities that exist on top of the physical and chemical laws that govern their properties. So for me, this simplification here reveals a lot about what's going on, because at the center of evolution is and our understanding of it is that DNA has special properties. DNA is magic. The understanding of humans requires human experiments. This is also a truth that the Human Genome Project realized. The Human Genome Project realized that, yes, you could sequence inbred mice, and that would help you to study inbred mice. But the reality is that the genes as we see them in the human genome, they're sufficiently more complicated. There's more of them. There's more material there, that in order to understand that, we're going to have to understand humans. Now, what's important about that to see is the idea that pea plants, that these inbred mice that we're studying, these are all highly purified genetic variants that don't exist in higher mammals. You can't breed inbred monkeys the way that you can breed inbred pea plants, so that you get very clear signals of dominance. And only very rarely do you get those kinds of things like polydactyly in little dogs. But then you got to remember that those dogs are also very purebred. And so these genetic anomalies that are easily visible, that give this, Jedi mind trick kind of thing where genes explain everything, is an illusion. And it's an illusion that has been sustained for a few decades now by people like Tony Fauci, people like Francis Collins, who they want you to believe are just bad guys because of COVID, because of the gain of function virus. But actually, the gain of function virus also plays right into this idea that the Human Genome Project was already done, already finished. Boy, are we really good at sequencing things. Boy, are we really good at following all these genetic signals. We've been good at it for so long that we can now just apply these technologies to monitor an RNA as it spreads from a mud puddle to every corner of the planet over 5 years. And that is an illusion, in the same way that the Human Genome Project paper in 2005 was an illusion. And so this is probably the most important part, is remnants then and now. Remnants are medical remnants, and you might not be aware of it, but those are very valuable things, because they can be de-identified, and then they can be sold to third parties who are interested in using them for whatever purpose, making cosmetics, doing experiments, genetic sequencing. And so as the technology of genetic sequencing became cheaper and higher fidelity, and as the ability to store this data on computer drives becomes ever cheaper and can be stored at ever more density so that it can be accessed quicker, now is the time where we need to start collecting people's genomes, because we actually have the computer capabilities of storing that data and maybe even processing it soon. This wasn't possible in the 70s, so there would have been no reason to collect the data. But they saw that there was an opportunity of a large bump in the population, that once those people were gone, We might not ever have this many people again. There might not be this many examples of the human genome to collect, to measure, to store and feed into the AI that will eventually crack the human genome. That's the story that the Human Genome Project is based upon and was told before it started. And the technology that they use, the secrecy that surrounds it, descends from the Manhattan Project. And a lot of the techniques and the physicists that are involved in the Human Genome Project and this early stuff are descended from those same programs. And so there's not for nothing that there's a lot of physics in it, a lot of modeling in it, a lot of math in it. And so the remnants that we had then, when I was a kid, they were taking foreskin and probably taking the placenta after birth, probably taking the placenta from cesarean section because that would be more valuable because it's more likely to be sterile, or maybe it is sterile. You get pluripotent stem cells from that material, also very valuable. It's probably why they clip the cord, because it's much more valuable if they keep those cells from being pumped into the fetus. And so remnants have always been very valuable. Remnants have probably always been feeding back into the Human Genome Project and data collection. But again, it would have been limited 10 years ago by the computing power available, the computing storage available. But now we have it. And more importantly, after COVID, we now have an excuse to swab people several times, all the time, anytime we want to, under the pretense of PCR as a diagnostic. PCR being, of course, and the use of it as a diagnostic directly descends from Human Genome Project patents and methodologies. And so what we have here again is the problem that healthy people do not get sick. And so how do we really explain what's going on here? I think it's very, very easy. It's easy to explain. Intramuscular injection is the single worst way to be exposed to a toxin. Now, I'm not at all saying that clean water, clean food, clean environment, exercise, love of family and friends are not important. Of course, I'm saying that these are vital. This is the center of good health. But what I am suggesting is that we are about to embark on what could be the greatest transformation of our society and our understanding of ourselves in our recent history, or we could become trapped inside of a mythology of viruses and disease and genes, and that could be several generations. And I think that the way out is close to this. Intramuscular injection is the single worst way to be exposed to a toxin. So you really have to have a good excuse to do it. It's bad to put creams on your skin. Everybody agrees with that. Of course it's bad. Everybody agrees that, eating bad food, like going to McDonald's, that would be terrible. Eating food that's, depleted of minerals would be terrible. But nobody is willing and willing to say, I mean, maybe they are willing to say it, but they're not willing to accept this truth that your body is kind of designed to protect yourself from eating bad things. It's got some barriers there. It's got some, already pre-laid mechanisms. The skin is, sensitive, but it's also an armor. And so there's a whole, microbiome and stuff that's working in symbiotic relationship with us to help set up that barrier. But intramuscular injection bypasses all of that. And we, as inherited from our parents, have come to accept this as a legitimate methodology for administering medicine. And that's really not, there's really no biology for this. And it's really only because of the pandemic that I've come to this conclusion. And I think it's because now what I'm seeing happening here as we move in and people think that we're about to be rescued by the Make America Healthy Again movement. I want to be sure that you see very clearly what I see happening. And in case you don't remember, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I have taken some selfies together. So I find it very important that I try to get this message out as much as I can. So a number of people that are in the Trump administration right now will still agree that vaccines are the most important medical advance of the 20th century. And I want to be sure that you understand that I am saying that that's probably wrong. I am saying that before the pandemic, there were people like Susan Humphreys. There were people like Brian Hooker. There were people who knew this, but probably couldn't say it as well, probably didn't have the biological background to say it or the ego to say it. It takes a little bit of ego to say something like this, but also, I don't know, it's like kind of jumping out of a plane. Someone correct me. Explain to me why this is not such a bad statement, or why this is a dumb statement, because I think it's a spectacular statement because it's real. This would be the worst way, because if you injected it in your vein and it was a poison, you'd know in a few minutes that it was a poison, and whatever effect it was going to have on you, it would happen in a few minutes if it crossed the blood-brain barrier or whatever. But if you inject it in your muscle, maybe it'll leak out over the course of weeks, and it will build up in your brain over the course of weeks. And so then temporarily, you'll never associate the effects with it. Maybe you'll never even notice them because they come on so slow like a boiling frog until suddenly you realize you have an autoimmune disease. And so we don't need to be mealy-mouthed about this. We can be very succinct about it. We don't need to say that they're an important advance. We don't have any good evidence for it. And people like Susan Humphreys or this guy, J.B. Handley, can explain why. And so we've saved countless lives from diseases like smallpox, measles. Those are all addressed by other people's books already. We're just haven't allowed those books to become common knowledge. They were sent to me. I read them, and now I know. There's no evidence for this. It's clean water. It's clean food, nutritional food. It's exercise. That's why those things went away. We don't have a vaccine for anthrax. Vaccines contain unmentioned toxins called adjuvants. They're actually planning to talk about this, but talk about it in such a way as to not challenge the methodology, but challenge the toxins that are put in with it. Just like they're about to say that the mRNA vaccines are contaminated. Otherwise, they would have worked great. They were always transfections. They're not gene therapies. They are old technologies that are being recycled. So vaccines are untested and exempt from liability. And so we have to change that. Does not acknowledge that intramuscular injection of a combination of substances is generally doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense. These new vaccines are also, this is a non-issue because the biological idea is wrong. And that's why the component argument, that's why the contaminant argument is so dangerous, because it will not teach our children the biology they need to learn. The FDA is corrupt, but it could be fixed by the right people, is a frightening, frightening proposition, because it is very, very similar to how we've been governed over the last 40 years. Bad guy, good guy, bad guy, always doing the same thing together. The food is bad in the USA is something that's really starting to bother me right now. The water is dirty too. Of course it is. It's always been. They've been putting fluoride in the water for a long time. They've been having bad pipes for a long time. People have been complaining about it for a long time. Nobody's doing anything about it. But there's a problem with the vaccine schedule that's not being acknowledged. And I have the possibility to get his attention. I have the possibility to talk about the intramuscular injection. It's the single worst way to be exposed to a toxin. And I have an opportunity to explain why it is. And so I would like to take another shot at that now. And hopefully this shot will be a little better than the last time that I did it. The last time that I did it, I explained the immune system as an inside-out oriented system. And so injecting on the inside in order to orient something, to augment something that's oriented out is quite silly. And I drew a picture like this where there was some tube going through. And then on the outside, there was an outside like this. And then there was also a lungs over here, right? And so we drew some picture and we said that, injecting here is silly because here you have the skin and it's oriented out. Here you have the epithelium of the gut and it's oriented out. And this is actually outside too, because your gut is outside and your lung is outside. And so this argument of intramuscular injection, this exposure to a toxin being the worst thing, has a number of arguments that have to do with the immune system. But I also want to make another argument about it from the perspective of the American vaccine schedule, because apparently, and I'm just an amateur biologist at this stage, not a I guess I kind of am a professional one because I do have subscribers and I do pay the bills with it. Apparently, we start out as a sperm and an egg, and then after the sperm and the egg, you get a lot of cells, and then at some point you have some kind of fetus thing, and then pretty soon you have a baby, right? I'm not an artist, so this is just a baby with some arms and whatever. And so that whole developmental process takes about 9 months. That's what I'm told. I've got a couple kids. I can't remember because we were counting it in days. So 9 months, right? And during this 9 months, we were told before the pandemic, you know, you could not, and there's no sushi and definitely no smoking unless you really wanted, oh, what's happening there? Unless you wanted like to reduce your birth weight or something like that. All jokes aside, as a neuroscientist, as a neurobiologist, the development of the brain is something that a lot of biologists work on. And in that context, they understand that if you think of a pattern integrity as a trajectory through time, the pattern integrity being that rope thing that we talked about last time, but I could explain it again. If you take this is again Buckminster Fuller's idea. If you take a rope that's made of 3 different kinds of rope, and you weave them together, and then up here you tie a knot in that rope, and then you slide that knot down, and it goes from, let's say, a hemp rope to a cotton rope, then the pattern integrity is the knot. And as the knot moves down the rope, the rope allows you to see the pattern integrity, but it can be hemp or cotton or nylon down here. And that very simple analogy for what a pattern integrity can be expanded all the way to the idea of what these Human Genome Project guys tell us, which is that there's a DNA molecule, and that DNA molecule after development leads to us. And so they want us to believe that evolution occurred just because there's DNA and DNA leads to us. And they want us to believe that they understand all of it, but they actually don't, because they only have the builder's code. They don't have the architect's plan, because somewhere inside of this DNA is the plan to get from an egg cell to a full-grown human that takes about 18 to 22 years. And yet the Human Genome Project and Biology 101 will tell us that, in fact, Biology 101 tells us that DNA is the reason why evolution occurred. We know that now, and genes are everything. But that's not true at all. That's the illusion that they need you to accept in order to invert us to experimental animals, in order to actually use us for the Human Genome Project itself. And so there are also legal ways and legal arguments that we can make, and we can ask Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to make these arguments. We can ask Aaron Siri to make these arguments, because essentially the government should be held to strict liability in America when depriving citizens of fundamental rights. But at the declaration of an emergency in the PrEP Act, the Secretary of Health and Human Services is only held to the rational basis test, which means it could be hypothetical. It could mean that he has a feeling something bad's going to happen, so he's declaring an emergency. And there would be really no way to challenge that in court. And that means that the PrEP Act is probably unconstitutional on its face. And so we could sort of try to find lawmakers and advocates that are working toward holding the government to strict scrutiny in that scenario, in that maybe even strike the PrEP Act on its face. So there are ways out, because also the vaccine schedule can be argued biologically fundamentally wrong. It doesn't make mechanistic sense. And so another way to attack this would be to attack the actual science of it, which is actually supported by the previous laws, which say that there's no way to avoid the toxicity. Now, the question is, where is that? Why is that toxicity there? The toxicity is there because intramuscular injection is the single worst way to be exposed to a toxin. And so we are in a situation where the biology can get us out. One of the other things that I hope I'm going to become known for at some point is this statement. I hope that you will hear this statement as exactly important as it is. RNA cannot pandemic. A coronavirus is said to be a long RNA molecule inside of a fat bubble with some proteins on the outside, and it's supposed to be sufficient. I guess you can spill paint in your backyard and eventually the whole world will be blue. That is as preposterous as RNA causing a pandemic is. Now that I understand the biology, one of the best ways to think about it is the Human Genome Project and DNA. DNA is special because it's double-stranded, because errors stick out, because the bases don't match, because there are all kinds of enzymes and proteins that are designed to help stabilize double-stranded DNA, because double-stranded DNA is double-stranded, so it's chemically stable. But the RNA in coronaviruses is a single strand. And yet somehow or another, it's capable of doing things that DNA can't do. What do I mean by that? Well, you need to know about telomeres or telomeres, whichever way you say it. These are these ends of the chromosomes that supposedly shorten as we age and lead to senescence, lead to Hayflick limits in cell culture, where cells can only divide a certain number of times before they go through senescence and don't divide anymore. This is a limitation that is set forth because DNA can't be copied all the way to the end. What'd you say? DNA can't be copied all the way to the end. But how come an RNA doesn't have that problem? The whole magic of evolution is because DNA is so stable, because DNA is a mirror, because it can be copied with high fidelity, because you get 2 copies when you open it and then 4 copies when you copy it. That's the whole reason why PCR works. The reason why you can detect a coronavirus is because the first step of detecting the coronavirus is to convert the RNA that you find to DNA so that you can run a PCR reaction on the DNA. So the entire fidelity of RNA pandemicking is so beyond preposterous for the simple fact that none of the special qualities of DNA are present in RNA. And I could go on for hours about this, but one of the best reasons and things to think about is all of the Nobel Prizes and big ideas about telomeres and aging and the limits that are supposedly ascribed to cells that have shortened telomeres, the significance of telomeres in cancer and all these other things suggests to me that DNA has special properties, and DNA with telomeres has special properties to overcome the limits of those special properties, and RNA can't have any of those things because it's single-stranded. The RNA replication problem is something that they won't talk about at all, even though no matter which and what books you look at from the 70s or 80s or 90s, you can't find full genomes of these viruses anywhere, no matter what you do, even if you make a large quantity of the RNA or the DNA and throw it on a cell culture. And you can talk to Tom Cowan and Andy Kaufman and a lot of these other guys that have been dedicated 5 years of the pandemic to debunking this virology model. They've all done a very good job. I mean, it's just unfortunate, Tom Cowan is a guy who had a book already in 2017 about autoimmunity and vaccines, but still hasn't gotten far enough and succinct enough to just tell people that intramuscular injection of a combination of substances without liability with the idea of augmenting you medically is pretty dumb. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't need to write a very thick book to explain that, because it's common sense once it's said correctly. And RNA cannot pandemic should be common sense to any academic biologist once it's explained correctly, especially if it's explained in the context of telomeres and Hayflick limits and the idea of the RNA replication problem, which is, okay, you get this RNA, it goes into your cells, it makes some proteins that are supposed to copy itself. How does it know where the viral mRNA is that it's supposed to copy? Why wouldn't it also copy all the mRNA that's already present in the cell? Because mRNA is mRNA, right? But the virologists don't have to explain any of that to you. And they don't want to, because then they would have to explain to you that RNA virology is just based on transfection. It's based on synthetic DNA and RNA being applied to cell culture. And so I think the most important thing to think about as I end the talk is, if I'm right about these things, the consequences are gigantic. If I'm right that RNA cannot pandemic and no one will usefully discuss it because they know they can't, then we're very close to escape. If I'm right in saying that intramuscular injection is the single worst way to be exposed to a toxin, and so we can start to reject the idea of intramuscular vaccination there's no legal liability protection there if the whole idea is dumb. If we can start to make that common knowledge, then there's no more important thing to do than make sure our kids understand that RNA cannot pandemic, even if DNA is special. And the Human Genome Project has just begun, meaning that they are just now starting to collect the data. They are just now starting to take away the sovereignty so that they can use our children as experimental animals and our grandchildren as experimental animals. It's a multi-generational war. It's a multi-generational inversion of our sovereignty. And now is the time when these technologies have come together, where sequencing is cheap, where we have the remnant supply from the testing to start doing it, and we have the medical databases like Epic in America and these corporate-owned hospitals with data that they can use to interface with those de-identified remnants. And so it may have started with foreskin in the 70s. It may have started with stem cells in the 70s, and fetuses and whatever. But now we are at the stage where we are also able to, and probably sampling from the entire population through the medical remnants being generated. And so if this is true, we need to make sure that our children don't inherit this. Remember, Edward Bernays told us this already in 1924: the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element of democratic society. And those that manipulate this unseen mechanism, like Elon Musk and the owners of Facebook and the owners of Locals and the owners of Rumble, they all have a knob to turn, and they all have an algorithm that can elevate ideas and censor ideas. It's not random. It is people programs and military programs that are doing this to us. And Noam Chomsky said it differently, but the same smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit that spectrum of acceptable opinion and allow a very lively debate within that spectrum. I think one of the best ways that I can coach you out of this is to see that even the transgender debate is a biology 101 trap. Because if you get into that debate and take the obvious answer, which is that Leah Thompson is a boy, and that was just a boy swimming in a woman's race, and that's why he won by a whole length, and you shouldn't let boys compete with girls, then what you're essentially doing is starting down that slope of genes determine everything by saying that it's XX or XY, when sex is a very strict example of how genes determine a phenotype, but it is not a sufficient example to say that now we understand the physics and chemistry of life. We just have to collect all the data to figure it out. That's the illusion that they want you to believe. That's the trap of the transgender argument. And I'm not saying that I think that we should start doing this or that the left is right. I'm saying that both of those are extremes, and both of those do not adequately acknowledge how little we actually understand. And in fact, that XXXY argument is very, very close to the biology 101, that evolution because of DNA. So be careful. Again, I can't thank Edward and his staff and his family enough for the opportunity to talk. I apologize if there's any disappointment that I didn't explain why we get sick. More importantly, I hope I gave you some ideas as to how to reorient your model of your own biology so that you're not asking questions like, how do I get sick? But you're starting with premises like healthy people don't get sick. And again, Giga-Ohm Biological is the name of my little thing. It's hard to remember, but that's the way it is. And I'm open for questions. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Jonathan, you brought it, as I knew you would. It was an amazing presentation, and I was sitting with G. Edward. He was in awe as well. So hats off to you. Ed is just like, yeah, Jonathan has brought it. and elevated the discussion again here at the Red Pill Expo. So thank you so much for your insight and your willingness to share and the clarity with which you share very complex subjects, which is the hardest thing to do.
Well, thank you very much. I've had a lot of practice, I guess. I really liked teaching at the university level. It was the funnest thing we do. Unfortunately, it's not very, you can't get tenure for teaching. I love it. I also love it because it's really just an expression of my love for creation and our creator. I grew up as a bird watcher and a snake collector, and my grandma got me there real early. And ever since, I just see it everywhere I look. So I want my kids and our grandkids to see this beauty as well. So hopefully we can get there.
Yeah. With your help, Jonathan, I think we are. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right. That's Jonathan Cooey, PhD. Amazing. And thrilled that we're able to bring this kind of information to you. I know some of you are saying, can we do this every day? Some of you are going, it's too much. It's not enough. It's never enough. But grateful for everybody's participation out there. You know who you are, watching from all over planet Earth. We've got world record levels of attendance now for the Red Pill Expo. Maybe because it's free, but if it's free, there is a cost to that. What is that cost? You share it. Let other people know there's good news out there. There are people that are thinking clearly outside the box and providing a pathway out of the mess that some of us have recognized we're in and we don't necessarily want to be in. So what else can we do? Well, there's the VIP upgrades. There's the Q&A upgrades you can do. There's also, some of you are buying in for the giveaways. We've got some kind of, I don't know if it's lottery style, but we're going to be doing that. In fact, we've got more donations coming in from these sponsors. So there's even more to win. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Just a real quick, also, you could win this. This stuff is so valuable. The Folium products, Folium PX. This stuff can help get Ed on his feet, my mom at 89 and 90. And I've talked to many doctors on my show about this that have helped so many people with, I kind of say when you hit a ceiling in your healing, you don't know where to go. And I don't want you to wait for that, but the Folium PX can help you break through it. That's at foliumpx.com. And I was thinking, for Michael Yon out there in the jungles at the Darien Gap, he should be carrying some Cardio Miracle with him to keep him going. Or if he's asking people to fast with him, you can fast. This will enhance your fast because it enhances cellular autophagy, which is what many people are after when they're looking to benefit from fasting, intermittent or otherwise. In addition to the benefit to the vascular system, oxygen, blood flow, and everything. And we're going to be doing some giveaways with my friends at Sovereign Silver and Sovereign Copper. We're going to add them into the mix. We'll get that information to you. So you can keep donating to be part of that giveaway. And but the biggest gift you can do, of course, in addition to sticking with us at Red Pill Expo and Red Pill University, to kind of establish some of the things that Ed's trying to establish for, a long time to come. And I'm grateful to be able to share a little bit of that message with you here. My name is Robert Scott Bell. You can find me 6 days a week at robertscottbell.com doing the Robert Scott Bell Show. More on that after this. We've got a 15-minute segment of thank yous to those who are also sponsoring and supporting this mission here at the Red Pill Expo. And then we come back with session 8. Don't fight City Hall when you can be City Hall, but we got Dr. Lee Merritt scheduled. That is going to be amazing. So stick with us. We got lots more to go here at the Red Pill Expo.
An empowered life has no expiration date. We're all created to do incredible things, like conquer summits, catch big waves, and live our passions. As time goes on, our bodies begin to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy levels decline, sleep patterns shift, and recovery slows. But our bodies are masterpieces of design, holding the potential to bounce back better than ever. With X39, we achieved something remarkable in the field of wellness and regenerative science that others could not. By utilizing LifeWave's unique patented technology, X39 uses light to elevate G8-KCU, a copper peptide known to support overall health and wellness. Unlike traditional light therapy, which requires external light sources, X39 uses the body's own infrared light to naturally increase vitality, enhancing the body's flow of natural energy for improvements in strength, stamina, performance, and overall health and well-being with the simplicity of an affordable, non-invasive, non-transdermal patch. As we age, levels of these life-enhancing elements, which are associated with wellness and longevity, begin to decline. LifeWave invested 10 years into stem cell research, which resulted in over 70 patents. X39 was born to bring to the public a product that could support wellness in an entirely new way, supporting the production of younger, healthier cells with wearable light technology. Becoming a powerhouse is easier than you think. Harness your body's natural potential to maintain youthful energy and vitality, because life comes at you fast, but it doesn't have to pass you by. Live long, live well, live young. Be the light with LifeWave X39. Make your health great again. Take back your health freedom and optimize your body's natural healing ability. People wearing the X39 patch in various settings: athletes, everyday people, animals. Producing X39, a patented, clinically studied wearable light technology. Why light? Why X39? It's a non-transdermal patch. Nothing goes into your body. No drugs, no chemicals, no toxins. In the first few days, 3,000 to 4,000 genes reset to a younger, healthier state. Within 4 weeks, your stem cells are reactivated, targeting your body's most critical issues. By 6 weeks, your brain is more balanced. Within 6 months, your cardiovascular system feels younger. And after 12 months, active regeneration that makes you look and feel younger inside and out. Ready to optimize your health? Scan the QR code now or call 813-335-0157 to learn more. Get access to the best pricing and receive free samples.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.
Every day, millions of people struggle with physical issues such as aches and pains, fatigue, brain fog, and other discomforts that prevent them from living an active, healthy life. Did you know proper blood flow plays a critical role in our general health? As we get older, or perhaps due to injury, our circulation can become restricted. Now you could achieve better circulation in as little as 8 minutes, twice a day with Beamer. Beamer is an FDA Class II cleared medical device that's easy to use, non-invasive, and temporarily improves local circulation. Beamer deploys pulsed electromagnetic field technology to target the smallest network of blood vessels in your body, known as the microcirculatory system. This unique patented signal safely travels through the body, allowing for better distribution of oxygen while eliminating carbon dioxide from your cells. Just think of this signal as gently massaging your micro blood vessels for better distribution of blood. Did you know the average American spends almost $7,000 on their health every year? With Beamer, you can improve local circulation in a natural, non-invasive way for roughly the same price as a cup of coffee per day for 4 years. And it's something that can benefit the entire family. The value of our health is priceless. People around the world have incorporated Beamer into their daily routine to optimize their health. And you can too. Contact your Beamer independent business distributor, Dr. Daria Schooler, by visiting daria-schooler.beamergroup.com to learn how Beamer can improve your life. Beamer, better circulation, better health, better life. Don't delay. Email Dr. Daria at daria.schooler@beamermail.com. Do you feel that something is wrong with our world today? Can you sense that tranquility is coming to an end? Everywhere, we see the rise of crime, political corruption, civil unrest, health hazards, disruption of the food supply, rampant inflation, the collapse of our money system, and increasing threats of global war. Something big is going to pop, and it's not going to be pretty. But the big question is why these things are happening. Is it just the natural cycle for the rise and fall of empires? Or are these things being engineered for the purpose of destroying the old world order to make way for the new world order? Red Pill Expo, guided by the visionary G. Edward Griffin, seeks to enlighten truth seekers to the realities that right now are shaping our destiny. Our mission is to reveal the truth behind fake narratives, fake history, and fake news, in belief that it is impossible to solve a problem if we do not know what is causing it. We are a coalition of people from all walks of life, all nations, cultures, races, religions, and lifestyles, who, in spite of our differences, are united by the common desire to be free. The Expo is a 2-day event, live streamed to the world absolutely free, including replays. Check out the amazing speakers who will hold you spellbound and open your mind to reality. The journey starts at redpillexpo.org.
Hey, good morning. Welcome, Red Pill. Mark Gonzalez here, First National Bullion. Unfortunately, we're not able to be together. That's going to happen in 6 months, but here's still going to give you some good information. One thing I want to discuss and kind of bring you up to speed on is connecting some dots of where we are at this point in time. I don't think people quite realize the severity of the situation and why precious metals needs to be paramount in your decision-making process of how to protect you in your future. One, you got the acquisition of farmland that has no intention to be used for any agricultural purpose whatsoever, all for the reasons of nonsense. You got the reduction of food supply for the greater good, call it bird flu or some other kind of bullshit. It does not matter, folks. I'm here to tell you. Also, you have these bank closures that are starting to come back into play. You have one that was in Oklahoma just 2.5 weeks ago where unsecured depositors were not made whole as they had been in the past. They only were made whole 50%. One, FDIC is not required to cover anything above the 250,000 limit of unsecured depositors, even though FDIC in itself is literally broke. What this is telling me, and I think people need to pay attention to this, is they're going to start hurting you. You're going to be herded into these big banks. All the money that's in these Midwest, these regional farm banks that are maybe not as big as the big conglomerates, they're going to see this and they're going to start to think, okay, well, I'm not made whole on my unsecured deposit. I need to start pulling these things out. That is going to create a margin issue, which is already existing with a 1% cover rate on the margin of most major banks out there. And I believe that they're going to herd us into this this cattle, so to speak, for a slaughter. And what makes me believe that something coming is very, very quick, I get the eerie feeling after this election. It's supposed to be the biggest damn event in the history of histories of all the elections. If you look at the last previous elections that we've gone through.
You want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
And guess what? Crickets. Right? This is the calm before the storm, people. Something happened in the 22nd of last month, and I don't know if anybody caught it, but this is a big part of it. There was something that the UN passed with the Pact for the Future, and they did that through their secret measure, meaning that they don't need to put it to vote, just no one has to oppose it. And they put it through, and what you're going to find out if you're actually able to look into this, and I suggest everybody do, if you have questions regarding the verbiage, because they do try to hide their true intent with things like inclusion, you name it. You can think of many other words, just fill in the blanks. Reach out to me and I'll help you do that. But what this is essentially the WHO and the UN measure that they tried to put, the treaty they wanted to put together back in May. If anybody remembered, they shelved that due to societal pushback. However, they just got it done through on crack. Now, what this Pact for the Future, it gives live the digital ID for all 193 member countries that are part of the UN. Okay, so what it means is that if you speak out against the government, if you are a dissident, all your information is going to be checked through AI. Everything's going to be retroactive. Your bank account is going to be closed. You will not be able to access your funds within a digital parameter, if you can even access them at all. So if there is ever a point to get out of the banks and get into precious metals, now is it. Because by the time people realize and they wake up to what exactly is happening and all this has come together, it's going to be too late. You're going to have a hard time getting the product. We've already been seeing shortages of supply in what we have available, and you're going to start to see premiums rise. So do yourself a favor, reach out to me. My name is Mark Gonzalez. At the bottom of the link, you're going to have a link that you can fill out information. Send me yours. It's just name, first name, last name. Don't even need your last name. Give me your email. Give me your phone number. And tell me maybe some of your concerns, and that mention that you heard of me from Red Pill. We'll schedule a consultation. We'll get you squared away. Mark Gonzalez, First National Bullion. Thanks.
All right, we're back at it, ready for session 8, and what a dynamic finale this is going to be here on the Red Pill Expo. First time we've done this virtually, and the audience keeps growing. each and every hour here. We don't want to stop, but of course, there's a lot of things to digest. And as we learned from Carlene, they're going to make this available on an ongoing basis for the next month for free. Eventually, will be available on a thumb drive that you'll want to have access to, and you can support the efforts by getting that. But we'll have some more announcements regarding that as well. We've got the film festival updates. We've got some raffle updates as well, because we keep getting more things added. So there'll be a lot of winners. Also, as we are wrapping up the discussion on, a red pill issue that goes so big, so far back, who better to deliver that than Dr. Lee Merritt? She's absolutely sensational. Not only in her, she had that physician training and background, but she's outgrown it so much that she looks back at it. And if you've seen her on the stage before or ever watched her speak, she's going to go into the big they question. Who are they? And interestingly enough, you hear about bloodlines. There's a lot in history about that, but by their bloodlines you shall know them. Dr. Lee Merritt has gone deep on this issue, and I'm looking forward to hearing what she's uncovered since last time. So, Dr. Lee Merritt, are you ready to go?
I'm here.
Hey, there you are. It's so good to see you.
Thanks for having me. Honored to be back.
Oh, you just let them have it. We're ready.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen here.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, hopefully you can see that, and hopefully I can make it run. Okay, so Albert Saint-Georges said that science is all about seeing what everyone else is seeing and thinking what no one else has thought. And I think it applies to history too. And you're right, I've started moving over kind of from science to history because I want to know what's going on in the world, and science is part of it. So my talk today is, why does ancient history matter? The history and symbolism of the Phrygians. And my actual goal is to be the reason today that you question the nature of your reality. Here's how we're going to start. This is the United States Senate seal, United States. And, we look at this, we look at symbolism that's all around us, and we kind of glance at it. We see the stars and stripes, and we don't pay attention to what else is there. But on the top of that is what says the red hat that says liberty is actually a Phrygian cap. And that Phrygian cap is a symbol that comes to us from almost 7,000 years ago, maybe more, but at least that far. And at the bottom is the fasces. Now these are the symbols. These are crossed. It's a pair of crossed axes. It's a bundle of something wrapped together, and they have an axe or something in them. This is kind of very stylized cartoon of it. But in any case, it's a symbol that we associate in the modern world with fascism. Why on earth would we have the symbol of fascism on what we think is a representative republic, United States Senate seal? So that's really the question that I'm going to work on answering. And yeah, because Mussolini had the fascist symbol on his hat, but we wouldn't expect it. And where are the Antifa guys yelling about this? They don't seem to care. We have these fascist symbols all around us. Albert Pike, we remember, as a senior Mason, but he actually was, before that, he went around the world. When there was no internet, he went around the world and he studied symbolism, because he recognized how very important it was to get at the heart of things. And he said the symbol, which has endured from time immemorial, going back to the earliest thinking, comes the nearest to anything we have to a universal language. And if you wear a particular symbol, let's say you wear a cross, it tells the story to anybody that has read the New Testament, knows about Christ. They see that symbol. But symbols can be used in all sorts of ways. And I would argue that they're being used to tell secret stories as well. So in World War II, we had the Navajo code talkers. And these guys were special because, first of all, they could recognize each other. Other people couldn't necessarily recognize them. They had such a proprietary, weird language that was very hard. It's an ancient language also, and it was hard. Nobody could learn it in the time allotted. So they were able to speak in front of the enemy. They were able to radio each other, and nobody could break that code. It was the most impenetrable code in World War II. And I think that's what we're faced with when we say, who are they? Well, whoever they are, they speak in codes. And we need to understand those codes in the world of symbols. And I'm just going to throw in my overarching view of the world has become that the masses are always controlled by an elite who are usually not the same people as the people they rule. And this goes way back into the ancient times. here's my state seal. This is the seal of Iowa. And some of this, again, your eye goes to what you expect, the American flag, the Civil War soldier, because Iowa was, a lot of people bought land after the Civil War, were granted land after the Civil War, and the farming motif and Missouri River. But here we have the Phrygian cap. Now, why would you have a cap of a 5,000-year-old civilization on the seal of Iowa? And it turns out there are 8 states that have this. And it doesn't really matter about the color. You know, the Smurf hat is blue, or white. That doesn't matter. That's a Phrygian hat. We see it all around us. I looked back in time to see if it's always been on the Iowa seals. No, it was not on when we were a territory, but in 1846, when we became a state, it began to be on the state seal. But the hat, when I first saw these symbols, I said, oh, I remember the history of the Phrygian cap. That was from the French Revolution. And indeed, that was one of the symbols. The probably big symbol of the French Revolution was that hat. And here we have a picture of the revolutionary guy and his garb and the hat. And it's a soft hat, which the top flops over to the front usually. There's a little more stylized version in the red. And it says liberty on the hat. But is that really what it means? Because my observation is everywhere that hat shows up, bad stuff happens, okay? The French Revolution was not a great revolution. I mean, the guillotine here was the real symbol of the revolution, and they beheaded a bunch of innocent people, and it was a bloodbath in a lot of ways, philosophically and physically. But there's the Phrygian cap on the top of the guillotine. More recent times, the hat gets repurposed. Now, this is the march in Washington, D.C., the pro-abortion march that took place in 2017. And everywhere you read a news article about it, they're talking about the hat. In fact, they called it the Pussy Hat Project. So it's a soft version of this soft Phrygian hat. That's what it is. And wherever you go on these symbols, all roads lead back to Phrygia. So where is Phrygia? The Black Sea right there is right above Turkey. What is modern day Turkey was once called Anatolia. And if you see the word Phrygia, it's right in the middle there. Now, it's really not just that little dot, because the Phrygian Empire extended from about that middle of the Black Sea all the way over to the west. So all those little places were actually incorporated probably in the Phrygian Empire. Here's the picture of Eurasia, however, and it shows you how huge the Eurasian continent is. And isn't it amazing that this little tiny dot has so much impact on the world today, of a society that theoretically collapsed in 800 BC? But here's why. Now, Herodotus was the famous historian, and most people talk about knowing him, but I mean, if you read what he says, he's talks a lot about Phrygians. He says that the Phrygians predated the Pharaohs. In other words, the Pharaohs were back from 3,400 BC. So the Phrygians are older than that. They were an empire in Anatolia, and he said they created glorious art. They were aggressive warriors, and they were the earliest equestrian elite. I think that's an important point. He makes the same point I do, that the people that are ruling the country are not the people of the country. They're these, and he called them equestrian elites because they had horses and other people didn't. And so they could conquer these lands, and they could, they might move from place to place. They might change their names, but they were not of the people that they conquered. And they were the first storekeepers. They were the first people to conduct commerce. Before that, it was all like a home cottage industry. And they had silver and gold. They were the first to use silver and gold and make money out of it. So these guys were big into corporate. They developed the first corporations. They were the big. They really started the monetary system, the legal system, a lot of things we complain about today. In fact, most things I would argue came from Phrygia. Now, some of this may be older. Like I think ultimately where these guys came from, we don't know, maybe Sumer. But the point is that where they really got their start and where all the symbols and everything is coming from, it really took off in Phrygia. Oh, and I just got to say, the stories that we tell, that we know as a child, like the story of King Midas being this mythical, not mythical, he was the king of Phrygia, as it turns out. King Midas was the king that would touch the river and turn it to gold. But the point was they were fabulously wealthy. And the last king of Phrygia was Croesus, who also we know about, as we use the phrase, as rich as Croesus. So they were known for being uber wealthy. The word tyrant comes from that little area around there. And here's one of my favorites. The city of Philadelphia was one of their major cities, if not their major city. Now, we think that Philadelphia is, the city of brotherly love, that the Pennsylvanians came up with that. No, unfortunately, I think it's the other way around. Ancient knowledge came with our settlers in the 1600s of the ancient city of Phrygia, called Philadelphia, and that was just incorporated into their new place of existence. It's interesting too that they worshipped Cybele, who was they considered the mother of all gods. So there's a lot of godhead that we're going to go over here a little bit when we come to our nation's capital and the symbolism around us. And they changed the names. There's a lot of different names given to the same god or goddess as it moves through civilization. So don't get confused by that. They believed in this female deity who was the creator of all, and they were really involved with sex worship. I mean, they used orgies. We've found now in temples in ancient areas in Turkey where they had these temples that they used vaginal objects, like vagina-shaped objects. And I thought, wow, that makes sense now when I heard Jane Fonda on Broadway. Remember, she did the vagina monologues. And I thought, now that is a creepy stage play. What is that for? Now I know. That's just an homage to the ancient Phrygian worship of Cybele. And they came up with a legal code. Now, here's something that if you're a biblical scholar, you might know something about. I had to ask somebody who was, but now I know. Pergamon was called the seat of Satan in Revelation. And they called it that because it was an ancient, at the time, it was old even at the time of biblical times, it was an ancient altar of human sacrifice to Baal. Okay, they had many gods, many names, but there was a human sacrifice. And it sat in Ephesus. Remember all the letters done in Ephesus. So it's a big area for history, and they was called the seat of Satan. Now, in the 1800s, German archaeologists came and they unearthed these friezes. You can see them here on the bottom of the columns are those ancient friezes. They unearthed them and they took them back to Berlin, and they recreated a full-sized Pergamon altar in the Berlin Museum where it sits today. Now, it made its presentation known in the 20th century because Albert Speer, when he designed the Nuremberg rally ground, that building is a design taken from the idea of Pergamon. You can kind of see the Doric columns sitting on the front face of that building. And even creepier, in 2008, before he accepted the Democratic Party nomination, Barack Obama had gone to Berlin, had visited this museum, and when he came back, this is what his background was for his acceptance speech. And I remember sitting with a friend saying, what's that creepy kind of Romanesque background and the blue stuff? And that was actually taken from you can see, it's from the design of Pergamon. And another creepy fact is that intelligence services own our medical and scientific publishing. I mean, if you want to create a false narrative and you want to be in charge of thought of science, you better own the press. And they did. After World War II, they owned pretty much all of the major press by combining with the Germans. And their first one, the first attempt at this, they got it all together and they hired Robert Maxwell as their primary editor, the chief editor. Now, Maxwell was not an editor and he was not an author and he was not a scientist. He was an intelligence officer, probably for 4 intelligence agencies. But in any case, they named this new medical scientific publishing Pergamon Press. Now, why would you name medical literature after murderous altars of sacrifice of humans? Maybe if that's what you're planning on doing someday. I'm just going to throw that little editorial comment out there, but they claim us for the Pergamon, the coin of Pergamon, but why does anybody care about the coin? See, that's kind of disjointed history that just doesn't make any sense. This is kind of fun. Music scales. Phrygia has given us a lot of music scales that we use in our modern music. This is a piece of music by Pink Floyd. I don't know. We'll see if you can hear this. It's a really dark dystopic sound, the Phrygian scales. Yeah, and so it's actually, the song is Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun. The other thing that's a little creepy about that is that the Mesoamericans have a myth that history ends, the world ends when humans try to go to the sun. So Anyway, so I'm going to just summarize this history of Phrygia before we get to the symbolism by this and show you why what's happening today relates to, I think, ancient Phrygia. So here you have Phrygia, as you can see, right below the Black Sea, and it's actually bigger than that dark area. They're showing you something else there. And what happened is, in about 800 BC, the Cimmerians, not the Sumerians, but the Cimmerians, shown in the top right there, they came down, swept down, and displaced the leadership of Phrygia. I'm not going to say they conquered it, because just like, when you conquer an area, I think in history, we haven't been looking at this right, you really just displace the leadership for a while and they reorganize. So let's look at World War II. We think we won World War II against the Germans, but for example, the senior military officer for Hitler before the end of the war, after the war, became the senior military officer of the committee of the NATO military. So he just switched uniforms, just moved on. So did General Galen, and so did a lot of people that came over on Project Paperclip and other ways. So that happened there too. So the Phrygians, in response to that, what happened is they first kind of migrated. A bunch of them went west. They lived in Lydia for a while, became known as the Lydians. Then they went over to Italy. They got as far as Italy, where they became the Etruscans, and from there they became the Roman elite. Again, they weren't the people of Italy, but they were the Roman elite. They were the people that became the emperors. And then they went around the Black Sea counterclockwise, up where the arrow is showing you, and they took over the royal house of Khazaria. So Khazaria was an empire of its own that was created from the Mongols and the Huns and Slavic migration into that area. And they don't displace everybody, but these are smart money makers, and they're smart guys, and they took over the leadership. And the other thing, and that's where Ukraine sits today. Now, Cimmerians were the first proto-Russians. So if you want to understand the Russian-Ukrainian conflict right now, you have to kind of understand it, I think, in terms of this very ancient history, that the Phrygians are still pissed off at the Russians for destroying their empire in 800 BC. And I swear, if you look at history, it makes a lot more sense that way. And then I'm going to say that we know at some point the Phrygians became the pharaohs. The pharaohs were not Egyptian. We have evidence for that now. They never became Egyptian. They never spoke Egyptian. Cleopatra was the only one that spoke Egyptian. Wherever they went, they married very close into their bloodlines. So they married their sister and brother until it became socially unacceptable. Then they married cousins. And that's been going on forever. Darwin, for example, Charles Darwin married his cousin. FDR married his cousin. There are people that are probably of this bloodline that still practice the old ways. They tried to institute this weird calendar that the Egyptians resisted. So they were not Egyptians. You might think that the Ptolemaic dynasty pharaohs looked like the guy on the right, but actually Ptolemy was the guy that looks like the Greek in the middle. And we now have DNA from the ancient mummies, and it shows that they have nothing to do, the DNA of the mummies of Ramses and these guys, they have nothing to do with the Egyptians. They segue down to this area of Anatolia, of Phrygia. History that we're taught in school is just almost worthless. What do they teach you? Okay, how did we get? What was the first part of the Roman Empire? They'll say, how did the empire get formed? Oh, well, 31. They make you memorize all this garbage that doesn't mean anything. 31 BC, the Battle of Actium, and Gaius Octavius III, and blah blah blah. Who cares? What we really want to know is who are these Roman emperors? Where do they come from? And again, now we've looked at the genetics, the linguistics. We've got lots of evidence, not just genetics. We've got lots of evidence. And it turns out, again, they came from Phrygia. The Phrygians became the Lydians, became the Etruscans, and they became the Roman emperors again, now we have the DNA that shows their DNA had nothing to do with the current Italians. Interestingly, the Etruscans' language has never really been adequately deciphered. Up until recently, they said they only knew 60 words. I think computers have helped them. And now, did the Roman Empire just go away? Did they just disappear? No, they didn't. They became what we now call the black nobility. So here you have Pepe Orsini. We never really see him. We always see, the WEF guys like Klaus Schwab and people out front. But the big guys behind the scenes are in these bloodlines. Pepe Orsini is the senior member of the House of Orsini, and he is a direct descendant. That's the senior black nobility house, and he's a direct descendant of Julius Caesar. You'll recognize some other lines in there, other names in there, Borgia, Medici probably. Now, I don't think this is right. The Gambino family might be, I don't know. But Donald Trump comes from Scotland, and I think this was written before we had the genetic analysis. I could be wrong. He might be black nobility, but I don't think so. He might be some other nobility, but he's not that one, I don't think. Anyway, it also explains things like why Tom Cruise never seems to age. We can talk about that sometime. But anyway, also how he was able to just waltz over with his new bride a number of years ago and get married in the Castillo de Orsini because he's an Orsini. If you're at the top of your game in whatever specialty it is, from banking to Hollywood, you're probably one of these bloodlines. And here are like what they call the second tier bloodlines. I think these are just like over time. And you see names like Bonaparte, Bourbon, Habsburg. These are the royal families, like Queen Elizabeth. She is actually a direct descendant from Julia, the sister of Julius Caesar. And then you get down to the third tier bloodlines, which are kind of the modern things we see today. The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Collins. Now, Collins is kind of interesting. I haven't really done the genealogy to know whether this is true, but I suspect it is. Who was Fauci's boss? The geneticist, Francis Collins. And you know that Fauci was not anywhere near the level. He was a toady for those guys. You see Gates talking very cozy with Francis Collins, and kind of Fauci's off to the side. So I think that he's probably one of these guys. But anyway, William Jefferson Clinton, he's not really a Clinton. His father was a Clinton, but his mother was pregnant when he got married. When they got married, I think, to give him the name Clinton. This is what they do. They give them, they have children. They watch them if they're good. They make sure they have the money given to them. They make sure they're in the right places in the right time, and they go on. And just as a coincidence, you can see these two people look very similar. And it turns out Nelson Rockefeller's brother was the governor of Arkansas around the time that Clinton was conceived. So I'll say no more. And of course, everybody started to believe this one, Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro. Well, but it even goes farther than that when you realize, and it was pointed out by a woman that was a geologist doing genealogy on all the people from UC Davis, because she was finding out that there was all this corruption going on in the UC system. And she found out, she said, they all have Persian bloodline. Well, that's also from this area of Phrygia. The Persians came into there before they spread out in this diaspora. But Castro's real lineage, Fidel Alejandro Castro, his dad, Alejandro is there because he's a direct descendant from the Pope Alexander III, one of the black nobilities. So this is my general picture here, is that we have the Phrygians that went out and became the Romans, the Pharaohs, the Khazarians. Then they moved out, to the next generations, and they became the European royals, the black nobility. And now we're in a corporate and American nexus where the big thing is corporations, and they rule the world through corporate means. They've taken off their king's helmets, hats. So where they came from, probably from Sumer, but I haven't been able to complete. I mean, some of the symbols come from Sumer, but most really start in Phrygia. And now it's hard to figure out who's who because of all the different names and all the different intermarrying, which is why symbolism is so important. So let's start with this one. I started out showing you the symbol of the Senate with the fascist symbol and the Phrygian cap. Well, here's one justifying what I'm saying, because let me tell you what I'm saying, and I'm not pretending to be a professional historian or even a competent historian, but if you read the standard history, they will tell you, the Fasces were brought to Rome in 586 BC by the Etruscans, but they never tell you who the Etruscans were. So here you have evidence that what I'm saying is true. Here's Republica Romana is the coin of ancient Rome, and here you have the fasces, which is symbol of fasces. There's the fasces below the Phrygian cap. Why the Phrygian cap if it came from the Etruscans? No, it's the Phrygians. So here it is. They were introduced into Rome, and it was the fasces. The fasces were symbols of power of the magistrate over the people. And you had the number you had was based on your rank. I think this is interesting because this is a picture of modern fasces with Mussolini, because he was fascinated with being a Roman emperor, And I just want to make this point. You notice we've seen pictures of them with an axe attached to the fasces, but you don't see that here. I think that's kind of a neo-artistic thing to not have us pay attention to what these things really are, because these things have got to be weapons, okay? These are not just symbols, these fasces. It turns out that even among the Phrygian and no, I'm sorry, the Etruscans, this came from them. So presumably from Phrygia. The big guys in government had lictors assigned to them, and lictors were like bodyguards. They were that you could have usually up to 12. The actual huge dictator could maybe have 24, but most people it was 12 or below based on your rank. These were strongly built men. They were exempted from military service, and they received a fixed salary for doing the job they were doing, and they were organized in a corporation. So essentially, this sounds like, you know, just think Jason Statham in The Transporter. I mean, these are private security guards to the although they did get a salary maybe from the government. This is a security guard detail for the bigwigs in government in the Roman Empire. And if two Romans, you know, like a senator and say the emperor met on the street, the junior members' lictors would bow their fasces to the senior, kind of like, you know, shouldering your weapon. Here's a more modern picture, and notice it shows this axe on the top. But whatever we can say is these were kind of big items. They had to be weapons. You wouldn't carry this around just to have a symbol that he's got 12 of us. You could put numbers on your chest, or you could wave flags, you know, to make that point. It would be a lot easier. So this has got to be a weapon. And the question is, what kind of a weapon? Now, here are some pictures that I'm going to show you. They don't show axe blades. These are older engravings and some really old evidence that are cut in stone, and they don't show axe blades. Somebody suggested they actually could be some kind of on and off switch, and that maybe these are electromagnetic. I know that sounds a little bit bizarre, but we have other things that I mean, it's too long to go into for this talk, but there are other pieces of evidence that may support that these are not what we think they are at all. Celeste Solum actually looked at this, and she concluded that there definitely are weapons. And the other thing, she made a good point out. She said, here's when we want to really figure out what's going on here, keep in mind, the people holding the fasces are not in command. They're the bodyguards. Those in command do not carry the fasces. They're the ones in command, right? So that's maybe a way we can sort out who's who in our world. And notice that middle thing. You wouldn't have a weapon. If that were an axe blade, you wouldn't want it halfway down the stick. So it just doesn't make sense for this to just be some symbol. This is not a symbol. Now, this is one of my favorite pieces of symbolism. Remember, thanks to G. Edward Griffin, we know a lot about this, that Jekyll Island we signed the thing that helped take us down to the Fed on Jekyll Island in 1913. And 3 years later, by the way, the Mint in Philadelphia, they started there, a dime was first cast, the Mercury dime. And let's look at the symbolism on the front face of the Mercury dime. We see a guy in a Phrygian cap. I never looked at it closely before. You know, this was like a month ago. I said, wait a minute, that picture is also the Phrygian cap. So you can tell it because it's got that kind of top knot weird overlay. But this one appears with the winged ears of Mercury or Hermes, the messenger of the gods. That's the front. And on the back, we've got the fasces, okay? And this one doesn't have an axe, by the way. So kind of interesting. But in any case, how do we put that together? To me, you know, the messenger of the gods, to me, what they're saying is probably, here you got, this is a Phrygian messenger telling us somehow there's been a transfer of power, because this is 3 years. This takes a while to design the coin, just after Jekyll Island, setting up of the Fed. You know, why is Abraham Lincoln sitting with fasces on each side of him? You know, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless he is also a lictor, unless he's not in charge either. Here's the French passport. They have the fasces on their passports. But here's the one I'm wanting to get to. Here's our United States Senate chamber. And what do you see? Well, you see this fasces on both sides of the American flag, and they're pointing their axes toward the flag. Don't know if that matters, but it looks like this is symbolic somehow. It says, in God we trust. I kind of wonder which God. But in any case, that's a really interesting thing. Why is that there? When we claim, you know, we decry fascism, that's the first thing they want to call people. You know, you're a fascist, as if it's a bad word, but we have the symbol of fascism on our Senate walls. This is some more of things that some of the stuff is mine, and some of the stuff is Celeste Solum, that she thought I called her about this. You know, the symbol of the fasces is displayed by lictor countries. That's her idea, that this makes you basically a bodyguard. So the USA, England, France all have the fasces prominently displayed. So maybe we're just a group of glorified bodyguards. And the other point that I think is very important, the lictors protect whomever holds the imperium. In other words, the power to command is not the person that holds that's the lictor and holds the fasces. It's somebody else. So whom are we? And remember, that person doesn't display the fasces. Her comment was, maybe it's the Vatican. Is that the one with the power to command? So we should make sure, we should check and see who doesn't have the symbol of the fasces. Now, I'm going to show you some things from our nation's capital, and I just want to start by saying, where do we get the term capital? It's from the temples of Zeus, because he was the head god. His temples were called Capitolia. I couldn't prove this, but someone wrote this in a book, that before we called it Washington, D.C., that area of swamp that later became D.C. Was called Rome. Don't know. I can't prove that, but that is reported. In any case, on this picture here of Zeus, we've got three symbols. We got Nike. He's holding the winged Nike up above. She's a symbol of victory. The eagle is a symbol of power. And the rod and the ring, which we're going to see again later here, that's really a symbol of authority. Now, a lot of people know this part of the story, that L'Enfant laid out the cities, but he laid them out in a strange way. Boston's an old city, but all the roads are kind of curlicue and don't make this kind of pattern. He's laid it out in these patterns that make the angle of 5-pointed stars. Now, they're not complete here because the city's not built out enough. But as they got built out, that's what you can see. And as somebody points out, there's a big star pattern that's from the roads that points down to the White House. Now, I mean, or to any of these points, if it's an equilateral, 5-pointed star, obviously. But keep in mind that there's stars and there's stars, that the satanic star is not the patriotic star we see on our flag. Our flag's supposed to have one star up, 1 point up, 2 points down. And around the world, when you look at what Satanists do, this is the Baphomet star, the symbol of Baphomet. You see they have 2 points up, 1 point down. The point down is supposed to be the spirit, and it's earth, wind, and fire and air, I think, are the 4 points above it. And that's where you see, and I'm just pointing that out because they're saying this is an episode where it was used for telling us about this perverted power. It's not really what we think it is. Don't know. I can't say for sure, but that's just what's been reported. Now, this is from Tupper Saucy. He wrote a book I'm going to show you in a little bit. And he points out that initially the blocks in Washington, D.C. were all numbered, and that you can follow those blocks on old maps. You can go from 660, 662, 664, and then it goes to 668. Where's 666? It's under what the capital is right now. I was talking about Pergamon. The other thing in that area of ancient Anatolia was the Temple of Diana. And Diana's temple was a symbol or an area of human sacrifice as well in Ephesus. And this is Pergamon. I may have sat within this. I'm not sure if these are two separate, but in any case, look at the Temple of Diana compared to our Supreme Court. It's hard to not see a little similarity there. And if you look on the wall underneath the Supreme Court, you see these 8-pointed star-like part of the brickwork there. You'll see that on a door at Harvard Law School. You'll see it on all sorts of other things. But one of the places you'll see it is in the old Sumerian temples or templates, the rock carvings and things, the signature scrolls. That was the sign given from Anu, who was supposedly in the Sumerian pantheon, being the god of Sumer, of the ancient planet that they came from or whatever. And that was given to Marduk as a symbol of legal authority over the evil people he ruled, which is all us little people, the idea. And one of my favorite symbols in Washington, D.C. is Lincoln, or the Washington Monument. And I think Washington, by the way, was a good guy. They made a statue of him as the Baphomet, and they made this, but I think it's just to poke him in the eye, because he was of the royal blood, and he turned on that to make a free and independent attempt at a society away from them, the United States. Now, whether that succeeded at all, that's to be seen yet, I think. But I think he was a good guy. But nonetheless, this is his Washington Memorial, which just happens to be 6,660 inches tall. And what is it really? I mean, it's not the only obelisk like this. We have an obelisk in Washington, D.C. We have one at the Vatican, and we have one in London, the 3 cardinal cities of the Crown Corporation. And then we have others around the world. And neglecting for a moment the Tartarian argument that these are actually old generators of electricity, have something to do with power, I'm going to take them at the word of the old religion, the old pagan religions, and just say, in the pagan world, this was considered to be the penis of Nimrod. This is a a phallic symbol, and Nimrod was in the biblical stories, he's probably a Nephilim, but whatever, he displeased God, and God ordered that he be taken out, and he was murdered and cut into 14 pieces. His wife, Semiramis, who also could be Ishtar, Inanna, Cybele, they all, same names, different time frames. She found 13 of the pieces except the penis, and then through black magic was able to conceive a penis and conceive a child, I guess. But the point is that this whole symbolism and that story is a big, this phallic worship became a staple of this ancient mystery school religions. This is the generative principle. And what I just have to show this. This is interesting. I mean, this is John Podesta. And this is the point about symbols. If you know what a symbol means, it's just, it unravels in your brain a huge story, right? You walk up on the street, you show people this 14 and a fish, it's not going to mean anything to 99.99% of people. But if you know the story of Nimrod, I didn't add that Nimrod's penis was eaten by a fish in the story. Here you have the fish, and you have 14, because 14 is how many pieces they were to reassemble. It's saying to you, we've completed the task. We've reassembled Nimrod. We've brought it together. And that's, by the way, Marina Abramovich did the spirit cooking for the Clintons and other people in Washington, D.C. This is a bipartisan pagan worship, by the way. It's not about just Republicans or Democrats. But in any case, I don't care so much about the knife cutting. Don't know about that. But this is what the 14 and the fish are talking about. When you know symbolism, you don't have to have a whole story read to you. And where does this phrase come from? It says, from the many, one. It was the point of Nimrod coming together. That's where we got that phrase. This is not about America being a melting pot, because this goes way back. This phrase was used in antiquity. So it's not just about us. That's why it's in Latin. Now, this is F. Tupper Saucy's book, and this is where I got the stuff about the Capitol Dome I'm just about to show you. This is an awesome book. You probably won't read it, because when I bought it maybe a year ago, this book was $240 on Amazon, new, because they didn't want us to read it. When you don't want to read a book, they put up the price. Since then, I just looked at it the other day. It's, I think it's $900 or $650 used. That's what it was, $650 used. So they really don't want you to read this book. But he spent a long time researching this, very well documented. And the question he had is, who stands on the Capitol Dome? So I'm just going to tell you how he deconstructed this, with some of it I'm going to throw in from my ancient stuff. In 1846, the American Catholic bishops declared the Virgin Mary to be the patroness of the United States. And shortly thereafter that, there was a papal encyclical written probably by a Jesuit superior, General Bex, but in any case, Pope Pius IX is the one who ostensibly wrote it. And it was Ubi Primum. And it was about the Virgin Mary, about her being without sin and lots of other things. But in the story, it makes her in kind of a warrior princess. It says her foot crushed the head of Satan. And right after that, Congress rushed through this legislation for making this symbol of the Virgin Mary the only authorized symbol of American heritage, and to put it on the dome. And this is the statue that sits on the dome today. Now, the question is, who is this? Now, Thomas Crawford was the sculptor, and he was from Rome. He was living in Rome. He's an American living in Rome, and he was famous for this first nude sculpture that got into America of Orpheus. But when he was told to do this thing of the Virgin Mary, presumably, he was in Rome. And when Rome became Christianized, what happened is all these statues of Persephone, the goddess, the daughter of Zeus, the wife of Hades, who theoretically controlled the seasons, she had lots of things. She waged wars. She promoted sex. She did all sorts of stuff. She's kind of an all-purpose goddess. Anyway, they took her statues and they rechristened them and reconsecrated them, reconstructed them a little bit to become Saint Mary. That's what they did in ancient Rome, and that's what you'll see today. So he used that as the basis of his model. Oops. Yeah. So, and the other point is that Persephone, he figured that people wouldn't like to think that it's Persephone, up the goddess of Hades, basically up on our Capitol Dome. So he'd use the other name for her, which comes of ancient times, Libera, or liberty, freedom. So she's called Freedom on the Capitol dome. Now, what's interesting is that at a time when we had Matthew Brady, who was the famous photographer for the Civil War, and he had a shop not too far from the Capitol. He could have taken a lot of pictures. They shipped in from the pieces from Rome, and they had all this stuff done, and they put it together in 4 or 5 pieces, segments. And it was sitting there in front of the Capitol because it was said we want people to view it before it goes up. Well, apparently not that many people viewed it, but the other side of it is there were no photographs taken. They can't find one photograph of anybody taking a picture of it on the ground. And I think there's a reason for that, because they would have seen what we're seeing now. So they did bring it down, and we did have it cleaned up a few years ago, and we do have pictures now. This was from a newspaper article, which shows that they didn't see it. They said, she comes forward, the cynosure of 1,000 eyes, her face turned rebukingly towards Virginia, and her hand outstretched as if in a guarantee of national unity and personal freedom. Well, first of all, she wasn't seen by 1,000 eyes because nobody seemed to show up. In fact, even Abraham Lincoln at the dedication didn't show up. He purposely said, not going, I guess. I think he claimed he was sick. And then they say her face was turned rebukingly towards Virginia, which had been west, but she was facing east towards Rome and towards Phrygia, basically. And that her hand is outstretched. No, it's not. It's holding a sword. And the other one is holding this garland, this victory garland. Now, here's the base of the statue. What do we see? We see the darn fasces again, the war symbol, the lictor's tool, the weapon. And look at the laurel wreath there, and how the ribbon is going out horizontally on the base. That's not by accident. That's the picture of Semiramis, and that is the picture of power and authority in ancient Sumer. You see it all over in ancient Sumer. Rod and a ring, power of authority that holds it. So to bring this back to where I started, I'm just going to finish about talking about the cap, because they talk about the Phrygian cap being a symbol of freedom. If you read standard history, that's what they tell you, that the Romans gave these hats to freed slaves and that Phrygia means freedom. It just doesn't stand water when you do any at all research in depth. So, for example, I remember reading this, and I didn't remember it, but I did read this in college. Euripides' play Orestes, and the Phrygian is in this play. And he throws himself on the ground and says, I bow to you, my lord, making obeisance, as is the habit of we barbarians. So the Phrygians wearing this cap were not free. They were conditionally free. They were under somebody else. They might not be wearing chains, but they're not sovereigns. And this is probably one of the oldest famous pictures of a non-Phrygian wearing the hat. It's in 850 BC, right after the fall, or right around the fall of Phrygia. Jehu was a king of Israel, I think, king of the Hebrews. And here he is paying tribute to Shalmaneser III. This is a famous, they call it the Black Obelisk. But look at what he's doing. If he's free, he's doing not just a bow, he's doing like a kowtow with his head right down to the forehead. That's what you do when you're not free. You're a serf, you're just a serf of the emperor, or the, whatever. So he was known for trying to, he was contracted, basically he was told to go out and get rid of the Baal worshippers, but he himself still worshipped Baal and was called their Jehu the hypocrite. I don't know the whole biblical story, but I think I found something that I had not read anybody talk about. On that obelisk, they have these people parading behind Jehu to give all these gifts to Shalmaneser III as gifts of offerings to the senior guy, right? And they have silver bowls and all that kind of stuff. But look at the last two things that when people talk about this, when you see the official readings of this, they talk about those as sticks. Somebody's got to know. But anyway, they're not saying. I'm going to say this is the fasces. He's giving 2 fasces to Shalmaneser. So this tells you there's a transfer of power going on here. This is not just a Sunday afternoon visit. So when you look around and you see the world around you, be aware of the symbols. Start looking at what you're seeing. Here's the Department of the Army. The United States Army. And what do we have on it? We have the Phrygian cap, and we have a serpent above the Phrygian cap, and it says, we will defend. These will defend. Well, what are you going to defend? I like the statement. Alex Christopher was he's a guy on the internet that's under Exploring Real History, and he's apparently looked at this, and he said, it's a proven fact that in every country that this Phrygian red cap of liberty shows up, the country is bound for trouble and to be taken into a dictatorship. Like I say, there are 8 states that have the Phrygian cap. We should figure out why those 8 states. I think we would learn a lot. I haven't been able to figure it out yet. They're not all the 13 colonies. They're not not all the 13 colonies. They're not non-territories. One of them's Hawaii. One of them's New York, for example. It was one of the New York 13. Hawaii was not. Iowa is in between there. It was a land grant state. So right now I can't figure out who's what. But in any case, Georgia doesn't have it on their seal, but they do have the Phrygian cap on the statue on the top of their Georgian capital, and North Carolina has it. And interestingly, this is the year they picked to have as the mascot of the Paris Olympics the Phrygian cap. Are you kidding me? They even called them the Phrygies. Now they always tell us stuff at the Olympics. It's kind of how they personify their old and future history in these, opening and closing ceremonies. There's a lot of symbolism in those. And this year it was the Phrygian cap. This is just in closing. This is some of the artwork done. This was by a famous artist, a Civil War type artist. And what does it show you? Here we have the Liberty Bell with the eagle. So far, and the seal, the shield with the stars and stripes. And I think I saw on some of the stars were inverted. I can't remember. But in any case, what you see are the Phrygian caps interspacing with the axe on the fasces. So it's kind of a big mixed metaphor. They put it all together. Manly P. Hall, also a big studier of symbolism, and this is what he said. He said, when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. They shall know the truth, and more than that, they shall realize that from the beginning, truth has been in the world unrecognized. I think it's kind of interesting that he refers to the human race as if it's something different than him when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism. So really, we have to think, what is America? Are we really just the Phrygian lectors of today? Is that our job? I keep hearing that the Vatican is the head of everything, and that London is the financial head, and that we're the military guys, the United States, in that 3-city thing. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's what makes us the lictor. And I'm going to look and see if Russia has any fascist symbols, because the fasces, I bet, don't show up there. It was interesting after the fall in 1991 of the thing, and when Putin took over, one of the very first things he spent a lot of time doing was changing the symbolisms. They now have St. George slaying a dragon. I'm wondering, I haven't noticed it in my mind, but I'm going to go back and see if the old Bolshevik symbols included the fasces. That would be very interesting. But when you walk around, just keep in mind, look at symbols, get used to watching them, see where they are. Here's the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. That's always nice to know that they have a fascist symbol there. And our bicentennial dollar. Not only do they have the fascist symbol, the fasces underneath the globe, the snake, the Ouroboros wrapped around it, and the eagle. They have E pluribus unum. So, and as Albert Pike said, the language of symbolism invites us all to search for meaning. Thank you very much. Let's just. All right. Thank you very much. And thanks, Robert. I assume I'm going. So. I guess I got done early, but thank you guys for listening, and I hope you enjoyed this.
All right, Lee, great to see you. Wonderful presentation. It's the stuff we didn't want to know.
I know we don't want to know some of it, but I think we're going to sort it out. I feel hopeful for the future, but we have to, it's a way of understanding what our past. And if we'll see, watch what symbols come out. See, they can talk a lot with their words, but look and see what symbols get adopted.
I think that when we look at the history that we didn't learn, and then we find out it's worse than we thought, it's uglier than we thought, it just kind of, maybe it reflects poorly if we think we're all so smart today to realize how much we were manipulated to not know any of this and to suddenly come to this realization. And of course, you can begin to see how others, although less so than before, might look at us a little squirrely-eyed.
Yeah, I don't think so much. I think we're going to find out. First of all, my interpretation may not be what the standard historians are telling you, but the symbols are there. There's no question about the symbols. It's just how you interpret the symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to show you an organized method for looking at these. And I think, and I've started to see them everywhere, not just these symbols, you know, and not just what we think of as the U.S., like the Church of Satan and things that we're religiously expecting to see. It's really the non-religious symbols. When you see things, what we think of as non-religious, and you see them on buildings, you're out of the country. And I was in Canada one time and I saw this old symbol that was on all the windows of a building that looked like an H, but it wasn't a hotel. That's the symbol of Saturn. And Saturn is Apollo, is Zeus, is the god of the pit, basically, Hades. So, you know, you can learn a lot from this. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Oh my gosh, you know, it's always wonderful to see you and hear from you. Do you think that, you know, as far as the ascribing meaning to everything, there are some people that just kind of go, that's just too much. I mean, just can't a symbol just be a symbol and not mean anything?
Well, no, because if you have here's an example. I mean, the whole point of symbols, yes, you can have numbers. Let's say if I show you the number 1, that doesn't really tell you a story. It's just the number 1, right? If I show you the number 9, if I show you the number 4, but if I put those, that doesn't mean anything. Even a mathematical formula like the quadratic formula, there's a little bit of a story. If you know the mathematics, you know it means this, it's used in this, we can talk about things. But what if I had a necklace? I was thinking about doing this one time, and it has 19.4, and I put it around my neck and I wear it. And wait to see who comes out of the weeds, who knows what that means. Well, you see, there is a big story behind that. And it does have to do with mathematics. It has to do with spinning of the Earth and Venus and Saturn and all sorts of things, and platonic solids and energy in the world around us. But very few people would know how that relates to that. So symbols always have meaning. It's just we may not pay attention to them. Not everything is a symbol, but all symbols have meaning.
Have meaning, yeah. I think also the overwhelming nature of where we've devolved through distraction away from recognizing these symbols and that they are signs and signals and communication in some way to someone at some level.
Well, right.
A lot of people, not the Red Pill Expo crowd, I know, but a lot of people have kind of went, I just can't deal with that. It's just all
right.
too
Well,
much.
I bet you though, if they were in a big city where the Bloods and Crips are hanging out, you're darn knowing that they know, the kids in the neighborhood, they know all those symbols. They understand the reason for symbols because symbols tell you who's who. Yeah. So first you know who's who, and you also know that you don't want to accidentally flash that symbol in the wrong neighborhood. So we got 10 symbols. We got all sorts of symbols. So we know that symbols are important. We just don't think they influence us in everyday kind of our normal little lives sometimes. Well, we don't live little lives. I shouldn't have said it that way. But the point is that we think that we're just normal. We're just everyday nothing here doing our work. That doesn't apply. It applies to everybody. One way or another, you are, when you go to church, you understand symbols. When you go into the bad neighborhood, you understand symbols. And when we know about symbols in the military, why would you not think there are other symbols that are more ancient and actually have a great deal of meaning attached to them that come down through the ages? And that's what Albert Pike said, is that to understand anything about this, it takes time. And that's why it's a great secret language for the people that don't need that time. They already know what these symbols mean. They grew up knowing what these symbols mean. And that's the they, whoever they are.
Well, and they have succeeded in, let's say, having everyone else do their job for them in terms of ostracizing people who look at these symbols and actually ascribe meaning to them based on history, and to pay attention to them, because they'd like for those symbols to exist before our very eyes and we would not know that they're there or not know what they mean and carry on like they're just works of art with nothing.
Right. I mean, why would people that are upset about fascism creeping into our country allow those things to sit on the wall of the Senate? Huge bronze statues. You know why? I mean, again, either they know or they're not paying attention. And that's really what we have to do, is make sure they know. And then what are you going to do about it? Mm-hmm. Once I show you, in other words, once I put my, whatever it is, my red or blue headband down, and I show you what I am, that I know about this, then how do you react to me? What do I become to you? This is, I mean, it's depth after depth after depth. But again, we accept it in standard religion. We just don't realize that it's everywhere else. It's not just politics. If it were just politics, you wouldn't have those symbols on our walls.
Yeah, exactly. Well, pleasure to connect with you always, Dr. Lee
Thank you.
Merritt. The Red Pill Expo has been a phenomenal place where we can actually go this deep. Not every event, and you've been to many over the years, Lee, as well as I, are we able to go this deep and be embraced and be thanked. And I'm thanking you for doing all of this wonderful work, and just can't wait to hear you next time.
Thanks.
All right, that's Dr. Lee Merritt here at the Red Pill Expo, and we're wrapping up the lecture at this moment, and we've got some major announcements for you, some really good news about some giveaways that we're going to be doing, and we're going to have momentarily as soon as you get hooked up. You are okay. Do I call you the executive director of the Red Pill Expo, or how? What's your exalted title now?
I got a new title. I love it.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm the coordinator. I put all this together, do all the fun stuff for Ed and the Red Pill Expo. Thankfully, I like it. It's a lot of fun, and we get to spread a lot of knowledge to a lot of people. And we've done so much new stuff this time. It's been such a learning lesson, and we reached so many people that I'm like just so happy about it today.
Yes, Carly, you've been amazing behind the scenes. And, you know, normally people are, go ahead and sit back so they can get you all in the camera. There we go. But you've done amazing work for this, and we've all had to learn a lot on the fly with the first time going virtual. Overall, I think it's been a tremendous success. The feedback's been great out there. And thank you for all of those that have shared your feed to help us reach folks we could have never reached.
We have reached so many more people than ever. I don't even want to put a number out there yet, but trust me, it's enormous. And the feedback has been so good. And we reached so many people new today that they've been asking a lot of questions about our raffle and about our questionnaires and our clubs and stuff to ask questions to the speakers. It's called the Q&A Club. And for VIPs, they get to submit questions to the speakers, which we will be doing follow-up interviews one-on-one with each speaker and asking all the questions that are submitted. So we received such a huge response to that we've decided to extend it. Therefore, we won't be announcing any raffle ticket winners today.
Oh man, but it just means there's more giveaways than we expected.
Exactly. We have more people asking for it, but we also have more vendors and people calling in like, I want to donate something.
Yeah.
So we had like First National Bullion is giving some coins and even a silver bar. I don't know the weight yet, but it's a cool silver bar.
Yeah.
And we have some, Dr. Layla Lee's donated some books. Some of the other speakers are going to be sending in books. And Cardio Miracle, they said this and some more stuff. And then what's the silver people?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got some sovereign silver and sovereign copper that's going to be donated for one of the gifts as well. And this is the bioactive silver and copper hydrosol that I've utilized for, the copper is more recent through COVID. Thank God that came out. But the silver we've been utilizing for almost 25 years now clinically, and more doctors are utilizing it, thank God, because we need to help a lot of people.
And speaking of gold, not the drinking kind,
right,
but the other kind. Andy from Miles Franklin, Precious Metals, they have committed to donating something.
This is great. Now, Andy brought it this morning. That was good with Ed and I. And he's the president and CEO, Andy Scheckman, of Miles Franklin Precious Metals. And they've been a great supporter as well this time. MilesFranklin.com. You guys check that out. Precious metals are wealth protection. You definitely want to plug into MilesFranklin.com and say thanks to them for supporting the Red Pill Expo and the efforts here with G. Edward Griffin and the whole crew. So we're appreciative of him.
Thank you to them. They're giving us a cool prize to be announced.
And we have also, let's see, what other giveaways and gifts I've mentioned throughout the weekend here, a little bit here and there, just as again another big thank you, because this stuff is helping so many people, including Ed and my mom and so many. This is Folium PX, multiple award-winning formula, and it's just a breakthrough product if you want to break through the ceiling in your healing, as I say. I wish you wouldn't wait for that to need to be happening, but my goodness, this is an amazing thing to bind to the heavy metals, get the cleanup that we need to of our own bodies and all the environmental issues. That's the Folium PX product. A lot of science to back it up. I've interviewed many doctors on the subject on my show as well. For those of you who can't get enough of this kind of information, I'm just grateful that I could come in this weekend to be here with you to help kind of MC, if you will, from afar at this point. I'm used to being on stage with you guys. But in this case, you can also tune into the Robert Scott Bell Show. We had Ed on Friday just before the show to preview this, and it's been as good or better than I had hoped with the quality of presentations here. So yes, to reiterate, the giveaways still going to happen. There's just so many more products that have been donated, so that if you want to be part of the giveaway, you still have time to donate to be part of that.
We're extending until Friday. And then on Monday, G. Edward Griffin will do a live, and he will personally announce all of the winners.
All right. So you make your donation by Friday, the 22nd. And then that weekend will be the picking, and he'll do a live version of that somehow.
Yep.
That's cool.
We will live stream it to all of our channels. And also, Miles Franklin is going to be co-live streaming that with us. Probably you will. I'll talk to Super Dawn and get that handled. So it'll still be fun. It'll be widely announced, and we're just going to give you guys more opportunity, more chances, more prizes.
Yeah. Shout out to my humble and lovable producer, Super Dawn, for helping to make the impossible possible when the RTMPs were not feeding right.
Right.
And he found a way so we've been broadcasting it on the Robert Scott Bell Show Network, as well as I think Cardio Miracles now broadcasting it out. Who else can you acknowledge has helped us to get the
Mike Yon.
Mike Yon.
Amazing support on the feeds. And JJ Cooey did some feeds for us. J. Jonathan Cooey.
Yeah.
And Dr. Merritt was just doing Rumble.
Yep.
So we've had a lot of people feed for us, and it's been amazing. It just helped us reach so many people. Like I just at a time, our live viewers were around 15,000 at a time. That doesn't even count everybody that clocked in, clocked out. Oh my gosh.
Well,
it's
and also we don't know
huge number.
When a feed is picked up and it goes out to people we don't even know.
Yeah, we don't know.
I think we were going down on Brighteon as well.
Yep. We went to Brighteon, Rumble, YouTube. Amazingly, we managed to last through YouTube. And we did Instagram, we did Twitter on a few different channels. It was a lot.
Yeah. So G. Edward Griffin is smiling.
Yes.
He's like giddy. He's like, maybe this thing will work. Maybe somebody's listening. Maybe somebody's watching. So please give feedback and send a nice message to Ed and say, hey, it was great, or hey, it was really not so good. That Robert guy, that MC, you gotta get rid of him. But we just the feedback is always helpful. But from my experience, and many of you have seen many of these events, been to them, very rarely do you get the quality consistently.
Right.
You get hits and misses. I'm like, every lecture just brought new things that you think you know it, and it's like suddenly another level of the depth. So I'm excited to I can't wait for the next one already, and you guys probably as well. So if you have feedback, suggestions, anything like that, please let us know. Is there a best way to do that?
Well, yeah, they can go to the website and fill out, the form or anything. We'll be sending out an exit survey, comments on the Twitter, comments on YouTube, whatever, engagement is wonderful. Like I said, the Q&A club will be coming up. You and I and a couple people will be interviewing some of the speakers individually, asking all the questions that are submitted by the viewers. And so that'll be fun. And that'll also be live streamed and available on the replay page, redpillexpo.org. So if you go there, click Watch Expo right up in the top corner, and you'll see all the individual speakers' pictures. And I'm already uploading their individual presentations. They're the raw ones. I'm not an editor. Don't get mad. But we have a great guru who does that for us, Ken, and he'll be getting them all edited and up cool in the next couple of weeks. And first time ever, available on thumb drive.
Right. This will only be available for about a month. As far as the free access to all of this, to give you an opportunity to share it with your friends and family. But more importantly, I think to have a record of it beyond the internet, should anything go down, have a thumb drive you can utilize on your own computer at home. And that'll be available for purchase eventually?
Yeah, they can start purchasing 24 already. We're also going to retro that and put all 12 expos on the thumb drives, individual thumb drives.
How much extra are you going to charge for that?
They're not actually not. We're charging the same price as if they were DVDs. If they were DVDs, it would be the same price. So there's each album, each year. So
far too generous, I think, but it's great. You have so much access to so many of these great presentations. Thank you, Carly. Thank you to Ed for that. We do have some other announcements.
The DVDs. I'm sorry. Thumb drives. I got to get out of that. The thumb drives are from realityzone.com.
Okay.
So they have to go there to order them. And part of those proceeds will also be given back to Red Pill so that we can continue to do these things over and over.
Excellent. Excellent. Any other announcements we forgot?
I don't know. I
Once
think we're done.
Well, no, we're not. Thank you for Dr. Layla Ali as well to donate some books. We do have a film festival kind of thing we got to talk about. And
Yes.
there were 5 submissions. And I'm just going to give you an overview real quickly of them. And then we're going to play you the trailers from all 5. And we'll come back and talk a little bit more before we wrap up here. But these are some tremendous filmmakers, mostly in the documentary, not feature film scenario. But, there's a lot of good that can come from great filmmakers doing good subject matter in a way that's, I want to see that, right? So we have, let's see, I'm just going to read them in no particular order. Breaking the Oath, a documentary produced by Jeff Wagner. We have, Plandemic, the musical. I haven't seen that yet. Have you seen that?
No, I saw parts of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen little snippets of it. Mickey Willis, of course, does great work there. We have Out of Discord into Harmony. That's produced by Lois Hollis. And The Fall of Minneapolis. What a sad story that was. Produced by Liz Collins as well. And one more of the 5, Beneath Sheep's Clothing, produced by Julie Belling. And these 5 are available for viewing, but we're going to show you the trailers now in case you missed it, to acknowledge the great works that are out there in the documentary film category. And that's the category we have.
Yes.
And let you know a little bit more about that when we come back from this. So let's roll those documentary feature film trailers.
After we watched our daughter Grace die on FaceTime, I immediately felt that I needed to go to the hospital, even though I was still pretty sick. And I met Jessica and our pastor there. And while we were in the room, Jessica and I let us spend a few moments just with Grace alone. And it was just a horrific sight to come upon, was the fact that our daughter Grace was now gone. The emotions that came over the top of our minds and just our physical bodies were just unbelief. We took her BiPAP off because it was still on. This was hope and prayers that somehow she wasn't really gone. And as soon as we did that, the color of Grace changed. And we had to accept that she was truly gone.
Not one person stepped foot in that room. How can you do that? How can you allow an innocent person, a child, she's only 19 years old, die in front of your eyes? You don't do that. If you're human, you don't do that.
They knew they weren't going to convince us to put Grace on a ventilator. That means the money was going to dry up. They had to have the money. And when you follow the money trail all the way through, you see that a ventilator is about a $300,000 decision, that they had higher paying patients in the emergency room. Grace was worth more dead than alive.
It's the moment we've been praying for, like trees, roots woven underground, growing so strong. No storm will ever break us down. A seed searching treasure, waiting like strong together. We're standing anywhere. We remember who we are. Like the symphony, moving without end. Really start to trust. Love always
Shame fixated Sweetheart at her age in the blackness of my unconscious. I couldn't reach her. Something was blocking us. Sweetheart told me that she did not want any hope I could bring forth. She also said that the world would be a better place without her. Immediately, all my suicidal thoughts came back to me. Sweetheart was the root of my suicidal and depressed feelings. Once I stopped taking the headache and depression pills, we are free enough to develop a relationship. I began to see and feel Sweetheart clearer. I was uncovering my true self. I was feeling for the first time in a very long time.
The murder of George Floyd.
Murder and manslaughter.
The murder of George Floyd.
Peaceful protest overnight in the Twin Cities.
They've been very peaceful. The crowd continues to be peaceful.
8:46, 8 minutes and 46 seconds. 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Actually, 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
By the way, that particular technique is not authorized by the MPD.
Is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department technique?
It is not.
When I heard that, I really wanted to get up off my chair and yell, "Bullshit."
From what I've seen of the videotape and the photograph and the police training manual, they look pretty identical.
Were you trained in MRT, the maximal restraint technique?
Yes.
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 Yes, all the police officers were trained in the MRT.
George Floyd says, I got shot last time.
I got shot the same way as officers before.
Did you shoot him?
No, I didn't shoot him. No.
You helped to train Officer Alex King. What did you think of him?
I probably trained a few thousand people. He was probably one of the top two.
Give me a minute.
This call is from a federal prison.
Hi, Derek, it's Liz.
One of the most consequential lies of history is that Karl Marx put forth an economic theory or doctrine. He did not. He put forth a totalitarian religion. This was a rape of the body of Christ.
He said the ultimate objective was to destroy Christianity. Those were his words.
And Khrushchev bragged about it. We'll take America without firing a shot.
Hi, I'm here to impoverish, enslave, and murder you.
They were actual communists.
The result you can see. We have to stay woke.
There are ravening wolves in sheep's clothing all over the place.
All right. Well, every one of those films now I got to see.
Right.
I mean, those are intense, and yeah, there was some lightheartedness in the dance one.
Yeah.
But every one of them is profoundly worth I believe, your time and attention. So if you would not only watch them but share them. Now, there's going to be, or the plan is, for a Red Pill award for truth in film production.
But could you pick one? Be honest. They were all amazing. And to be honest, our audience couldn't pick one either. It was unanimously like, how did every single one of them have the same amount of votes?
Yeah. So we got the Red Pill Award for Truth in Film Production to all 5 of the productions.
Yes, we're giving them a tie.
Yeah.
The tie. We can't go against what the audience says.
Yeah. Yeah. If you got any complaints, go to your local health department, let them know. Otherwise, go see these films and tell everybody about them because they're amazing. So thank you for the submissions. Also, thank you once again to all of the folks, in front and behind the scenes, all the presenters. They really brought it, other than me, but all of them were really good.
You did too.
I think we had a great time, all of us. And no, I had to sit in here with Ed and do mine. I'm like, you want to talk about, really, Ed, it's a little nerve-wracking.
A little pressure
right?
there.
Stop
No
looking
pressure.
at me, right? No, just teasing. It was just an honor to be part of this each and every time. Keep getting better. Thanks for the crew behind the scenes. Anybody you want to acknowledge as well? And that includes you, Carlene, although you're sitting in front of, we can see you now.
I know. When we were in person, I got to see behind the scenes. Now since we're virtual, I got to be in front of the scenes. Like, how'd that happen? No, but we have Nick and Jay Fee, and Ken is our guru who's always been with us for a long time. Of course, Mr. G. Mr. Griffin is just amazing. It's been an honor to work for him, and I can't say enough things about him. And you can never, have a great man without a wonderful wife. So we got to thank Mrs. Griffin as well, because she's been putting up with him for 72 years, and it's amazing. We love her.
That is amazing as well. And shout out to my wife. We've been married for 30 years. Thank you for supporting me to be able to go on these endeavors. Probably give you a little break when I'm here, but she's going to be turning 60 on Friday. Happy birthday, honey. I love you.
Aww.
And for those of you who want more, I'll be doing my monthly Zoom. It was called an AMA. I thought that was the American Medical Association when I first heard about it. I'm like, I don't do AMAs, but they're Ask Me Anythings.
Oh,
yeah, so
okay.
I'll do that on Saturday, the 23rd, when you guys are going to be drawing for the
Right.
winners too. So if you guys want to learn more about that, just come on over to my site at robertscottbell.com and be part of the, this health, freedom, healing, liberty broadcast that I do 6 days a week as well. So I'm grateful again to reach out to new folks and join me there, as well as join us here and
Yes.
realityzone.com.
Realityzone.com. Yes, the official bookstore of the Red Pill Expo, and they have, all the volumes of all the exhibit of all the expos that we've done, and they're looking to start carrying some of the books from the different presenters, and of course all of Edward Griffin's books.
Beautiful. Now, any other announcements before we wrap up? Because we've got some more thank yous to our sponsors. If you guys haven't seen some of these videos yet, please hang in there, say hello, and shout out to all of them that supported us. Some in name, some we haven't, but some you've seen video roll of their support here. So,
and thank you to Damascus Road for giving us this beautiful place. And the other studios that all helped us out across the country, across the world, because Mike was from Buenos Aires today.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, and then Alex Newman was in Qatar or in some other country simultaneously. So yeah, we've worldwide. Wow.
Been amazing. Been absolutely amazing. So I don't want to say goodbye. I'll just say see you later. See you next time.
Yes.
And there will be a next time. We'll be talking.
Definitely.
We'll be getting some announcements for you out on that. But any suggestions, comments, questions, even critiques. Sorry, we can handle it.
We can, yeah.
Carlene can handle it. I can't. I'll melt. But Carlene can handle it. Let her know.
Just engage with us on social media. @Edward_Griffin for Twitter, Instagram, Reality Zone for YouTube, and engage. We're here.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, I always end my broadcast with the power to heal is yours, but I guess the power of the red pill and taking it and sharing it now, I guess you can share it. I don't know if you need to microdose it or anything, but for those that can't handle it full strength, microdose them, get them on over, bring them on over. The water's warm. It's free of glyphosate and heavy metals. We're doing great here. So thank you one and all for being here. Thanks to the crew behind the scenes. Thanks to G. Edward Griffin. Love you and appreciate you so much.
Yes.
And, until next time, watch these advertisements, if you will, or support for these sponsors. And we'll see you next time here at the Red Pill Expo, virtual, maybe in person again one time.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Life has no expiration date. We're all created to do incredible things, like conquer summits, catch big waves, and live our passions. As time goes on, our bodies begin to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy levels decline, sleep patterns shift, and recovery slows. But our bodies are masterpieces of design, holding the potential to bounce back better than ever. With X39, we achieved something remarkable in the field of wellness and regenerative science that others could not. By utilizing LifeWave's unique patented technology, X39 uses light to elevate G8-KCU, a copper peptide known to support overall health and wellness. Unlike traditional light therapy, which requires external light sources, X39 uses the body's own infrared light to naturally increase vitality, enhancing the body's flow of natural energy for improvements in strength, stamina, performance, and overall health and well-being with the simplicity of an affordable, non-invasive, non-transdermal patch. As we age, levels of these life-enhancing elements, which are associated with wellness and longevity, begin to decline. LifeWave invested 10 years into stem cell research, which resulted in over 70 patents. X39 was born to bring to the public a product that could support wellness in an entirely new way, supporting the production of younger, healthier cells with wearable light technology. Becoming a powerhouse is easier than you think. Harness your body's natural potential to maintain youthful energy and vitality, because life comes at you fast, but it doesn't have to pass you by. Live long, live well, live young. Be the light with LifeWave X39. Make your health great again. Take back your health freedom and optimize your body's natural healing ability. People wearing the X39 patch in various settings, athletes, everyday people, animals. Producing X39, a patented clinically studied wearable light technology. Why light? Why X39? It's a non-transdermal patch. Nothing goes into your body. No drugs, no chemicals, no toxins. In the first few days, 3,000 to 4,000 genes reset to a younger, healthier state. Within 4 weeks, your stem cells are reactivated, targeting your body's most critical issues. By 6 weeks, your brain is more balanced. Within 6 months, your cardiovascular system feels younger. And after 12 months, active regeneration that makes you look and feel younger inside and out. Ready to optimize your health? Scan the QR code now or call 813-335-0157 to learn more. Get access to the best pricing and receive free samples. Every day, millions of people struggle with physical issues, such as aches and pains, fatigue, brain fog, and other discomforts that prevent them from living an active, healthy life. Did you know proper blood flow plays a critical role in our general health? As we get older, or perhaps due to injury, our circulation can become restricted. Now you could achieve better circulation in as little as 8 minutes. Twice a day with Beamer. Beamer is an FDA Class II cleared medical device that's easy to use, non-invasive, and temporarily improves local circulation. Beamer deploys pulsed electromagnetic field technology to target the smallest network of blood vessels in your body, known as the microcirculatory system. This unique patented signal safely travels through the body, allowing for better distribution of oxygen while eliminating carbon dioxide from your cells. Just think of this signal as gently massaging your micro blood vessels for better distribution of blood. Did you know the average American spends almost $7,000 on their health every year? With Beamer, you can improve local circulation in a natural, non-invasive way for roughly the same price as a cup of coffee per day for 4 years. And it's something that can benefit the entire family. The value of our health is priceless. People around the world have incorporated Beamer into their daily routine to optimize their health. And you can too. Contact your Beamer Independent Business Distributor, Dr. Daria Schooler, by visiting daria-schooler.beamergroup.com to learn how Beamer can improve your life. Beamer, better circulation, better health, better life. Don't delay. Email Dr. Daria at daria.schooler@beamermail.com.
When the Israelites came out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, they received the law, the 10 Commandments, received in great terror and with the overwhelming majesty of Almighty God. But they were free of overmasters. They got a republic if they could keep it. The record is they didn't keep it. Instead, they were consumed by idolatry. And what was this law? Don't murder, don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie, don't envy. Flip that over. Your life is inviolable. Your property, inviolable. Your name and reputation and your trust, all inviolable. Or, might I say, inalienable. That was the second table. A more succinct and practical definition of human nature I don't think you'll find. And as for the first table, it established reverence for the authority that backed the second table. Reasonable persons assent to the commandments, even if they don't assent to the authority that backs them. But collectivists think it's good to lie, cheat, steal, envy, and even murder in service to their ideology, which is their religion. I'm appreciative of Mr. Griffin in past Red Pills elaborating on the contrast between individualism and collectivism. He stated it's central to understanding what's going on in governance and politics, and I agree. The rights of individuals and expectations on governments that serve them are well defined. But collectivism, collective rights, what is best for the people, for the common good, or the public welfare, not defined. These are abstractions that are defined by whoever's able to write the public's thought menu. And to put such abstractions on the menu in exclusion to the rights of individuals is to play God, because they define them however they want and make that the religion that everyone must follow. You can't take religion out of governance and politics as long as laws are concerned with what is right, good, and just in matters of public interest. The only question is, what religion is being applied and how is that being imposed? The great nation continues to detach itself from the origin of the moral sense it once acknowledged, only to be seduced into new idolatries, particularly Marxism, evolutionism, and postmodernism. So get connected to the true reality, find the reason pathways to your creator, and regain the intellectual high ground.
Do you feel that something is wrong with our world today? Can you sense that tranquility is coming to an end? Everywhere, we see the rise of crime, political corruption, civil unrest, health hazards, disruption of the food supply, rampant inflation, the collapse of our money system, and increasing threats of global war. Something big is going to pop, and it's not going to be pretty. But the big question is why these things are happening. Is it just the natural cycle for the rise and fall of empires? Or are these things being engineered for the purpose of destroying the old world order to make way for the new world order? Red Pill Expo, guided by the visionary G. Edward Griffin, seeks to enlighten truth seekers to the realities that right now are shaping our destiny. Our mission is to reveal the truth behind fake narratives, fake history, and fake news, in belief that it is impossible to solve a problem if we do not know what is causing it. We are a coalition of people from all walks of life, all nations, cultures, races, religions, and lifestyles, who, in spite of our differences, are united by the common desire to be free. The Expo is a 2-day event, live streamed to the world absolutely free, including replays. Check out the amazing speakers who will hold you spellbound and open your mind to reality. The journey starts at redpillexpo.org.
Meet G. Edward Griffin, a renowned author and researcher who has uncovered truths that have changed the way we understand the world. His groundbreaking book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, takes you on a thrilling journey into the secret world of the Federal Reserve. It's a detective story, but everything is true. This is essential reading for anyone curious about the origins and impact of our monetary system. In World Without Cancer, Griffin challenges the conventional understanding of health, presenting compelling evidence that cancer is linked to a deficiency in a natural compound that can be found in 1,400 edible plants, but which have been deleted from modern diets due to their slightly bitter taste, such as is found in apple seeds. This book explores alternative perspectives that can defeat cancer simply by restoring small amounts of this substance to our daily diet. At realityzone.com, you'll find these best-selling titles and a collection of other thought-provoking works as well. From history and health to economics and geopolitics, there's something for everyone with a curious mind. Visit realityzone.com to discover exclusive offers when books are bundled, save up to 20%, and unlock deeper insights into the world around us.